Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had Omnitrix and had massive harem? Part 12. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Dekiru 10 by phantomdanger. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. After his exchange with Tamura, Stain slipped away into the shadows, his movements deliberate and methodical. Crouching low in a quiet alley, he pulled out his phone, his eyes narrowing as he searched for information on Izuku Midoriya. The flickering screen illuminated his scarred face, the faint sounds of pursuit from nearby heroes a distant concern. So, even All Might seeks to cultivate a successor, he muttered, his voice low and venomous. His gaze locked onto footage of Izuku as stinkfly, gliding effortlessly through the air. This one. I'll ensure he earns the title of hero, Stain hissed. His finger hovered over a clip of Izuku exiting the stadium, his face bright with laughter as he chatted with his friends. But if he's tainted, corrupted by the filth of false heroes, I'll cut him down with the rest. Stain's glare turned sharp, his focus shifting to those gathered around Izuku, his contempt for them palpable. Maruko agency. All right. Maruko shouted, hands on her hips and an impatient grin on her face. Now that your bellies are full, quit lounging around. Get your costumes on and let's get this day rolling. Izuku and Itsuka immediately nodded, grabbing their suitcases and heading to their respective rooms. Izuku quickly unbuttoned his shirt and shrugged off his blazer, setting them aside before unlocking his case. The moment he opened it, his eyes landed on his costume neatly folded inside, but something unexpected caught his attention. Huh? He muttered, tilting his head as he noticed a bright, colorful note sitting on top of his outfit. The handwriting was unmistakable, messy, bold, and practically jumping off the page with chaotic energy. It could only belong to Mei Hatsume. Hey, Midoriya. Saw you at the sports festival, congrats on taking the gold. Anyway, I noticed you're using more kicks now, so I upgraded your costume with these super amazing iron soles I whipped up. They'll make your kicks even stronger and sturdier. You're welcome. Try not to ruin them too fast, okay? Curiosity sparked. Izuku carefully pushed aside his hero costume to reveal the new addition resting at the bottom of the suitcase. A pair of sleek, reinforced iron soles. Their thick black bases gleamed under the room's light, and the faint scent of machine oil confirmed Mei's handiwork. Izuku blinked, letting her enthusiastic words sink in. That's Amazi. He froze mid-sentence, his eye twitching in annoyance as his gaze fell to the bottom of the note. Yep. I took all the details into account for my most valuable personal client. With a frustrated groan, Izuku crumpled the paper in his fist, his eyebrow twitching furiously. Still not her client, he muttered under his breath. But as his gaze shifted back to the iron soles, guilt began to creep in, gnawing at the edges of his conscience. His thoughts drifted to Melissa. She was his designer, the one who had agreed to support his hero journey with her careful, thoughtful creations. It felt wrong, almost like a betrayal, to use someone else's work. After a moment of hesitation, he sighed and reluctantly began fitting them onto his costume, silently resolving to make the most of Mei's babies. As Izuku stepped out, he found Itsuka and Maruko already suited up in their hero costumes, ready for action. Itsuka's eyes immediately fell on the iron soles attached to his boots. Whoa! New upgrade? Those iron soles are awesome, she said, a grin spreading across her face. Izuku chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his neck as he adjusted his hoodie. Why yeah, something like that. Maruko, standing nearby with her arms crossed, raised an eyebrow as her gaze settled on his costume. Her lips curved into a sly smirk. What's with the bunny ears? You trying to copy me, huh? Her tone was teasing, but there was a playful edge that almost made it sound like a real question. Izuku quickly waved his hands in protest, his cheeks flushing. And no, it's not like that. They're actually inspired by All Might's bangs, a tribute to him. Miruko's smirk faltered for a fraction of a second as a faint twinge of jealousy flickered in her chest. She masked it with a confident grin, leaning forward slightly. Huh, fanboy to the core, huh? Figures. Izuku's blush deepened as Itsuka stifled a laugh beside him. All right, let's move, Maruko declared, motioning for them to follow as her energy radiated through the room. Right, Izuku said with a determined nod. Of course, Itsuka added, cracking her knuckles. Miruko's grin widened as they headed out, but instead of taking the stairs down to the exit, she veered off toward the stairwell leading upward. Izuku and Itsuka exchanged confused looks before following her up the steps. Miruko? The exit's downstairs, Itsuka called, glancing back. Miruko didn't even slow her pace, throwing a look over her shoulder with a daring grin. Downstairs is for quitters. If you're interning with me. Reaching the rooftop, she strode confidently to the edge. Her powerful legs bent like coiled springs, every muscle taut with anticipation. With a booming laugh, she launched herself into the air, soaring in a graceful, powerful arc that left the two interns gaping. You better be ready to keep up, she shouted mid-leap, her voice carried away by the wind as she disappeared into the skyline. Izuku and Itsuka rushed to the edge, staring in awe at the sheer distance she had covered. Did she just? Itsuka muttered, blinking in disbelief. Yeah, Izuku replied, his admiration tinged with nervousness. Miruko's voice echoed faintly as she called back to them. Don't just stand there, slowpokes. Move it, as she landed on a building. All right, let's do this, Izuku said, determination blazing in his eyes. Itsuka nodded, her jaw set with resolve. No way I'm letting her leave us in the dust. Izuku sprinted to the edge of the building, activating the Omnitrix. The faceplate popped up, displaying a holographic figure as it cycled through various aliens. Spider Monkey. I've always wanted to swing through the city like Spider-Man from the comics. This is my chance, it's Hero T. Before he could slam his hand down, Itsuka grabbed his shoulder firmly, pulling him back. Wait, Izuku. Huh? What's up? Izuku asked, glancing between her and the rapidly vanishing Miruko, who had already cleared another massive gap between rooftops. We need to catch up to her. Itsuka hesitated, her cheeks tinged pink. I'm not as fast as you or Miruko, but I think I can keep up if I use my strength to leap like Four Arms does. Izuku's eyes widened, realization dawning on him. Oh, that's perfect. During our sports festival fight, your new strength gave you some serious jumping power. Exactly, Itsuka said with a confident grin, though her fists clenched tightly. So, any tips, genius? Izuku instinctively placed a hand to his chin, analyzing quickly. Okay, you'll need to focus all your strength into your legs. It's not just about jumping hard, you have to balance the force evenly, or you'll lose control mid-air. Itsuka listened, nodding seriously as Miruko's distant form taunted them with her effortless momentum. When you land, bend your knees to absorb the impact, Izuku continued. That way, you won't waste energy or hurt yourself, and you'll be ready for the next jump. Got it, Itsuka said, steeling herself. She took a few steps back, exhaling sharply before sprinting toward the edge. Her legs coiled like springs, and the force of her leap cracked the ground beneath her boots. W.O. Itsuka shouted as the wind rushed past her, the city below turning into a blur. Miruko, mid-air herself, widened her eyes slightly as Itsuka soared past her. Huh, not bad, kid, Miruko shouted with a grin, watching as Itsuka landed with a heavy thud on the next rooftop. Itsuka stumbled, tripping and rolling as she hit the ground. She groaned, rubbing her elbow as she muttered, ow, so uncool. The sound of a shadow passing over her made her glance up. Miruko was already leaping again, her powerful form silhouetted against the sky. Think you can pass me? Please, Miruko called back, her voice brimming with amusement. Itsuka's cheeks burned, but she clenched her fists, pushing herself back to her feet. I'll show you just how well Class 1B can keep up with a pro, she shouted, determination driving her as she coiled her legs again and launched herself after Miruko. Miruko glanced over her shoulder, her grin widening. That's the spirit, rookie. Keep up, and maybe I'll take you seriously. Itsuka narrowed her eyes, the thrill of the chase pumping adrenaline through her veins. Each leap felt heavier, more precise, as she closed the gap. Izuku watched from below, adrenaline coursing through his veins. All right, I need to catch up, he muttered, determined. As the Omnitrix hologram displayed Spider Monkey, he brought it close to his face and slammed down on the faceplate. A burst of green light engulfed him. He felt his body morph, the familiar energy surging through him. But when the light faded, he blinked in confusion, looking at his new form. Spider, wait, what? His voice carried a mix of shock and disbelief as he examined his body. Instead of the expected spider-like appendages, he had powerful grasshopper legs and mantis-like claws. "Crashhopper?" he groaned, his tone filled with dejection. "What the hell are you waiting for?" Miruko's sharp voice snapped him out of his daze, her figure already a blur bounding between rooftops. Crashhopper shook off his disappointment. "No time to change," he muttered, crouching low. His claws dug into the concrete, his hind legs coiling with tension. Electricity crackled around his legs, an untamed storm of green energy swirling with the power of 1 for all at 16%. With a deep breath, Crashhopper unleashed a devastating leap. The ground beneath him shattered in a spiderweb of cracks as he rocketed forward like a missile, wind howling in his wake. Miruko glanced back midair, her lips curving into a smirk. "Not bad, kid," she said, her voice carried by the wind as she kicked off the side of a building, her powerful legs sending her soaring effortlessly. Her movements were fluid, almost playful, as though taunting Izuku to keep up. Itsuka struggled a bit with her jumps, her footing unsteady as she bounded between ledges. She glanced to her side just in time to see Crashhopper's massive leap propel him past her, the air around him rippling from the force. He caught sight of Miruko ahead, her white hair streaking behind her like a comet as she leapt with fluid grace from one building to the next. With a booming crash, Crashhopper caught up to Miruko. Miruko's sharp laughter echoed. "You're getting there, but you'll need more than brute force to keep up with me." She twisted her body, pushing off a nearby ledge with a powerful kick, her next leap sending her further ahead. Crashhopper landed hard, the impact cratering the ground beneath him. He didn't miss a beat, coiling his legs again and launching forward with renewed vigor. With a powerful leap, the three converged mid-air before landing on the rooftop of a tall building. Miruko touched down effortlessly, her landing as precise as it was graceful. Crashhopper, however, hit the ground with a heavy thud, cracked spider webbing beneath his feet. "Whoa!" Itsuka yelped, her arms flailing wildly to regain balance as she stumbled toward the edge of the roof. Before she could lose her footing, Crashhopper lunged forward, catching her mid-fall with his claws. "Gotcha," he said, helping steady her as she wobbled. Itsuka exhaled in relief, glancing up at him nervously. "Thanks, Izuku. Guess I still need to work on my landings." Miruko turned to face them, her hands on her hips and a sly grin tugging at her lips. "Not bad, you too," she said, her golden eyes sharp with approval. "You're still a little rough around the edges, but at least you're not dead weight." Crashhopper straightened up, the corners of his mandible-like mouth quirking into an awkward smile. Thanks." Itsuka dusted herself off, her determination overshadowing her embarrassment. "I'll get smoother, I promise." Miruko's grin widened, a flicker of excitement in her gaze. "Good, I don't need anyone slowing me down." She crouched low, her powerful legs coiling beneath her. "Now, enough catching your breath, we've got work to do." Her voice cut through the air like a whip as she leapt off the skyscraper in a blur of motion, landing on a distant rooftop with a forceful impact that sent a gust of wind rippling through the nearby buildings. She turned her head back, her white hair catching the sunlight like a banner. "We're heading to a construction site near Minamiyama District," she called, her tone brisk yet teasing. "Try not to lose me this time." Itsuka stepped closer to the edge of the rooftop, watching as Miruko bounded effortlessly across the skyline. Her jaw tightened in determination. She really doesn't slow down, does she? ... As they ricocheted from building to building, the rhythmic thuds of their landings echoed faintly through the sprawling cityscape. Miruko slowed her pace slightly, her movements smooth and controlled, as though she were simply enjoying a casual morning workout rather than testing the limits of her agility. "All right, let's get this out of the way," Miruko called over her shoulder, her voice cutting through the air like a whip. "What are your hero names?" She vaulted off the edge of a rooftop, flipping effortlessly midair before landing on the next building with a grace that spoke volumes about her experience. Her powerful legs absorbed the impact with ease, launching her into another leap before either of them could fully respond. "Battle Fist," Itsuka shouted, her tone proud as she pushed off a nearby ledge. She landed on another rooftop, wobbling slightly as she fought to regain her balance, but the determined set of her jaw showed she wasn't backing down. Maruko's lips quirked into a grin as she glanced at Itsuka with an appraising look as she passed by her own billboard, which showcased her and Yukio in a dynamic pose. Not bad, straightforward and punchy, literally. She smirked before her gaze shifted to Izuku. Her attention shifted to the green, insect-like figure bounding beside them, his claws gouging faint marks into the buildings as he leapt. "And you, Midoriya?" she asked, her grin widening. "What's your hero name?" The casual confidence in her voice made Crashhopper falter slightly, his jump coming down just a fraction harder as he ricocheted off a building. Adjusting mid-air, his claws scraped against the concrete as he steadied his trajectory. Clearing his throat as he landed, Crashhopper called out, "Dekiru 10. The alien force." Maruko's ears twitched at the answer as she landed lightly on a moving train, letting its momentum carry her for a moment. Glancing back at him with a raised eyebrow and a smirk, she tapped her chin in mock consideration. "Dekiru, huh, that's a bold choice. Sounds kinda cocky if you ask me." Her grin turned sharp. Not everyone likes a hero who brags unless you've got the skills to back it up. Crashhopper landed beside her on the train, his legs tensing as he prepared for the next jump. His antennae flicked with determination as he met her gaze. "That's exactly why I chose it," he replied, his tone steady and filled with resolve. "Dekiru means, I can do it. I want to be the hero who always can no matter what." Maruko blinked, the fire in his words catching her off guard. For a split second, her grin softened, and a faint blush dusted her cheeks before she quickly masked it with a scoff. On the opposite side of the train, Itsuka glanced at him with a small smile, her own cheeks tinged pink as his confidence seemed to resonate with her. "All right, Dekiru 10, Maruko said with a grin that promised trouble, "let's see if you can actually live up to that." Without waiting for a response, she launched off the train, her powerful legs propelling her high above the city. She twisted midair, her white hair streaming behind her as she aimed for a cluster of buildings below where bystanders had begun to notice their energetic pursuit. Crashhopper and Itsuka exchanged a brief look before following her lead, the force of their leaps cracking the concrete and leaving a trail of faint tremors as they plunged into the heart of the bustling district. Itsuka propelled herself forward, grabbing onto a ledge with one hand and swinging gracefully onto a rooftop, her ponytail swaying with her movement. People on the streets below craned their necks, shielding their eyes as they caught glimpses of the heroes bounding across the skyline. "Whoa, it's Maruko. Hey, look, it really is her. Awesome. Seeing her in action is so rare." Maruko smirked as their voices drifted upward. "Guess I'm still popular," she said, barely out of breath as she bounced effortlessly from one rooftop to another. "I probably should have mentioned that we'll be out late tonight." "Late?" Itsuka asked mid-leap, landing beside a rooftop air conditioning unit before vaulting off again. "How come?" Ahead, the glint of a speeding bullet train reflected in the sun. Maruko's grin widened as she kicked off another rooftop, aiming for the train. "Let's kick this up a notch. And I'll tell you more." Crashhopper landed beside Itsuka, the ground beneath him spider webbing from the impact. "Wait, the train." "Yup," Maruko said, twisting midair to stick her landing gracefully on the train's roof. "It's moving, so don't mess this up." Crashhopper crouched low, his legs coiling with a crackle of energy. "No pressure," he muttered before launching himself. The world blurred as he arced through the air, landing hard on the train roof. The impact dented the metal beneath him, but he kept his balance, claws digging into the surface. Itsuka wasn't far behind, using her enhanced grip to swing from a nearby signpost and land on the train with a determined grunt. "Nice," Maruko shouted, her voice cutting through the deafening roar of the bullet train. Her crimson eyes flicked toward the passing cityscape. "Now listen up." She crouched low, her muscles taut, ready to spring. Most heroes stick to daytime patrols for the public's peace of mind, but actual crime, that mostly goes down at night. With a powerful leap, she soared off the train, her body a blur as she landed atop a water tower with a metallic clang. Crashhopper exchanged a glance with Itsuka. "No time to hesitate," he said, coiling his legs before launching himself off the train. His landing sent a crackling shockwave through the rooftop. Itsuka wasn't far behind, her hands gripping a vent as she propelled herself after them. The wind whipped her ponytail as she landed smoothly next to Maruko. Maruko grinned, her white hair trailing in the breeze. Villains think the dark'll give them an edge. Guess they forget most of us have quirks that don't care about lighting. She sprang from the water tower, landing on a steel girder that groaned under her weight. That tracks, Crashhopper said, bounding after her, his claws digging into the side of a building as he launched to the next rooftop. But wouldn't patrolling all day tire heroes out by nighttime? Itsuka asked, her voice steady despite the strain of keeping pace. Maruko barked a sharp laugh, her next leap carrying her across a wide gap to a taller building. Tired? If you're a hero worth a damn, you push through it. Daytime patrols are light duty, kid, barely a warm-up. By the time night rolls around, we're ready to go all out. You just gotta get used to staying sharp at night. Crashhopper landed hard beside her, concrete cracking beneath his feet. Maruko stopped abruptly at the edge of a rooftop, her gaze locked on a sprawling construction site below. The skeletal frameworks of unfinished buildings. So, she said, crouching low, since things are pretty dead during the day, we'll use the extra time to train. No point wasting it standing around. With a smirk, she planted a foot against the building's ledge and launched herself high into the air, her body twisting gracefully. She landed on a rusted crane, its structure groaning under her weight. Crashhopper followed, his leap powerful and precise, though he skidded slightly on the crane's slick surface. Crashhopper, landing a moment later, found himself momentarily entranced by the fluidity of her movements. Itsuka swung herself over with practiced precision, landing lightly beside them. Maruko tilted her head, her grin wide as she surveyed the sight. All right, rookies, she said, rolling her shoulders. Itsuka and Crashhopper panted heavily, their chests heaving as they leaned against each other for support. With a green flash, Crashhopper reverted to Izuku, his legs wobbling as he tried to steady himself. One hell of a workout, Itsuka muttered, wiping sweat from her brow as her ponytail clung to her damp neck. Tell me about it, Izuku gasped, hands on his knees. I can barely breathe. Their flushed faces glistened under the dim, flickering lights of the construction site. Maruko crossed her arms, watching them with a sharp, appraising gaze. Not bad, but you're both green, she said bluntly. Before we move on, I need to see exactly what you've got. A proper rundown of strengths and weaknesses. Her crimson eyes locked onto Itsuka. Kendo, you're up first. Itsuka stiffened, straightening up despite her trembling legs. Why yes, she managed, steeling herself. Maruko rolled her shoulders, her smirk shifting into a more serious expression as she dropped into her fighting stance. Her powerful legs were spread evenly, her hands relaxed but ready. All right, here's the deal. You've got 5 minutes. Come at me with everything you've got, no holding back. I want to see what makes you tick, understand? Itsuka swallowed hard, nodding as she set the timer on her phone. The beep echoed through the unfinished building, and she bolted toward Maruko, her movements sharp despite the lingering fatigue. If I can just grab her, I might have a chance to turn the tide, Itsuka thought, her eyes fixed on Maruko's stance. She recognized the fluidity of Maruko's kicks, pure taekwondo precision. But as Itsuka closed the distance, Maruko vanished in a blur of motion. A sudden force struck Itsuka's side as Maruko spun behind her, launching a kick that sent her skidding across the dusty concrete. Itsuka grunted as she scrambled to her feet, her arms throbbing. How is she this fast? Maruko didn't let up, her figure a streak of white and crimson as she leapt into the air, her heel poised for another devastating strike. Itsuka braced herself, locking her gaze on Maruko's right leg. A roundhouse kick, I can block this. But Maruko's smirk deepened. At the last second, she twisted, shifting her weight to her other leg. Her left foot connected with Itsuka's side like a sledgehammer, the impact sending shockwaves through her body. Itsuka tumbled, the wind knocked from her lungs as she skidded across the ground, her vision swimming. The unfinished building groaned under the force of their sparring. Dust cascaded from the rafters, and loose metal beams clattered ominously nearby. Itsuka dug her fingers into the ground, forcing herself to rise. Her entire body screamed in protest, but she refused to stay down. Not bad, kid, Maruko said, her voice carrying over the din. You've got guts. Let's see if you can take this. With a swift pivot, Maruko drove her heel into Itsuka's midsection with a back kick that felt like a battering ram. Itsuka clenched her teeth, the pain radiating through her ribs, but this time, she stayed on her feet, clutching her stomach. Maruko raised an eyebrow, impressed. "You're tougher than you look," she said, stopping the timer. She stepped forward, offering a hand to the trembling girl. "Good effort. You're not bad, but you've got a long way to go." Itsuka took her hand, her pride stinging more than her body. "Thanks," she muttered, her voice low. She didn't even break a sweat. If she'd hit any harder, I'd be out cold. Izuku, perched nearby on a stack of crates, watched in awe, his notebook clutched tightly in his hands. His eyes darted across the page as he scribbled furiously. "She's incredible. Her speed, her precision, the sheer power behind every kick." He gulped, both nervous and exhilarated. So this is what a top pro hero can do. "Midoriya, get over here." Maruko barked, her commanding tone leaving no room for hesitation. She strode over to a cooler box, grabbed an ice pack, and tossed it casually toward Itsuka, who caught it and placed it on her head. "Thanks," Itsuka mumbled, her voice still strained as she made her way over to Izuku and took a seat beside him. Good luck," she muttered under her breath, "you're gonna need it." Izuku gulped, his nerves spiking as he stood and set his notebook aside. Swallowing hard, he moved to the same spot Itsuka had just vacated, trying not to let the anticipation rattle him too much. Maruko rolled her shoulders, the picture of confidence and poise. "First up, you're using one of your forms. 5 minutes. After that, I wanna see what you can do without it." "Got it." Izuku nodded quickly, the green glow of the Omnitrix catching Maruko's sharp gaze. She smirked, her excitement barely contained. As the faceplate of the Omnitrix popped up, Maruko started a countdown timer on her phone, all the while doing a few stretches, her movements fluid and calculated. "When the beep goes off, kid, I want you to come at me with everything you've got, no holding back." "Got that?" "Yes, ma'am," Izuku responded. His fingers hovered over the Omnitrix, scrolling through the playlist of aliens as his mind raced. Maruko's specialty is her insane leg strength and speed. She's ranked 7th for a reason. If I can find a way to hinder her movements, I might stand a chance. His thoughts swirled as Goop's hologram hovered over the Omnitrix. Goop could be perfect to slow her down. Maruko, meanwhile, watched him intently, her ears twitching with anticipation. She smirked to herself as she stretched her legs, bouncing slightly on her toes. "Better not keep me waiting, kid," she muttered, rolling her neck. The timer ticked down. Beep. Izuku slammed his hand down on the Omnitrix, the familiar green flash erupting just as Maruko launched forward, her raw speed sending her flying off a nearby metal beam. The light of Izuku's transformation hadn't even faded when her foot connected with his form, a resounding crack splitting the air as a dust cloud erupted. Maruko's grin widened as she flipped back midair, her landing controlled and effortless. But a growl echoed through the dust, sharp and animalistic, making her ears twitch. Out of the haze, a massive black claw swiped at her. She dodged with ease, her grin never faltering as she backflipped and landed a safe distance away. "Let me tell you something." Wrath's guttural roar boomed through the air as the dust settled, revealing his hulking, tiger-like form. His muscles rippled with barely contained power as orange electricity crackled around him. Rumi Usagiyama, number 7 pro hero in Japan. Maruko's eyes gleamed with unbridled excitement. She planted her feet firmly, her stance steady but loose. "Oh, bold enough to call me by my first name, huh?" Her grin turned wolfish, her voice dripping with challenge. "You're either crazy or stupid, but either way, I'm gonna kick your ass." Wrath dropped onto all fours, electricity sparking along his frame as he launched himself forward in a blur of orange and black. Maruko's sharp eyes barely tracked him as she ducked under his first swing, a punch so heavy it obliterated the ground where she'd been standing, leaving a deep crater behind. She twisted in midair, her body a blur of motion as she drove her knee into his face with brutal force. The impact was solid, but Wrath barely flinched before swiping at her again. Maruko spun gracefully, evading the claw with inches to spare before delivering a spinning axe kick that smashed Wrath into the ground. The force rippled outward, cracking the concrete beneath him as she used his body as a springboard to leap away. Maruko landed lightly on another beam, high above the chaos. She crouched there, licking her lips as she sized him up. Her breathing was even, but her heart pounded with adrenaline. Damn, kid strong as hell, she muttered under her breath, watching as Wrath pulled himself up with a guttural growl. Her grin widened. But that form, it's built for brute strength, not speed. The enhancer part of his quirk is helping him keep up, but it's not enough. Wrath's sharp claws tore into the ground as he roared again, his eyes locked on Maruko with feral intensity. She smirked, brushing some dust off her thigh. All right, big guy, she taunted, her stance shifting slightly as she prepared for his next charge. Let's see if you can land a hit this time. Maruko crouched effortlessly on a high steel beam, her gaze steady and calculating. Wrath, his muscles coiled with tension, dropped to all fours. Orange electricity sparked around him as he exploded forward, charging toward a nearby beam with blistering speed. The skeletal frame of the building creaked under the force of his charge, but Wrath paid no mind. His powerful limbs dug into the metal as he swiftly began to climb, the metal beams groaning in protest beneath his weight. Rumi Usagiyama, Wrath bellowed, his claws gouging deep into the beam as he scaled it like a wild predator. Let me tell you something, Wrath is gonna beat you to a bloody pulp. Maruko arched an eyebrow, her lips curling into a smirk. So this form makes him a hothead, huh? That'll be fun to exploit. Ah, is the big, scary kitty cat having a bad day? She cooed, her voice dripping with mockery, as though she were talking to a toddler. Wrath's growl intensified, the veins in his neck bulging as his claws dug deeper into the metal. Miruko, number 7 pro hero, Wrath is not a pussy cat. Wrath will tear you to shreds. Maruko chuckled, resting her hands on her hips. Well, if you say so. But you should really pay attention to your surroundings, big guy. Wrath's eyes narrowed in confusion, his claws freezing mid-climb. He glanced up, his danger sense flaring just as Maruko's leg shot out in a powerful back kick. Her foot slammed into a nearby supporting beam, and the sickening crack of metal breaking echoed through the framework. What the? Wrath snarled, his claws digging in deeper as the beam beneath him groaned. Before he could react, the structure gave way entirely, snapping like a twig. The beam toppled backward, sending Wrath hurtling toward the ground with a thunderous crash. A massive dust cloud erupted from the impact, shrouding the area in debris. Maruko stood on her perch, watching with a self-satisfied smirk as Wrath tossed the twisted hunk of metal off himself, his sharp teeth bared in frustration. First rule of fighting, Maruko called down, her tone as cocky as ever. Never lose your cool, it makes you predictable and sloppy. Wrath wiped dust from his face, his glowing orange eyes narrowing as he growled. What the hell are you talking about? Maruko crouched on the beam, resting her chin on her hand. Oh, come on, kitty. You're supposed to be smart, right? That fight you had with Bakugo says it all. Huh, I beat that kid. The hell are you talking about? Wrath roared, slamming his fists into the ground and creating a web of cracks. Maruko leaned forward, her smirk turning sharp. Yeah, sure you beat him, but that was because you were faster and stronger. If you two were fighting on the same level of speed and power, he'd have stomped you, she said, her tone teasing but cutting. Your movements were sloppy as hell. Wrath growled, his fists clenching as his irritation boiled over. With a snarl, he grabbed a nearby beam and hurled it like a javelin at Maruko. Maruko leapt into the air, her powerful legs sending her twisting in a graceful arc. The beam sailed past her, smashing through another support. The entire framework of the unfinished building groaned and shuddered as if on the verge of collapse. Maruko landed lightly, her grin never wavering. Oh, touched a nerve, did I? She teased, her voice low and dangerous. Wrath's eyes narrowed with a growl. Like hell I would have lost to him. He roared. ... Maruko landed gracefully atop a pile of support beams, her eyes gleaming with amusement as she looked down at Wrath, her smirk widening. Ah, what's the matter, big bad pussy cat? Gonna cry? Wrath growled, his claws flicking out from his wrists as his body tensed. The mockery only fueled his anger, his breathing heavy with irritation. Without a second thought, Maruko launched a powerful back kick, sending a thick support beam flying through the air toward him like a battering ram. The beam cut through the air with a deep whistle. Wrath's reflexes were lightning fast. He angled his body, claws slicing through the beam mid-flight, and with a harsh crack, the beam split in half. Both pieces plummeted to the ground, crashing with an earth-shaking thud. As the dust swirled around him, Wrath's danger sense flared, more beams hurtling toward him, their momentum making the air feel charged. He leapt to the side, narrowly avoiding one as it whipped past, but his movements were slowing. The constant barrage of debris was wearing on him. Maruko's voice cut through the chaos, laced with mocking intent. When you're fighting someone stronger than you should be faster. Before Wrath could fully process her taunt, Maruko's figure blurred above him. She descended from the dust cloud like a hawk diving for its prey, landing on his shoulder in one fluid motion. Instantly, her powerful legs wrapped around his neck, locking him into a vice grip. Wrath's eyes widened, his clawed hands shooting up to pry at her legs. His strength was unmatched, but the pressure around his throat was suffocating. He clawed at her thighs, but each movement only seemed to make her hold tighter. "Let Wrath go," he roared, his voice strained as he attempted to shake her off. But Maruko's grip was absolute, her muscles like coiled steel. "Sorry, pussycat, looks like you're taking a nap." The tension in Wrath's body escalated as he realized his air supply was quickly dwindling. In a panic, he attempted to throw his body around, slamming his back against the walls and framework of the unfinished building with bone-crushing force. The impacts rattled the structure, sending steel beams and debris cascading to the ground. The impact from each slam sent a shockwave of noise through the area, but Maruko didn't flinch. She held on, unyielding. "You're gonna have to do better than that," Maruko taunted, her voice dripping with amusement. Each time Wrath tried to slam her off, her thighs only seemed to tighten around his neck, her muscles flexing with controlled precision. The power in her legs was unreal. Wrath's face contorted in frustration. His claws scraped across her skin, but Maruko barely flinched. He groaned in desperation, his movements becoming sluggish as the lack of oxygen set in. The edges of his vision began to blur. "And no, Wrath won't yield." His voice grew softer, weaker. "You're strong, powerful legs." Maruko's grip tightened once more. Wrath's body went rigid before going completely limp, his head falling back in defeat. Maruko stood up with a casual smirk, her arms crossed over her chest as she looked down at him. The satisfied glint in her eye was unmistakable, but there was a touch of respect there, too. "HMPH, she muttered, clearly impressed but trying not to show too much. She stepped back, her gaze lingering on him for a moment before the familiar beep of the Omnitrix filled the air. Beep beep woo. A flash of green light erupted, and Wrath's hulking form shrank, his orange fur dissolving as Izuku was left lying in a heap, unconscious in Maruko's lap. The momentum of the transformation had left him sprawled against her, his body limp and his breath steady but shallow. Maruko rolled her eyes but couldn't help but smirk. She looked down at him with an amused glint in her eye. "Not bad, kid," Maruko said, her voice carrying a note of approval, though her grin remained cocky. "But you've still got a long way to go." She then paused, feeling a warm trickle of blood run down from her forehead. Her smirk grew, the adrenaline coursing through her veins as her heart pounded in her chest. "Haven't had this much fun in months," she muttered to herself, wiping the blood away with a satisfied laugh. Esuha City. Fatgum's agency. Momo stood tall, her posture perfect as she bowed respectfully to the imposing pro-hero before her. "Ah, you must be Momo Yaoyorozu," the large man greeted, his voice boisterous and warm. His round figure, with a wide mouth and small nose, gave him a unique and striking appearance. "Hello, sir," Momo Yaoyorozu reporting for duty. "Thank you for the humble invitation," Momo replied, as she straightened and met his gaze. The man waved dismissively with a smile. "Oh, no need to be so formal. We're all friends here." His cheerful tone contrasted with his large frame, and he gestured for her to follow him. "You made it just in time for lunch. Come with me, and I'll introduce you to everyone, including my other intern. We can go over the plans for this week." Momo nodded gracefully, following the larger hero through the hallways. As she walked, she couldn't help but notice how everything seemed scaled up: doors, walls, and even the hallway itself seemed slightly taller and broader than what she was used to at UA. She noted how spacious the corridor was, allowing her to walk comfortably alongside Fat Gum without feeling cramped. Fat Gum led her through another doorway into a comfortable, welcoming cafeteria. The scent of food filled the air, and Momo's attention was immediately drawn to the back of the room, where an older man with dusky skin and short red hair stood in front of a massive wok, expertly flipping ingredients. His yellow chef's jacket and black slacks gave him an authoritative yet relaxed presence. "Welcome to our humble cafeteria." Fat Gum's voice boomed as he ushered Momo inside. "Let's grab a bite, then we'll chat about the week ahead." Momo smiled politely, her mind already turning to the tasks ahead as she followed Fat Gum deeper into the room, ready for the meeting to come. As they neared the kitchen, Momo noticed the man at the stove glance over, his gray eyes sharp beneath the flick of a toothpick between his lips. "Evening, boss. New recruit?" he asked casually, his voice gruff but friendly. "Yup, fresh meat," Fat Gum replied with a grin, giving Momo a playful slap on the back. "Shi-chan, this is Momo Yaoyorozu. We'll be setting up a diet plan for her in a bit." Momo immediately raised her hands, flustered. "Oh, there's no need for that." "Ah, no, it's definitely needed," Fat Gum said, his tone serious for a moment. "You've got that impressive quirk of yours, but if you want to make the most of it, you need to stay in top shape. A little help from the right diet will get you there." Momo's face flushed slightly, and she suddenly felt self-conscious. She didn't think she needed to change anything about her body. The whispers and glances from her classmates, especially the boys, usually made her feel like her appearance was just fine. "But, people do say I'm thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. Maybe I should cut down a bit," she thought, feeling uneasy. Fat Gum, noticing the shift in her expression, smiled warmly and added, "Trust me, it's all about balance. Just like me, you've got to make sure you're fueling your body properly so you're always ready to go." "Teichiro, you idiot." Fat Gum ducked as a pan flew through the air, embedding itself into the wall behind him with a loud crash. He gulped nervously. "You're making her anxious, you fool. No one's ever told you that telling a teenage girl she needs a diet is a bad idea." Fat Gum quickly straightened up, wiping sweat from his forehead. "Ah, of course, I didn't mean it like that, Yaoyorozu." He chuckled awkwardly, trying to calm her down. "We're not talking about cutting back on food," Fat Gum explained, his voice more serious now. "We're talking about getting the right nutrients so your body can work with your quirk more efficiently." Momo blinked, her initial discomfort easing. She nodded, starting to understand. "Take me for example," Fat Gum continued with a grin. "I need high levels of protein, gluten, and polyunsaturated fats to keep my body in tip-top shape. Even Amajiki Sunniator, my other intern, needs lots of omega-3, keratin amino acids, and complex sugars to stay strong." Momo blushed slightly, realizing her misunderstanding. I'm sorry for jumping to conclusions." "Don't worry about it," Fat Gum said with a reassuring smile. "We're here to help. Sometimes, that means explaining things that might feel a little awkward at first." "Thank you," Momo replied, her usual reserve giving way to gratitude. She bowed politely before lifting her head with a more determined expression. "Now, let's eat, but first. Tamaki, get in here," Fat Gum bellowed, causing Momo to jump slightly in surprise. There was a long pause before a young man, a little older than Momo, appeared in the doorway. He was tall, with pale white skin and messy indigo hair sticking out from behind his head. His ears had a slight point, almost like an elf's, and his tired, thin eyes seemed to avoid looking directly at anyone. His hands were stuffed into his pockets, his posture tense. Hello, I'm Amajiki Tamaki," he said in a near whisper, barely audible. "Sorry, I didn't catch that," Momo said, offering him a polite smile. Tamaki seemed to retreat further into himself, his head down as he mumbled again, "I'm Amajiki Tamaki." "Oh, I'm Momo Yaoyorozu," she introduced herself, bowing slightly to him. Tamaki didn't respond at first. Instead, he fidgeted nervously, his hands pulling at his sleeves, looking anywhere but at her. Momo could almost feel the anxiety radiating from him. "Why yeah, can I go home now?" Tamaki muttered quietly, almost to himself, but loud enough for Fat Gum to hear. Not happening. Fat Gum immediately shot back without missing a beat. Tamaki's shoulders slumped as though the world had weighed down on him, a shadow of despair almost instantly forming around him. He seemed to retreat into himself, the timid boy withdrawing further. You'll have the pleasure of showing them around, Fat Gum continued, slapping Tamaki on the back with a loud thud. Show her to the changing rooms so she can get into her hero costume. And while you're at it, put yours on too. Now be a good senpai and show your kohai around. Momo couldn't help but giggle at how meek Tamaki was, his nervousness and hesitation reminding her of Izuku. See, she's even laughing at me, Tamaki muttered to himself, his shoulders slumping further as a wave of self-consciousness seemed to engulf him. His aura shifted from quiet nerves to something darker, a soft, depressed presence. Oh, no, it's just, you remind me of my friend, Midoriya, Momo explained quickly, feeling a sudden sympathy for the boy. He stutters too when he's nervous, but when he gets comfortable, he's amazing. Tamaki flinched at the mention of Midoriya, his body shaking slightly. Why, you mean that first year who nearly destroyed 3 stadiums? Yes, but he's really kind and sweet. Please don't judge him by the sports festival, Momo quickly defended Izuku, hoping Tamaki wouldn't misunderstand. Fat Gum chuckled from behind them, his voice loud and jovial. Come on, Amajiki, hurry up and show her around. Tamaki hesitated, his hands tightening in his pockets. With a reluctant sigh, he nodded slowly, his voice barely a whisper. Follow me. Momo followed quietly behind him, doing her best to give him space and not pressure him. Hosu City. Ochako was in her hero costume, walking down a busy street beside a broad man with a muscular build and long mint green hair that spiked backward. His hero costume included a white mask with 4 holes in a square pattern, resembling a gun muzzle with slight barrel stems protruding from the sides. Basic hero protocol. Control crime. When something happens, the police will contact us. These alerts come in fast but are sorted by city and prefecture. We file reports on what we've done: arrests, rescues, fighting villains, and so on. Then, a special agency evaluates our performance and decides our pay. It's a lot, but you'll pick it up quickly. I didn't expect him to be so friendly, Ochako thought, surprised by his kind demeanor. We just need to stay cautious with the recent spike in hero murders and Ingenuine-related crimes. Villains, copycats, and opportunists are all swarming in the wake of the tragedy here a few weeks ago, Gunhead explained. Ochako nodded, swiveling her head to keep an eye out for any potential threats. With Maruko, Izuku slowly regained consciousness, his senses muddled. He felt the softness of something beneath him, but there was also the firmness of something solid pressing against his back. He could hear voices, Itsuka's and was that Maruko's. Her voice was closest, lingering above him. Oh, look who's up, Maruko's voice teased with an amused edge. Izuku's eyes snapped open. The first thing he saw was Maruko's crimson eyes, those fluffy rabbit ears, and her beautiful, confident face gazing down at him. His face immediately turned bright red as he realized where he was, his head resting on her lap. You're finally awake. That's good. You recover faster than most villains. Impressive, Maruko said, her tone playful yet impressed. Izuku shot up in a panic, quickly standing to his feet and bowing rapidly, his face a deep shade of crimson. I am sorry, Miss M. Maruko. Maruko raised an eyebrow, looking to Itsuka for some clarification. Itsuka gave a sympathetic shrug and explained, sorry, he can't talk to the opposite gender after. She gestured toward Izuku, still sitting on Maruko's legs. Maruko smirked, then glanced down at Izuku with a teasing glint in her eyes. Oh, so you have the guts to call me by my first name, and now you wanna act like a scared rabbit. Izuku's face turned even redder as the memory of what he said earlier came rushing back. Sorry, I didn't mean it, Miss Maruko. Maruko chuckled, shaking her head. Hey, enough with the Miss Maruko crap. We're back to training, ready to keep up, kid. Izuku nodded, his heart still racing, and began to reach for the Omnitrix, but Maruko stopped him with a hand on his wrist. Not so fast. I need to see what you can do without relying on those alien forms. Izuku gulped, nodding again as they both moved to the center of the area. Maruko's confident smirk didn't waver as she swung her hair back, her posture oozing cocky self-assurance. Taking a deep breath, Izuku steadied himself. His body crackled with green lightning as he focused, feeling the familiar rush of energy. One for all, 16%. His emerald eyes locked with Maruko's crimson gaze. He could feel the weight of her stare, but now that they were facing off without any alien forms, the tension between them felt different. Maruko had seen him fight with his various forms, and she knew he had an aura of relentless persistence, the kind that said no matter how much you beat him down, he'd always get back up. But seeing him like this, no alien power, just his own strength, gave her a different perspective. Without warning, they both lunged forward, faster than Kendo could even track. Maruko blurred out of sight, reappearing in an instant next to Izuku, her roundhouse kick already in motion. Izuku barely had time to react, throwing his arms up in defense, but the kick still slammed into his side, sending him hurtling into the wall with a deafening crash. Dust exploded around him as he hit the ground, but before he could even try to get back up, Maruko was already there. With a swift leap, she landed a second kick to his midsection, sending him sprawling back to the ground. Before he could recover, she was on top of him, pinning him to the floor with ease. Maruko smirked down at him. "Tch, I've gotta say, you've got some guts. But you're not using those legs enough." Izuku groaned, still trying to catch his breath as she kept him pinned. What do you mean?" Maruko's expression softened just a bit as she shifted, rolling off him but still hovering close. "Listen, kid, when you're up against someone faster and stronger than you, you've got to use every part of your body, especially your legs. They're not just for running or jumping. You can generate more power in your kicks than with your arms." Izuku blinked as he stood up, processing Maruko's words. Generate more power, he muttered to himself. The thought lingered in his mind as a surge of green electricity enveloped his body. He pushed one for all to 16%, feeling the familiar rush of energy coursing through him. But this time, he focused more intensely on his legs, trying to recall Maruko's advice. Slowly, he pushed his legs to 20%, his muscles humming with power. He didn't feel the usual strain, which surprised him. With newfound confidence, he aimed a roundhouse kick, releasing it with full force. The result was a powerful shockwave that blasted through a nearby pile of support beams, sending them flying in all directions. Maruko stood with her arms crossed, nodding in approval. "That's good. You've got some serious power in those legs." Izuku beamed with pride, but Maruko raised a hand, cutting off any celebration. "Hold on, kid, that was impressive, but there's still more to it. You're generating the power, but you need control and timing. In battle, it's all about the right moment." Izuku focused, eager to learn. Maruko dropped into a low stance, her eyes locking onto his. "Watch me closely." With lightning speed, she closed the distance between them, landing a quick, well-placed kick to a nearby steel beam. The kick was light, but it cracked the metal with ease. "See that?" she asked. "I didn't use brute force. I used precision. The key is to hit with the right part of your leg, not just the power behind it." Izuku nodded, trying to absorb the lesson. Maruko smiled, knowing he was eager to learn. When you're in close quarters, aim for pressure points, joints, or weak spots. You want to disable your opponent, not just throw a heavy hit. The legs are great for range and quick attacks, but they're also perfect for quick counters. For instance, she shifted her weight and sent a low kick that swept a pile of beams off the ground, sending them skittering. Control your movements. If you're too predictable, you'll leave yourself open. Maruko grinned and stepped back. "Now, let's see you try it." Izuku breathed deeply, focusing on the technique. He started slow, thinking about Maruko's words. He extended his leg for another roundhouse, aiming for the beam with more control this time. Instead of using sheer force, he focused on the accuracy of his kick. This time, the beam splintered cleanly, just as Maruko had demonstrated. "Better," Maruko said with a nod of approval. "Kendo, your turn." Itsuka stood up, ready for her own sparring match. Maruko, as relentless as ever, went straight for her without hesitation, but she held back just enough to keep it challenging. "Izuku, still recovering from the last round, shifted between forms like Four Arms and Spider Monkey, trying to gain an edge. Each time, Maruko's speed overwhelmed him. Even when he switched to Diamond Head to trap her with his crystalline abilities, she proved too quick, evading his attempts effortlessly. He came the closest with Spider Monkey, but Maruko's sheer power broke through his defenses. One well-placed hit from her sent him crashing into a wall, knocking him out cold. For the next 2 hours, both Izuku and Kendo found themselves hammered into the ground, slammed against walls, and relentlessly pummeled. Maruko's stamina, unmatched by either of them, became painfully obvious. By the end of the session, she appeared only winded, while Izuku and Kendo were left breathless, panting, on the verge of collapse. Izuku was panting heavily, still catching his breath after the intense training. Off to the side, Maruko stretched, slipping off her purple thigh-high boots. She glanced at her feet, noticing some bruising from all the movement. Izuku, still recovering, couldn't help but glance at her feet in surprise. That should be it for today, Maruko said, her voice light as she watched Kendo collapse next to Izuku. He let out a small chuckle despite his exhaustion. Huh, what's so funny? Maruko raised an eyebrow as Izuku continued to catch his breath. I don't know how you can laugh right now, Itsuka groaned from the floor. Izuku suddenly realized his eyes had been locked on her bare feet, and the laugh that escaped him was barely contained. I might be delirious from the pain, but... Izuku paused, catching his breath. I just remembered something. There's this long-running debate on your hero page. People keep asking if your feet or toes are elongated because of your quirk. Kendo's head snapped up at the mention, and she chuckled too. Maruko glanced down at her bare feet, her expression amused as she tilted her head. Seriously, people actually ask that, she said, snickering lightly. Men ask the weirdest stuff. This is why I stay off the internet, especially when it's anything about me. Don't need any weirdos offering assistance. Izuku and Kendo blinked in confusion. Assistance. Maruko waved her hand dismissively, continuing to chuckle. Forget it. Anyway, there's your answer. My feet are normal. My quirk doesn't mess with anything else on me, aside from my ears and tail. She shrugged, starting her cool-down exercises as Itsuka sipped from her water bottle. You've got a solid base with your forms, Maruko said, her tone more serious now. Honestly, I thought you'd be more of a jack of all trades, master of none, but you're pretty damn good. Just don't keep wrecking your body like that. That could seriously fuck you over later down. Izuku nodded, taking her words in. Focus on speed. You need to be faster if you want to switch forms smoothly. You have to make quick calls. Use that analytical brain of yours to size up the situation and pick the right form. Izuku nodded again, his mind racing with thoughts of improving. Now, Kendo, you need to work on your defenses and speed. You've got the strength. One solid hit from you, and your opponent's down. But if you can't land that hit, it's pretty useless, Maruko said, looking at the exhausted Kendo. Izuku, still trying to catch his breath, nervously spoke up. Maruko, could I have your autograph? He asked, surprising himself by not stuttering. He handed her his notebook, and she raised an eyebrow as she took it, flipping through the pages. She scanned a full-body sketch of her in costume, which made her smirk a little, feeling like the artist had exaggerated her figure. As she continued flipping, she saw pages of notes on her strengths, weaknesses, and potential moves, before finally landing on a page with some of her ideas about how to incorporate them into his own fighting style. Does he really think I look like that? It's kinda flattering, she muttered with a small smile. Maruko grabbed the pen, about to sign it when a mischievous idea crossed her mind. With a smirk, she handed the notebook back to Izuku. If you want my autograph, she said, her grin widening, you're gonna have to earn it. No forms, just you. Pin me, and I'll give it to you. I don't give things out for free. Izuku blinked, confusion and determination crossing his face. You're on, he said, standing a bit straighter, his eyes locking onto hers. Maruko raised an eyebrow and got into his face. Think you can handle it? Izuku took a moment, nodding with resolve. I'll earn it. She gave him an approving nod before turning to Itsuka, who had a similarly determined look on her face. Alright, what's next, Maruko? Maruko's signature grin spread across her face as she looked at the two teens. Izuku, still a little flustered, couldn't help but mentally snap a picture of her smile. But before he could respond, Maruko leaned in, her finger poking his chest. Both Izuku and Itsuka were caught off guard, though Itsuka felt a twinge of jealousy. First things first, Maruko said, her voice suddenly stern. I don't want to hear, Miss Maruko, from either of you. Makes me feel ancient, and I'm only in my 20s. Call me Maruko. Got it? Izuku blushed a deep red but nodded quickly, while Itsuka chuckled. Maruko gave him a teasing wink, her playful demeanor still intact. Alright, let's get moving, Maruko said, her voice carrying that confident edge. Izuku and Itsuka blinked in surprise. You've shown me what you've got, so if we run into any villains, you won't be dead weight, she added, a smirk tugging at the corner of her lips. Now, let's go knock some villain heads. Tenya's body groaned in pain, his muscles aching from the brutal sparring. Every part of him throbbed with the bruises from Gran Torino's relentless attacks. He could feel the sting of every strike, every hit still reverberating in his body. Gran Torino tossed him a can of orange juice, his voice gruff yet almost playful. I stocked up for you, kid. You're probably running low on fuel by now. Thank you, sir, Tenya managed, wincing as he caught the can and popped it open, taking a quick drink. You've got talent, kid. Raw power too, but you're too stiff. Citricae are supposed to be flexible creatures. Tenya's eyes widened, and he choked slightly on his juice. Wait, you know about the... Gran Torino waved him off, his eyes narrowing with a knowing grin. Of course I do. Citricae aren't bad, but Kinselaran. Now that's a real treat, in my opinion. He sighed dramatically, his posture loosening for just a moment. But enough about that. Gran Torino's eyes snapped back to focus, his tone shifting to something more serious. You're too used to running a straight race, kid. But in close quarters, you fall apart. Even with your speed, you're not there yet. Tenya couldn't respond at first, still recovering from the drink. He swallowed hard and was about to speak when Gran Torino cut him off again. So, what made you think you could take down the hero killer when you couldn't even touch me? Gran Torino's voice was sharp, his eyes gleaming with a hint of challenge. Tenya nearly choked on the air instead of his juice. He spluttered, scrambling for words. Sir, I wasn't. Save it, Gran Torino snapped, not even waiting for an explanation. Midoriya caught on to your little plan. Can't believe the teachers didn't figure it out either. Though, I guess with your personality, they probably thought it was too out of character for you. Gran Torino raised an eyebrow, then shook his head. Still, the kid knows what you're going through. Tenya opened his mouth to argue, you don't understand. But Gran Torino didn't give him the chance. You think you're the only one who's faced tragedy like that. The old man's voice was low, cold even, as he stared Tenya down. Ha, he chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. A villain took my best friend. It was decades ago, but I still remember it like it was yesterday. You get to my age. It doesn't take much to put you back in the past, Gran Torino muttered with a sigh. Her name was Nana Shimura. Most people don't know her hero name, but she went by Nimbus. Nimbus, Tenya echoed, puzzled. Gran Torino nodded, his gaze distant as if lost in time. This was before All Might took the stage. Back then, the world wasn't as peaceful. Being a hero wasn't about fame or popularity. It was about survival, and honestly, it was pretty much a death sentence. Tenya's eyes widened in disbelief. Being considered suicidal, he repeated, trying to wrap his mind around it. Yeah, there was a villain who had a personal vendetta against her and her apprentice, Gran Torino said with a heavy sigh. Her apprentice was none other than All Might himself. Tenya blinked in confusion. But, All Might was still in school back then, wasn't he? Gran Torino's voice became harder as he continued, you gotta realize, kid, All Might wasn't All Might back then. Not like the legend you know today. He was just a fresh graduate, barely out of UA and not the hero everyone idolizes. And this villain, he was the worst kind. The kind you don't forget. He paused for a moment, as if the memory pained him. I had to grab All Might and run like hell. Nana stayed behind, holding off that villain just so we could get away. Tenya's eyes widened as the pieces started to fall into place. The time he spent in America, that was for training to face that villain. Gran Torino gave a sharp nod. Yeah, he was training to get strong enough to take down that bastard and stop the people still after him. And eventually, he did take down Nana's killer. Tenya stood in stunned silence, the weight of Gran Torino's words sinking in. After a long moment, he finally asked, Did it help? Gran Torino shook his head, the sadness in his eyes still sharp despite the years that had passed. Not even a little bit. The best I got from it was knowing that guy couldn't hurt anyone else, but that's all. That kind of vengeance, it doesn't bring anything back, kid. It doesn't fill the hole in your heart. Tenya's hands clenched, and he looked down, feeling his chest tighten. So, you're telling me I should just let it go? Just forget what he did to my brother? I shouldn't seek justice for him. The words tore from him like a desperate plea, and he crushed the can in his hand, the sound sharp in the quiet room. Gran Torino studied him for a moment, his eyes sharp and understanding. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you murdering someone's wrong. I know how you feel. I've been there. But from what I've seen, vengeance doesn't give you what you think it will. It doesn't fill the hole, doesn't bring back what's lost. If you want real justice, you've got to bring him in the right way. They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of the conversation hanging in the air before Gran Torino broke it with a grunt. All right, enough of this old man's reminiscing. Time to get back to business. We're here to train, not to mope. I already told you you're too stiff. You need to loosen up. And then there's the issue with your brother. Tenya's eyes widened, his voice rising in confusion. What are you talking about? Tensai is a great person. The ideal hero. He's a model for everyone to look up to. Gran Torino's gaze hardened. And that's exactly what's holding you back, kid. ... Fat Gum Agency. Amajiki led Momo through the agency, his hands shoved deep in his pockets. He gestured awkwardly to the rooms they passed, avoiding eye contact as he spoke in low, nervous tones. He finally led her to the room she'd be staying in, stepping back just slightly to let her enter. Momo bowed slightly, her voice warm with appreciation. Thank you for your assistance, Amajiki. I hope I can learn from you. Amajiki gave a stiff, curt nod. His gaze never met hers, instead focused on the floor as he backed away, muttering under his breath, I wanna go home. Momo watched him hurriedly retreat, a mix of confusion and concern crossing her face. She blinked slowly, her expression softening. Well, that was interesting, she muttered under her breath, her eyes still fixed on where he had disappeared. A trace of intrigue remained in her gaze. She set her suitcase down on the bed, her thoughts drifting. From my experience, nervous stuttering boys often turn out to be surprisingly strong. I should keep a close eye on him. Her mind wandered briefly, and an image of a green-haired boy with freckles flashed in her thoughts. The memory of their shared kiss made her cheeks flare bright red, and she hastily shook her head as if trying to clear the thought. No, she muttered firmly to herself, trying to focus. I need to stay on track. I need to get stronger for Izuku's sake and for my own. I can't let distractions hold me back. Her heart beat faster, and the redness in her face only deepened as the lingering emotions flared again. A small, wistful smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Though, it's always beneficial to have additional motivation. She couldn't deny the warmth that came with those thoughts, a soft blush coloring her cheeks. I'll have to channel these feelings into my training. Momo exhaled slowly, redirecting her focus as she moved toward her suitcase. She opened it to find her new costume waiting for her, but as she unwrapped it, her eyes widened in surprise. The design had been completely altered. A frustrated groan escaped her lips. She had been fond of her old design, finding it practical and comfortable, suited perfectly to her quirk. The familiarity had been comforting. But now, this new version, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. The thought of Minetta's lingering stares only deepened her frustration. Him. His constant ogling had become a source of discomfort, and she'd grown tired of his lecherous glances and drooling. She couldn't even imagine the kinds of thoughts running through his mind, and it made her stomach churn. I could still make my original design if I needed to, Momo thought, her fingers brushing over the fabric of her new costume. Yet, Izuku's praise of Melissa Shield's design skills echoed in her mind, encouraging her to at least try it on. As she slipped into the suit, her initial reluctance gave way to tentative gratitude. The costume was far more practical and far less revealing than her old one. Her breath caught as she turned to examine her reflection in the mirror. The sleek red and white bodysuit hugged her form, its modern design drawing attention to her figure without being overtly flashy. She twirled slightly, noting the plunging neckline and the open back, as well as the sleeveless design and strategically placed openings along her legs, which would undoubtedly make using her quirk more efficient. Her gaze shifted downward, taking in the golden utility belt with its neat pouches, and finally her new boots, sturdy white ones with red accents. Unlike the calf-length red heels she used to wear, these looked durable and ready for action. I have to admit, Melissa's done an excellent job, Momo murmured, though her tone carried a faint trace of reluctance. Her fingers traced the fabric over her abdomen as she whispered, "No wonder Izuku seems to admire her." The thought stirred an unexpected pang of insecurity. Did he admire Melissa for more than just her skills? Would he ever see her in that same light? She pushed the thought aside, shaking her head firmly. "Focus, Momo." But the seed of doubt had already taken root. Her train of thought abruptly shifted when she realized something was missing. Wait, where is it? Where's my Yaoyori dictionary? Panicked, she rummaged through her suitcase and scanned the room, her brow furrowing in frustration. Finally, she spotted a small disc nestled among her belongings. Hesitantly, she pressed the button on its surface, and a holographic image of Melissa Shield sprang to life. "Hello, Momo Yaoyorozu," Melissa's cheerful voice greeted her. "I owe Izuku a favor, so I offered to help with your costume design. And, wow, it definitely needed some work." Momo's eyes widened as she took in the holographic figure, Melissa's bright blonde hair, her confident smile, and her polished demeanor. There was something about her effortless grace that made Momo's chest tighten. "What is this feeling? Am I jealous?" Melissa's hologram continued. "First things first, I ditched the heels. Seriously, why do designers still insist on those? How were you even running and jumping in them?" Momo's lips parted to respond, but Melissa held up a note in the hologram. "Oh, and if you're wondering about the bookshelf, check the note," Melissa said, her tone still upbeat. "It'll explain my concerns." Momo grabbed the note, her heart sinking as she read the list. Dangers of Momo's original costume design. Spinal injury risk. Vulnerable to paralysis or long-term damage. Falling hazard. Prone to head trauma, broken bones, or internal injuries. Villainous attacks. Exposed to severe injuries in combat situations. Design flaws. Prioritized style over safety. Lack of protection. Left vital areas exposed and vulnerable. Melissa's warning. A broken spine waiting to happen. Momo stared at the note, her face growing pale. Her earlier annoyance at Melissa's adjustments faded, replaced by a grim understanding. Oh my. Momo trembled, realizing the consequences of her costume design. Melissa's hologram reassured her, "Don't worry, there are plenty of better ways to implement your encyclopedias. Izuku made these for you." Flashback. A couple of weeks ago. Melissa yawned, her star-striped shirt slipping off one shoulder as she stretched lazily. Settling back into her chair, she glanced at the screen where Izuku's concerned face greeted her. "Looks like you've been overworking yourself again. Don't burn yourself out, okay?" he said, his voice carrying its usual warmth. Melissa raised a brow, her lips curving into a teasing smile. "Oh, coming from you, that's the pot calling the kettle black," she shot back, her tone light but pointed. Izuku's face instantly turned crimson, and he fumbled with his words. What are you talking about? I'm just concerned about your well-being." Melissa couldn't help but burst into laughter, her giggles filling her dorm room. "Izuku, you're like an open book. I know you're worried, but relax. I'm fine." Her teasing seemed to melt his embarrassment, and a warm smile replaced the flush on his cheeks. I know," he admitted softly, "I just want to make sure you're taking care of yourself." You've been working so hard lately. Melissa's expression softened, and her voice took on a gentle tone. I appreciate that, Izuku, I really do. But you and Papa don't need to worry so much. I promise I'll take it easy, if you do. Izuku blinked, surprised at her sudden challenge, before nodding with a sheepish smile. Deal. I'll try to take it easy. Good. Now that we've got that settled, Melissa said with a playful glint in her eye, I was wondering, do you want to talk about your class's hero costumes? Izuku perked up instantly, his enthusiasm shining through as he leaned closer to the monitor. Oh, absolutely. I've been thinking about ways to improve Ida's costume to make it more efficient for his speed-based abilities. Melissa chuckled at his sheer excitement. Izuku, slow down, she said, trying to keep up with his ideas. You've mentioned before that Momo's costume seems impractical. Izuku hesitated for a second, then shared an image of Momo's current design. Melissa took one look at it and choked on the sip of tea she'd just taken. What kind of idiot designed this? She blurted out, her cheeks puffed indignantly. So many. Why is it so sexualized? She's 15, Melissa muttered, her voice trembling. She could already envision the risks and impracticality tied to such a design. Is it really that bad? Izuku asked, his tone genuinely innocent. Yes, it's completely unnecessary and dangerous. Not to mention clearly designed by some perv trying to get their kicks. Melissa snapped, pinching the bridge of her nose in frustration. We're going to have to revamp this, she declared firmly. Make it functional, safe, and at the very least appropriate. The two sat in front of their computers, the glow from the screens reflecting their determination as they bounced ideas back and forth. Eventually, Melissa leaned back, frowning slightly. We still need a way for her to access information quickly, especially in the heat of battle, she mused. She can't flip through a book or scroll on her phone mid-fight. That's just not practical. Izuku's eyes lit up as inspiration struck. I've got an idea, he exclaimed, quickly activating the Omnitrix. Cycling through forms, he skipped past Diamondhead and stopped at Brainstorm. Slamming the dial down. Melissa nodded, unfazed by the transformation. All right, Brainstorm, let's get to work. What do you need? Brainstorm clicked his claws with an air of superiority. At last, you seek my genius. How refreshing. I'll require a simple pair of glasses, not too ostentatious a vessel for the advanced neurocircuitry and nanoprocessors I shall design to interface with a vast database of information. And of course, your assistance, Melissa. While your intellect is passable, it will suffice for such a task. After all, we are crafting this marvel for Momo Yaoyorozu. Melissa smirked, suppressing an eye roll. Oh, joy, another chance to bask in your intellectual glory. Brainstorm's tone turned almost theatrical. Indeed, you should be. Someone must shepherd you through the labyrinth of my brilliance. Your intellect, while respectable for a human, lacks the grandeur of true genius. That said, your ability to comprehend my concepts is commendable. Melissa's eyebrow twitched at the backhanded compliment, but a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. All right, let's just focus on the task. You can keep your grand genius speeches to yourself, okay? As she began gathering materials, Brainstorm continued, his voice oozing condescension. Now, Melissa, do try not to get distracted. Quantum physics is hardly child's play, though I suppose I could simplify it for your understanding. Melissa paused, clenching the wrench in her hand, her eye twitching in irritation. If he weren't on a screen and separated by an ocean, she might have thrown it at him. Because that's exactly what I need right now, a lecture from a crab. Despite the grating attitude, Melissa couldn't deny she was learning new techniques through their collaboration. What had started as a favor for Izuku had turned into something far more enriching. Hours slipped by as the two worked through the night. Melissa, now sporting protective goggles, wielded a blowtorch in one hand, carefully shaping the metal frame of the glasses, while her other hand typed furiously on her keyboard. Welding the circuitry to the frame now. Installing the neural interface software, she muttered, her voice muffled behind the goggles. Brainstorm's voice crackled from the speakers. Excellent. Ensure the connections are precise. And do update the database. I will tolerate no oversights. Already on it, Melissa replied, smirking despite her exhaustion. Uploading global molecular structure data to the glasses as we speak. Brainstorm let out an approving hum. As dawn broke, their marathon work session finally came to an end. Exhausted, Melissa slumped forward, her head resting on her keyboard, while Brainstorm's form flickered on the monitor, eyes shut in what could only be described as a mechanical equivalent of rest. On Melissa's desk sat the completed glasses, sleek and polished, their lenses catching the soft glow of the morning sun. Though she was drained, a small, proud smile remained on her face as she drifted off to sleep. Flashback over. Momo opened the sleek case, her eyes widening as she took in the glasses inside. She carefully picked up the accompanying note and read it aloud. I call these the Yayo specs. You know, kind of like Yaoyorictionary but specs. Izuku. A small giggle escaped her lips, and a soft blush rose to her cheeks. Yayo specs, she repeated with a fond smile. That's rather clever of him. Her amusement faltered as she read the next note, her expression shifting to a deadpan stare. Obviously, think of an item. It's not like I made them for no reason. Brainstorm. She chuckled softly, shaking her head. Typical Izuku, she muttered affectionately. With a deep breath, she adjusted the glasses and thought of a simple speaker. Almost instantly, her vision was overlaid with detailed schematics and the molecular structure of the speaker. Her eyes widened as she muttered, carbon fiber woofer, titanium alloy tweeter, polymer matrix. She trailed off, awe-stricken, before exclaiming, this is incredible. Her heart raced as she marveled at the Yayospec's capabilities. I can see the molecular structure of any recorded object just by thinking about it. Her voice brimmed with excitement. Another note caught her eye, and she quickly picked it up. You can thank Izuku, he was the brain behind this, Melissa. Momo's face turned a deep shade of red as she clutched the note to her chest, her mind swirling with gratitude. Izuku went to such lengths to help me. Oh my gosh, I have to thank him. She whispered fervently, pacing as she tried to compose her thoughts. But how? A simple thank you seems so insufficient. Perhaps I could. No, too formal. Maybe. No, too impersonal. What if? She shook her head, forcing herself to focus. No, I'll think of something meaningful, she resolved, her determination shining through. As she glanced at her reflection in the mirror, now fully dressed in her new hero costume, her cheeks flushed once more. For now, I'll show him I'm worthy of his support through my actions. With that, she stepped out of her room, her mind still racing with ideas, but her heart set on making him proud. Izuku and Itsuka weren't disappointed by the work they completed with Maruko during patrol, though it wasn't exactly what they expected. Maruko took the lead, her pace fast and purposeful as they followed closely behind. Their first stop was a local park, where Maruko gave them their task without much fanfare. Izuku immediately activated Fast Track, zipping through the area to gather scattered litter in seconds. Meanwhile, Itsuka climbed a tree to rescue a stuck kitten, gently handing it back to its relieved owner. Not bad, Maruko commented, her sharp eyes watching them closely. At least you're not tripping over your own feet. Next, they came across an elderly woman struggling with her groceries. Without hesitation, Izuku transformed into 4 arms, effortlessly carrying most of the bags. Itsuka and Maruko handled the lighter load, walking alongside the grateful woman. Thank you so much, heroes. The woman exclaimed as they reached her home. You've saved me so much time I can focus on setting up for my granddaughter's birthday party now. Maruko gave her a casual smile. No problem, ma'am, take care. The rest of the patrol was quieter, but Maruko didn't waste the opportunity. She began lecturing them on hero protocols as they walked. In a villain situation, first priority's always civilian safety, she said, her tone firm. Keep your eyes open and think fast. Got it? Yes, ma'am, Izuku and Itsuka replied in unison. Maruko's lips curved into a smirk. Of course, I leave the hand-holding to the rescue types. My job, crush the villains before they can do more damage. Izuku's eyes widened, and Itsuka raised a brow. That's one way to look at it, Itsuka muttered. Maruko chuckled. Don't get too comfortable. Remember, we're not cops. Our job's to hold down the fort until the real law shows up. But that doesn't mean you slack off. Understood, they both said, standing straighter under her intense gaze. As they continued their patrol, Izuku found himself studying Maruko more closely. Initially, he'd been intimidated by her no-nonsense attitude and fierce reputation, but he was beginning to see a deeper side, one that blended strength, pride, and genuine care for her work. "Maruko," he asked cautiously, "why did you want to become a hero?" Itsuka glanced at him, equally curious about the answer. Maruko shrugged, her usual smirk appearing. "Why? Because I love fighting," she said bluntly. "Being a hero lets me brawl with strong opponents without getting thrown in jail. Plus, it's a killer workout." Izuku blinked, stunned by her honesty. "Gee, that's straightforward." "Hey, don't look so shocked," Maruko said, her sharp teeth flashing in a grin. "I like helping people too, sure. But if I'm being real, the adrenaline, the thrill, that's what gets me out of bed every day." Itsuka chuckled. "Honestly, that makes sense. Fighting can be exhilarating." "Exactly," Maruko replied, her grin widening. "There's nothing like a good fight to remind you you're alive." Izuku nodded slowly, processing her words. Not every hero needs a tragic backstory. Even if her reasons seem simple, there's real strength in being honest about what drives her, he thought. Their conversation was interrupted by a distant shout. "Stop, thief!" Maruko's ears twitched, her sharp eyes locking onto the commotion ahead. A man darted through the crowd, clutching an elderly woman's purse. "Finally," Maruko said, a wicked grin spreading across her face. "Alien Force, you're up." "Huh," Izuku exclaimed, startled by her sudden command. "Quit standing around, move it," she snapped. Izuku sprang into action, his eyes locking onto the fleeing thief. The man leapt onto a building, his powerful jumps propelling him effortlessly from rooftop to rooftop like a spring-loaded cannon. Izuku's heart raced as he activated Fast Track, his speed matching the thief's agility stride for stride. "He's got a jumping quirk," Izuku muttered, a spark of excitement in his tone as he zipped between the narrow alleyways, bounding from walls to roofs to keep pace. Behind them, Maruko crossed her arms, a wide grin spreading across her face. "Look at him go. This just got interesting. Let's see if Alien Force can actually pin him down." "Don't underestimate Izuku," Itsuka said, her eyes tracking his movements. "But I'll step in if he screws up." The chase intensified as the thief glanced back, his sneer twisting into a taunt. "A kid playing hero. Pathetic. You think you can catch me?" Izuku's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. "I'm not playing," he said under his breath, his hand slamming down on the Omnitrix dial. The green glow of transformation surged around him as he shouted, "It's hero time." In an instant, his form shifted into amphibian, the green light fading to reveal his sleek, electrified body. Amphibian's blue, bioluminescent streaks shimmered as he leapt after the thief, bouncing between buildings with ease, sparks crackling in his wake. The thief faltered, startled by the sudden transformation. "What the?" he yelped, shielding his eyes from the green flash. Amphibian smirked, electricity building in his hands as he called out, "Let's see how far that quirk of yours can take you." With a burst of energy, he unleashed a bolt of electricity that arced through the air like a lightning strike. The thief barely had time to react before the volts coursed through him, his body seizing mid-jump. The force sent him careening through the air, crashing into a rooftop with a dull thud. His body jerked uncontrollably before plummeting, spiraling downward in a trail of smoke. Amphibian floated forward, watching as the thief hurtled toward the ground. "Not so fast," Itsuka called out, her voice firm. She leapt from her vantage point, her quirk activating as her hand grew to an enormous size. With precise timing, she caught the thief mid-fall, her enlarged fingers cushioning the impact. The thief groaned, dazed and immobilized in her grasp. "Gotcha," Itsuka said with a triumphant smirk, shrinking her hand back down as she secured him. Amphibian hovered nearby, sparks dancing across his body as he observed the scene. "Nice catch, Itsuka," he said, his voice distorted slightly from his alien form. "Nice work yourself," she replied with a smirk, her hand returning to normal. "But you were moving a bit slow. You almost lost him." "I had him," Amphibian protested, though his tone was more playful than annoyed. Itsuka scoffed, her grin widening. Sure, That was a shockingly good move, though. Amphibian groaned, rubbing his face with one sparking hand. Please, not the puns. Maruko glanced over her shoulder, her sharp gaze locked on the situation. Alien force. While we're handling this, get that purse back to the nice old lady. Battle fist, you keep your eyes on the target. She barked, her commanding tone leaving no room for argument. Izuku, now in his amphibian form, nodded quickly, zipping over to the old woman with the purse in hand. The elderly woman's face lit up as she patted the alien's glowing head. Thank you, dearie, she said warmly. Amphibian gave her a polite nod, then tapped the Omnitrix dial. In a flash of green light, he reverted to his human form and jogged back toward Maruko and Itsuka. Just as he reached them, someone bumped into him. Oh, Izuku exclaimed, turning to see a boy about his height. He wore a white hoodie with the hood pulled low, shadowing his face, and a black surgical mask. I'm sorry, Izuku apologized quickly, bowing slightly. The boy's hidden gaze lingered on Izuku for a moment. That costume, are you a hero? His voice rasped, low and slightly strained. Izuku straightened up, his emerald eyes lighting up. Well, not a full hero yet. I'm still a student, but we're out here on our hero internships. He replied enthusiastically, his energy spilling over. The boy tilted his head slightly, looking Izuku up and down. Must be nice. Getting to use your quirk however you want, he muttered, his tone carrying a hint of bitterness. His body suddenly jerked forward with a violent cough, his frame trembling as if held together by frayed strings. Izuku's expression immediately shifted to concern. Are you okay? You don't look well. The boy staggered back, shaking his head. You'd better not get any closer, he muttered quickly before turning to leave, his steps unsteady and uneven. Izuku stood frozen, worry etched across his face. Maybe he's sick, he murmured under his breath. Hey, alien force. Maruko's voice cut through the moment like a whip. Stop standing around and get your ass over here. We've got work to do. Izuku flinched, snapping out of his thoughts. Sorry, he stammered, bolting toward Maruko and Itsuka. As he ran, his thoughts briefly lingered on the boy and his worsening cough. Behind him, the boy's hacking grew harsher, echoing faintly in the distance. Maruko lounged casually on top of the subdued villain, chewing on a carrot like it was no big deal. Her crimson eyes flicked toward Izuku and Itsuka, sharp and assessing despite her relaxed posture. Now, I ain't in the habit of handing out pointers for free, but you two did pretty damn well for rookies. That said, her grin turned mischievous. I've got some notes. Midoriya, Maruko barked, her voice snapping like a whip. Izuku straightened up instantly, his stance rigid like a soldier being addressed by a drill sergeant. Why yes, ma'am. You did good, kid, Maruko said, her tone more relaxed but no less direct. You're fast, real fast, but you hesitate too much. You've got instincts for a reason, so trust them. Stop overthinking and just move. Got it. Izuku nodded rapidly, his face tinged with a faint blush at the unexpected praise. Why yes, ma'am, thank you. Maruko smirked, clearly amused by his flustered reaction. Then she turned her attention to Itsuka. Kendo. Yes, ma'am, Itsuka replied, standing up straighter despite the fatigue evident in her posture. Nice work snagging the villain when you did. That move was slick, kinda sly, but effective. Good thinking. Maruko gave her a thumbs up, her grin widening. Itsuka's cheeks flushed as she rubbed the back of her neck. You saw that. Bunnies have killer peripheral vision, Maruko replied with a cocky smirk, her eyes closed as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. What do we do now, Maruko? Izuku asked, tapping the Omnitrix dial on his chest to transform back into himself. Maruko hopped off the villain, dusting off her gloves. Already called the cops. Now, we babysit this punk until they show up. Once they're here, we make sure they're cuffed and hand over a quick rundown of what went down. After that, we file an incident report. A copy of it'll go to the agency, and it'll count toward your evaluation. The two nodded, taking in her instructions. Itsuka plopped down on the curb, clearly worn out but attentive. Maruko crouched down beside the unconscious villain, her tone turning slightly teasing. Not bad for your first day, huh? Didn't expect you two to get into trouble this fast, but hey, Nothing beats hands-on experience. Izuku and Itsuka exchanged glances, a mix of pride and exhaustion settling in. Maruko grinned, the sharp edges of her personality softening just a bit. In a dimly lit alleyway, the boy staggered deeper into the shadows, his frail body shaking with each violent cough. His breaths were ragged, and his voice came out as a rasp. Damn, my quirk. He clutched his chest, leaning heavily against the wall for support. I gotta release it, he muttered weakly. A thick, black gas began to seep from his body, coiling and writhing like a living thing. It flowed out of the alleyway, spreading across the city streets and cloaking the area in an unnatural fog. Nearby, a couple strolled through the now misty streets. The blonde woman clung to the arm of a man with pointed, elf-like ears, her brow furrowing as she glanced around. Is it just me, or is it getting foggy all of a sudden? She asked uneasily. Oh, you're right, it does seem. The man stopped mid-sentence, inhaling the strange gas. His eyes rolled back, and without warning, he crumpled to the ground. Hey, don't scare me like that, the woman said with a nervous laugh, her grip tightening on his arm. When he didn't respond, her voice wavered. Come on, get up already, this isn't funny. She knelt down, shaking him frantically. Before she could call for help, the fog coiled around her like an invisible predator. She gasped, inhaling the gas, and collapsed beside him, her body limp. Around them, other bystanders began noticing the strange fog, their confusion quickly turning to terror. People screamed as the gas reached them, many clutching their throats before collapsing one by one. Izuku, Itsuka, and Maruko were on patrol, casually walking through the city when suddenly, Izuku's danger sense flared to life. His eyes darted around, scanning the surroundings in a panic. Maruko's nose twitched, and she instinctively covered her face with her hand. What's that awful smell? She asked, clearly disturbed by the pungent scent that seemed to hang in the air. Before anyone could respond, a piercing scream broke the tension. Somebody help, a person shouted, and the three of them turned to see dozens of pedestrians sprinting away in a frenzy, their faces twisted in fear. What the hell is going on? Maruko muttered under her breath as a man ran up to them, gasping for air. There's some weird fog, you breathe it in and you collapse. I'm not sure if it's poisonous or... The man's words were cut off as he stumbled away, trying to get out of the fog's path. At that moment, all their phones beeped, signaling an urgent announcement. Itsuka quickly pulled hers out, reading the message aloud. This just in. A hazardous fog has emerged in Tsurukumi Ward, sending the area into chaos. Citizens are advised to find shelter immediately. The source of the fog is believed to be a man named Takeshi Bizjima, known for his poisonous gas quirk. He has a history of previous offenses. Itsuka gulped nervously, looking up at Maruko. Maruko, what do we do? Maruko grinned, her eyes glinting with excitement. Ain't it obvious? When a villain pops up, you kick him down. She paused, considering. But we'll need gas masks. The cops should be providing those soon. Izuku hesitated, then turned to Maruko, determination lighting up his face. Maruko, I think I have a better idea. She raised an eyebrow, curious. Izuku nodded and quickly activated the Omnitrix. The faceplate popped up, and he scrolled through his selection, his fingers moving quickly over the dial. I can create wind pressure using my quirks in tandem. If I transform into Stinkfly, I can use my wings to generate enough wind to push the gas away. Maruko's expression shifted, and she cupped her chin in thought. It'll take too long to get the masks, and we can't afford to wait. You're up, Midoriya. Izuku nodded and slammed his hand down on the Omnitrix. A green flash of light erupted around him, and a foul smell filled the air. Maruko grimaced, holding her nose in disgust. Stinkfly. The transformed Izuku called out as he took off, his wings buzzing like blades of an industrial fan, slicing through the air. He soared high above the city, heading straight for the thick, black fog that rolled through the streets like a creeping menace. Maruko and Itsuka wasted no time, each of them moving swiftly into action. Maruko leapt from building to building, her movements graceful and powerful. Itsuka, following close behind, used her enhanced strength to launch herself with tremendous force, mimicking Maruko's jumps as best as she could. Pedestrians screamed as they ran, their legs pumping frantically to escape the fog that seemed to chase them, with some dropping to the ground, unconscious, after inhaling the poisonous gas. Yikes, here it comes. No, don't shove, someone yelled as they pushed through the crowd, desperate to flee. A man sniffed the air, gagging immediately. What the hell is that smell? Izuku, in his stinkfly form, flew high above the chaos. His wings fluttered furiously, gathering power with each beat. With one for all crackling around him, he poured 16% of his strength into his wings, unleashing a massive gust of wind. The force of it swept through the air, dispersing the fog in a wide arc. Maruko dove in, her eyes scanning the area as she grabbed two children who were about to collapse, leaping them both to a safe distance before the fog could touch them. Itsuka quickly enlarged her hands, grabbing three people at once, her powerful legs propelling her forward in a single, powerful leap, each landing a short distance away in a safe zone. Alien force, clear the fog and go after the villain. Maruko barked. Stinkfly nodded, zooming through the sky with intense precision. His wings beat harder, creating powerful gusts of wind that swept the fog away in waves, clearing a path for the citizens to escape. Each flap sent a shockwave of air, the gas evaporating as it struggled to keep up with the force of the wind. The streets slowly started to clear as Stinkfly continued to weave through the city, his wings cutting through the poisonous fog, while Maruko and Itsuka ensured everyone was safely out of harm's way. Using his lower pair of eyes, Stinkfly caught sight of the boy running down an empty street, his body hunched as he tried to escape. Found him, Stinkfly shouted, his voice sharp as he shot toward the villain, his wings slicing through the air with a blade-like shudder. The boy heard the ominous sound of Stinkfly's approach, his eyes widening in terror. Panic flooded his face as he stopped in his tracks, his chest heaving. "Please, don't get in my way, hero," he pleaded, his voice raw with desperation, his hand clutching his stomach as if holding something in. Stinkfly flew closer, confusion etched across his features. What is he trying to do? He muttered to himself, but as he soared above the villain, he noticed something disturbing. The boy was heading towards the outskirts of the city. Why is he going to the outskirts? Stinkfly wondered aloud, his antennae twitching. His eyes narrowed in frustration. The villain had stopped momentarily before unleashing another powerful burst of poisonous gas. Stinkfly veered away, not wanting to get too close. The gas began to spread rapidly, surrounding the boy like a blanket of noxious fumes. Crap, he's heading to a popular area. Stinkfly realized, panic rising in his chest. He flapped his wings harder, moving faster, but his eyes widened in disbelief as the boy suddenly changed course. He's changing direction, Stinkfly thought, stunned. The villain wasn't heading toward the outskirts anymore, and something felt off. Stinkfly's gaze sharpened as he surged upward, aiming to stay above the thickening cloud of gas. His wings hummed as he pumped more energy into them, his focus now solely on the boy. He quickly charged one for all through his lungs, pushing the power into his vocal cords, ready to shout. "Hey," Stinkfly's voice cracked through the air like thunder. "What are you exactly after? Why are you doing this?" The boy froze mid-step, his body shaking uncontrollably. His tear-streaked face looked up at Stinkfly, eyes wide with desperation, the weight of his actions pressing down on him like a vice. Do you need to release your quirk?" Stinkfly shouted, his tone firm but laced with a sense of urgency. The gas was beginning to form a deadly barrier between them, but Stinkfly kept his distance, hovering just above. The boy dropped to his knees, his shoulders shaking as if the weight of his own body was too much to bear. He looked up at Stinkfly, his voice cracking under the strain. "Yeah," he whispered, his voice tinged with shame. "My quirk makes this stupid poison gas. When I don't use it, it builds up inside me, and it hurts." His hands trembled as he clasped them over his stomach, fighting to hold it in. "But using quirks isn't allowed. So I've got no choice but to store it inside me. I can't help it." Stinkfly hovered closer, his heart sinking. "But holding it in only makes it worse, right?" He couldn't help but think of his own struggles with controlling his emotions, how his bottled-up feelings toward Bakugo had nearly got him to kill Bakugo. The boy's shoulders shook violently, and then his voice rose in frustration and fear. "But I've hit my limit again," he screamed, his words sharp and desperate. "Before my own quirk destroys me, I have to let it out." His breath came in ragged gasps as he collapsed onto the ground, his face contorting in pain. "Does that make me a villain, huh? Does it, hero?" Stinkfly hovered above him, his expression softening. The boy's voice was full of so much pain and anguish, his inner conflict bubbling to the surface like a volcano ready to erupt. The gas began to swirl around him, pushing against the boy's body, as if trying to escape its own containment. The villain's chest heaved, tears streaming down his face. "Does it make me a villain?" he shouted again, his voice breaking. His hands clenched into fists as he fought to control the gas within him. "I don't want to be this way." Stinkfly's heart ached as he hovered silently, watching the boy's struggles. He understood all too well the pressure of holding something in, of fighting against something that seemed impossible to control. "No, it doesn't," Stinkfly said firmly, his wings flapping with a sharp shudder as he hovered in place. The boy, Takeshi, stared at him with confusion, his eyes wide as he tried to process the hero's words. "You're gonna let it out," Stinkfly continued, his tone more commanding now. Takeshi blinked, the realization dawning on him, but his panic only deepened. He sniffed, unsure if he could even trust what he was hearing. Stinkfly didn't wait for another second. He pressed his finger to the intercom. "Maruko, I need an empty area of the city. I'm going to have, what was your name again?" He turned his attention back to the boy. "Chi Takeshi." The boy whimpered, his voice trembling with unease. "We're gonna have Takeshi let out the poisonous gas," Stinkfly said firmly, and on the other end of the comms, Maruko's voice immediately shot through, full of disbelief. "Huh, what do you mean you want the villain to let out the poisonous gas?" Maruko shouted, her voice sharp with shock. Stinkfly winced but stayed calm. I have a plan. No one's gonna get affected by the poison. I need an empty area, a street, a block, anything," he said quickly. Maruko's voice was laced with skepticism. "What, are we giving villains a free pass now?" Stinkfly quickly explained the situation, his voice steady but urgent. "He's been holding this gas inside for too long. He can't keep it in anymore or it'll destroy him from the inside. We need to get him to release it somewhere safe. Unleash it, all of it. I've been stockpiling the gas for years. It's too dangerous. Last time I did so I ended up hurting a lot of people," Takeshi said, his voice trembling with guilt and fear. Stinkfly gave him a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, I've got an idea." Maruko's voice was steady again, though still skeptical. "All right, kid, there's an empty street a few blocks southwest from where you are. You'll be clear." Stinkfly didn't hesitate. "Thanks, Maruko," he said before turning back to Takeshi. "Follow me." Takeshi, still hesitant but trusting the hero's confidence, stood up, his legs shaky. With a deep breath, he began running, following Stinkfly as he flew ahead, his speed pushing them both forward. "Trust me, okay," Stinkfly called back over his shoulder as he flew low to the ground, glancing down to make sure the boy was keeping up. Takeshi nodded, his eyes filled with a mix of fear and relief. He didn't know why, but Stinkfly's words gave him a sense of safety. He ran harder, keeping pace with the hero, his breath still ragged but determined. They finally reached the empty street, the area devoid of life, with no signs of movement. Stinkfly hovered above, scanning the area. When he was certain no one was around, he flew to the far end of the street, landing safely. A green flash engulfed him, and in an instant, he was back to his original form Izuku Midoriya. He looked from the end as he pressed the button on the Omnitrix, the faceplate popping up as he quickly scrolled through. "Takeshi, let it out. Don't hold back." Takeshi hesitated, but the strain in his body became too much. With a final, desperate gasp, he released the gas. It exploded outward from him like a bomb, black fumes billowing from his body and rapidly expanding through the city. "Fast track," Izuku shouted, his voice cut short by the roar of his own transformation. In an instant, a green flash erupted and Fast Track shot forward like a bullet from a gun, his body a streak of blue as he darted around the mist. He spun in a tight, controlled circle, desperately holding his breath to avoid inhaling the toxic gas, his legs pumping with explosive speed. His mind raced as the gas surged toward him, but he didn't falter. "I've got this," he thought, focusing on his newly perfected move. The winds howled as Fast Track pushed himself faster, his figure becoming a blur of blue, his limbs a blur of motion. He whipped around the cloud of gas, forming a vortex with each lap, the air thick with pressure and speed. The gas, like a wild beast, tried to escape, but he kept it contained, moving in tighter spirals until the vortex reached higher and higher into the air. The winds roared louder, like a storm with no mercy. As the tornado began to pull in more and more of the black mist, the streets cleared. Pedestrians, stumbling backward, watched in awe as the gas was sucked upward, away from the danger zone. Paramedics rushed in, carrying the victims who had already collapsed, their bodies too weak to move on their own. "What the hell is that, a tornado?" someone yelled. Fast Track's grin widened, his speed not slowing even for a second. The tornado began to twist higher, the gas rising with it like a living thing, its serpentine shape dragging everything with it. The winds howled and ripped at the buildings as Fast Track moved in tight, controlled spirals, his feet blurring on the ground, as he continuously accelerated the vortex. The gas, once scattered through the streets, was now helpless against the vortex, getting pulled away in a massive spiral that reached toward the sky. With a final, deafening rush, the last of the gas was sucked up, pulled high into the upper atmosphere, and dispersed into nothing. Fast Track broke away from the vortex, his body screeching to a stop, his chest heaving with exhaustion. The city was calm again, the skyline clear and blue, the air fresh. In his arms, Takeshi, his eyes wide with disbelief, was now free from the poison that had threatened to consume him. Yes, it worked. Fast Track grinned ear to ear, his adrenaline still surging through him. "Ah!" Takeshi groaned, his body shaking as Fast Track looked down at him in concern. His mind raced. Had he pushed himself too hard? "Are you okay?" Fast Track asked, his voice low, still buzzing from the incredible speed he'd just unleashed. He heard footsteps and turned just as Maruko and Itsuka dashed toward them. "Hey, Izuku, are you all right?" Itsuka called, her tone filled with concern. "Yeah, I'm okay," Fast Track said, his breath coming out in quick gasps as he checked Takeshi's condition. Maruko slowed, eyeing Takeshi suspiciously. "Is that the villain?" Fast Track shook his head, his eyes softening. "He's not a villain," he said, his voice firm. He turned to Takeshi, crouching down to meet his eyes. "Are you all right?" Takeshi looked up at him, his face breaking into a relieved smile. "The poison, it's all gone." His voice cracked with emotion, tears streaming down his cheeks. Thank you, heroes." Fast Track felt something stir deep in his chest at the sight of the boy's relief. It wasn't just about saving the city. It was the gratitude, the joy of seeing someone so genuinely freed from the burden they'd been carrying. "No problem," Fast Track said quietly, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. The police quickly arrived on the scene, and we wasted no time explaining the situation to them. But their response was immediate and dismissive. "Click. Don't worry, we'll take this villain in," one of the officers said, snapping handcuffs around Takeshi's wrists with a cold, practiced ease. Izuku and Itsuka exchanged confused glances, both unsure of what had just happened. "We'll file the report. You should probably head off to your adoring fans, Maruko," said the second officer, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "And you, Midoriya, impressive job handling that poisonous gas. Running around and creating your own tornado. Cool, you're definitely going to make a great pro hero someday," the first officer added. Izuku, still processing, didn't seem to care much for the praise. "Didn't you hear us? He didn't mean to hurt anyone. His quirk just went out of control, and he had to." But the officer cut him off without a second thought. "You didn't hear us, huh? This guy's a villain, plain and simple. Poisonous gas in a high school. Yeah, that's something only a villain does. Don't overcomplicate things, kid." He rolled his eyes as if explaining something to a child. Izuku's frustration grew, his chest tightening. "But he didn't. Save it," the officer snapped. "He's a repeat offender. You're a first year, so I get it, you don't really know how this works yet." He spoke to Izuku as if he were a child who had just learned how to tie his shoes. Izuku blinked, his frustration growing. Yeah, but a villain's a villain. That's the way the world works. You'll get used to it. Izuku's hands clenched into fists, his voice rising in frustration. He didn't mean to hurt anyone. His quirk was out of control. He's been struggling with it his whole life. The second officer, seemingly unfazed, turned to his partner and said, "Hey, Komokuri, once we're done with this villain, how about we grab something to eat? I'm starving." "Sweet. I'm famished," Komokuri replied nonchalantly, ignoring Izuku entirely as they led Takeshi away. Izuku's hands balled into fists, his anger simmering beneath the surface. All Might's words about holding back his feelings echoed in his mind, but this wasn't just frustration, it was injustice. He couldn't just stand by. Clenching his teeth, he grabbed the nearest officer's arm, his grip firm and unyielding. Silence settled around them, the air thick with tension. The officer turned, his eyes narrowing with annoyance. "What the hell do you think you're doing? I said he didn't do anything wrong." Izuku's voice was steady but edged with frustration. The officer's expression twisted with disbelief. "Huh, what are you talking about now?" Izuku didn't flinch, his green eyes locked on the officer's. He couldn't contain his poisonous gas. If he did, it would have killed him. He's been holding it in all his life. Yeah, heard that one before." Struggling with his quirk, the officer interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. "Come on, kid, you really think we're gonna buy that? You're just wasting our time. You're not even a pro hero yet. What would you know? Just some villain making excuses." Izuku's stare hardened, his grip tightening around the officer's arm. "He isn't a villain." Maruko and Itsuka exchanged a quick glance, both noticing the officer's patience wearing thin. "Listen, kid," the officer sneered. "I'm not gonna explain the world to a first year. I've got other cases to deal with, and you're wasting my time with this nonsense." Izuku's face twisted with anger, his hands shaking. He knew he shouldn't hold back, everything about this was wrong. "Let him go," he demanded, his voice rising. Itsuka and Maruko both stiffened in surprise. Izuku had never sounded this certain, this fierce before. The officer's tone turned hostile, the sneer never leaving his face. "Oh, I see. Got a hero complex, huh? Think you can change the way the world works with your little tantrum?" He straightened up, his voice dripping with disdain. "Go ahead, keep running your mouth, but you're just wasting our time. If you've got a problem with it, maybe we should bring you in too." "Sounds like the words of another villain," the other officer chimed in, his voice mocking. "Maybe we should lock both of you up. How does that sound, Midoriya?" Izuku's grip on the officer's arm tightened further, his body tense with barely contained rage. "What you're doing is wrong," Izuku said, his voice low but full of conviction. One of the officers glared at him, his eyes glowing a menacing red. "Oh, and what are you gonna do about it?" He took a step forward, trying to intimidate Izuku. Izuku's head dropped, his eyes narrowing, and before anyone could react, emerald electricity exploded from his body, crackling and snapping through the air. The wind pressure surged around him, blowing the officers' hats from their heads. Maruko and Itsuka instinctively covered their eyes, shielding themselves from the sudden surge of energy. "Let him go," Izuku shouted again, his voice fierce, the electricity surrounding him flickering like a storm. "What you're doing is wrong. He didn't deserve this, and stop calling him a villain." The first officer's eyes widened, taken aback by the sudden power. He was about to retort when Maruko swiftly stepped in between them, her posture firm but calm. "All right, boys, why don't we all take a deep breath?" Maruko said, her voice steady and commanding. She then turned to Izuku, her eyes softening slightly. "Midoriya, let him go." Izuku's eyes widened, his thoughts racing as he opened his mouth to protest. "But I'm okay." Takeshi spoke up, his voice shaky, and already resigned to his fate. "I hurt people, I didn't mean to, but I still did." The guilt was thick in his tone, and his words hung heavy in the air. "I'm used to it, don't worry." He gave a forced smile, but it only made the pain in his eyes more apparent. Izuku could see it clearly, the torment Takeshi was hiding behind his smile. Maruko and Itsuka could see it too, and it made the situation feel even heavier. "You really going to throw away your future for someone like me?" Takeshi scoffed, the bitter smile still lingering on his face. Don't ruin it, Midoriya. I already hurt people, you don't need to get hurt because of me. Izuku's heart ached as he lowered his head, the weight of Takeshi's words settling in his chest. Maruko sighed, her expression softening as she spoke. We can't erase his actions, sorry. Itsuka, sensing Izuku's frustration, gently placed a hand on his arm, guiding him to release his grip on the police officer. Izuku's head hung low, a lump in his throat making it hard to speak. The police officer, rubbing his sore arm, glared at Izuku. Damn brat, he muttered, shaking his head as they started to drag Takeshi away. Takeshi's shoulders trembled slightly, his head hanging low in resignation. Izuku stood still, feeling powerless, like he was being swallowed by the hopelessness of the situation. Itsuka's voice cut through the silence, a bit more upbeat but still tinged with concern. Why, you can still get your hero license, she said, her eyes hopeful. Izuku blinked, surprised by her words. Yeah, with a quirk like yours, you'd make an incredible hero, he said, trying to lift Takeshi's spirits, though the weight of the situation still clung to him. And when the news gets out about what happened, we could start a petition. It might lighten your sentence, Itsuka added, her voice filled with determination. But Takeshi didn't respond. His head remained low as the police officers dragged him away, his shoulders shaking slightly as he held back sobs. His silence made Izuku's heart ache even more. Maruko's voice was quiet as she turned to them, her gaze somber. This isn't his first offense. He probably has a record, and a black mark. Izuku and Itsuka exchanged looks of shock, the realization sinking in. No way a hero school is gonna accept him. After a few more minutes, the citizens affected by Takeshi's gas had been carefully placed on stretchers and loaded into ambulances. Maruko, Izuku, and Itsuka helped where they could, ensuring everyone was accounted for and safe. But Izuku couldn't shake the gnawing pit in his stomach. Why did he just let Takeshi go? He hadn't done anything wrong. He was forced to hold his quirk in because he wasn't allowed to use it, and when it inevitably became too much, he was punished for it. What would happen next time? Would Takeshi be forced to go through this all over again? Forced to hope a hero was nearby, only to be arrested again? The cycle felt unnecessarily cruel. Hey, Maruko's voice cut through his spiraling thoughts, snapping him back to the present. Izuku turned to her, surprised. Why yeah, you did a pretty good job out there, Maruko said casually, though her tone carried an underlying sincerity. You assessed the situation, figured out what was going on, and got everyone to safety as quickly as possible. She turned to him with a smirk. That tornado you whipped up. If you hadn't thought of that, things could have gone south fast. That's not something just anyone can do, especially a first year. Izuku blinked, her words catching him off guard. Thanks. I guess, he stammered, his face reddening slightly. Maruko's crimson eyes narrowed slightly, her lips tugging into a grin. Still, you've got guts, kid. I saw the way you stood up to those cops back there, all fired up over that kid. You were ready to take them on, weren't you? Izuku flinched slightly, looking away. I didn't mean to cause trouble, it's just. He trailed off, his hands clenching by his sides. He didn't do anything wrong. He shouldn't have to live like that, constantly holding his quirk in, waiting for the day it gets out of control again. There has to be some kind of place where he can safely release it, right? Something to stop this from happening again. Itsuka, walking beside them, raised an eyebrow. That's not really how things work, Midoriya, she said, her tone tinged with confusion. Maruko snorted, her laugh sharp and humorless. Yeah, you must not have had your quirk that long if you're asking something like that, she said, shooting him an amused look. They reached the hotel lobby, the hum of activity around them a stark contrast to the earlier chaos. Maruko turned to Itsuka. Hey, Kendo, go on ahead, I'll catch up with you later. Itsuka nodded, giving Izuku a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Don't beat yourself up about it, okay? Maruko's already filed for a lighter sentence for him. She's got his back, and so should you. As Itsuka walked off, Maruko glanced at Izuku, her gaze sharper now. So, judging by your reaction earlier, I'm guessing you've never had any quirk counseling, huh? Izuku flinched, his mouth opening in surprise before he hesitated. No, I didn't think it was necessary. Maruko scoffed, shaking her head. Yeah, figures. Well, for most of us with dangerous or villainous quirks, she said, making air quotes with her fingers, it's drilled into our heads early. Don't use your quirk, hold it in. Over time, that just becomes your normal. That kid, he's been doing that his whole life, and when he finally can't anymore, the world labels him a criminal. That's how it works. Her words hit Izuku like a brick, and his head lowered as the weight of it all sank in. Hey, Maruko said suddenly, her tone softening just a fraction. When he glanced at her, she smirked, her sharp crimson eyes gleaming. I wasn't kidding when I said you've got guts, standing up for that kid like that. Most people would have backed off the second those cops pushed back. But you didn't. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, his face flushing slightly. I couldn't let it slide, he muttered. Maruko chuckled, her grin widening. You've got something, Midoriya. I like that. Izuku's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly looked away, his face burning red. Gee, thanks, he mumbled. As they walked toward the stairs, Maruko found herself sneaking another glance at him. There was something about the kid, his unwavering sense of justice, his willingness to stand up even when the odds were against him, that tugged at something deep within her. Yeah, she muttered under her breath, a small smile tugging at her lips. You've definitely got my attention. ... Izuku collapsed onto his bed, the long day of hero work and training leaving him utterly drained. His body ached, and his mind was foggy as he scrolled through his phone, catching up on texts from his classmates. Many of them, particularly the girls, were asking how his internship was going, sharing brief updates about their own. It seemed, from their messages, that none of their experiences were quite as eventful as his. Too tired to reply, Izuku's eyelids grew heavy, and he drifted into a deep sleep. Hours later, the Omnitrix began to glow yellow, the hum of its activation stirring Izuku from his rest. He groggily sat up, squinting at the light emanating from the watch. Yellow. What's going on now? He mumbled, still half asleep. The Omnitrix's dial spun briefly before reverting to its familiar green. Then, an unfamiliar silhouette appeared on the device, a rounded figure resembling an Earth dry cell battery, with sharp accents and a peculiar energy about it. New alien, Izuku whispered, his curiosity piqued. Before he could contemplate further, a high-pitched chirping laugh filled the room. Startled, Izuku looked up to see a strange creature perched on his desk. The alien was small, barely a foot tall, with a black cylindrical body accented by yellow. A lightning bolt shape adorned its chest, and plus and minus symbols were visible on its back. Its legs were sharp and pointy, and it waved at Izuku with its three-fingered hands. You're an alien, right? Izuku murmured, stepping closer. The Nosedenian responded with more chirping laughter before releasing a small zap of electricity that struck Izuku's arm. Gah! Izuku yelped, stumbling back as his body briefly twitched. The alien's laughter grew louder as it zipped around the room, sending out playful bursts of electricity and taunting him. Hey, wait! Izuku yelled, grabbing his red shoes and chasing after the mischievous creature. Sparks of green electricity crackled around his body as he moved, lighting up the darkened room. The commotion jolted Maruko awake. Her ears twitched as she caught the sound of hurried footsteps and a faint electrical hum outside her room. She glanced out her window and saw Izuku, illuminated by green energy, chasing a streak of yellow light into the night. What the hell is that kid doing now? She muttered, throwing on her jacket and storming out of her room. She knocked on Itsuka's door with urgency. Kendo, get up, we've got a runner. Itsuka groggily opened the door, rubbing her eyes. What's going on? Midoriya's gone AWOL, Maruko said bluntly, already sliding into her hero costume. Put your gear on. Snapping awake, Itsuka quickly changed into her hero costume and followed Maruko. They both leapt out the window, landing softly on the ground below. Meanwhile, Izuku was hot on the trail of the alien creature, his eyes glued to its glowing form as it zipped through the power lines. Just as he picked up speed, a voice called out, "Heads up! Before he could react, someone slammed into him, knocking him off balance. The figure briefly came apart, floating in midair before reforming into Setsuna Tokage. "Ow!" Izuku exclaimed, stumbling back. "Whoops. My bad," Setsuna said casually, brushing herself off. "Didn't think I'd run into you, literally." She glanced at the glowing trail ahead. "I've been tracking some spark-spitting bastard messing with stores around here." "Not just a troublemaker," Izuku corrected, panting slightly. "It's an alien." Setsuna's eyes widened slightly, her smirk fading into a curious frown. "An alien? Seriously? Cool." Before she could press further, a loud shout interrupted them. "Get back here, you little gremlin." They turned to see Mina Ashido sliding toward them on a trail of acid, her costume slightly charred. She stopped near Izuku, her hands on her knees as she caught her breath. "Midori, you're here too." Before Izuku could answer, another voice rang out with commanding fury. "Cease your transgressions, foul creature. You shall face divine judgment." Abara Shiozaki stormed onto the scene, her vines snapping like whips. She was chasing another Nosedenian, which was gleefully waving a pair of white panties in its tiny hand. "Return what you have stolen," Abara shouted, her face flushed with righteous fury. The alien tossed the panties high into the air and darted away. Abara's vines shot out, catching the garment before it hit the ground. Her cheeks flushed a deeper red as she realized what she was holding. Look away at once," she demanded, her voice stern but shaky. I'm currently without proper undergarments." Setsuna immediately spun Izuku and Mina around with a smirk. All right, no peeking, you pervs." Once Abara adjusted her robes, she cleared her throat, her voice regaining its usual commanding tone. "So, you've encountered these wretched beings as well." Mina grinned, her hands beginning to fizz with acid. "I'm all for a little alien butt kicking." Setsuna stretched, her disassembled fingers floating back into place. "Same here. Let's wrap this up quick." The group nodded in silent agreement, ready to continue the pursuit, but the aliens struck first. A burst of electricity surged toward them, shocking them momentarily. Izuku winced as his body twitched involuntarily, but he quickly recovered, his determination unwavering. The aliens zipped further ahead, their glowing forms lighting up the darkened tunnel as they darted deeper underground. Without hesitation, the group followed, their steps echoing against the rocky walls. For minutes, the tunnel seemed endless, the only illumination coming from the alien creatures they were chasing. Then, they saw a faint glow at the end of the tunnel, growing brighter as they approached. When they finally burst through the opening, their breaths caught in their throats. A sprawling city lay hidden beneath the surface, its design both alien and industrial. Massive gears and pipes wound through the city like veins, while towering chimneys emitted faint streams of smoke. The structures, rusted and patched together, gave the impression of a society built from scrap but teeming with life. Bright yellow lights flickered from various points, casting eerie shadows across the landscape. "Whoa!" the group gasped in unison, their voices barely above whispers. The four teenagers stood atop a rusted metal platform overlooking Undertown, a sprawling, labyrinthine city of patchwork buildings and glowing neon signs. The air was thick with the smell of oil and strange spices, and the streets below teemed with bizarre creatures, aliens of every shape and size mingling with shadowy figures that could easily pass for heteromorphs. Hovering vehicles zipped through the air, weaving around towering structures cobbled together from salvaged parts. Abara clasped her hands together, her emerald eyes wide as they took in the otherworldly sight. "Praise the Lord," she murmured, her voice trembling with awe. "This must be one of his hidden wonders. A city beneath the earth, a testament to his boundless creation. It reminds me of scripture speaking of things hidden beneath the earth." Setsuna leaned on the platform's railing, her sharp eyes scanning the chaotic streets below. Her lips curved into a smirk as she took in the city's sheer scale. "It's got a certain charm, doesn't it?" she said, her tone light but laced with a hint of wariness. "Scrappy, gritty, dangerous. Definitely not your typical tourist spot." Mina's enthusiasm bubbled over as she leaned forward on the platform's edge, her pink eyes wide with excitement. "This is amazing. Like something out of a sci-fi movie. Can we explore, please? I wanna see everything." Izuku's jaw hung open as he scanned the sprawling chaos of Undertown. His eyes lit up with a mix of wonder and curiosity, practically glittering in the glow of neon lights. This place. Whoa, he breathed, the words barely audible. His muttering tendencies quickly took over. How long has this been here? Is this where all aliens live? Or maybe some people with mutant-type quirks, too? And the food here, oh, what kind of ingredients do they use? Do they have unique cooking techniques? His voice rose in pitch as he rambled, his gaze darting in every direction. Setsuna leaned on the railing, a sly grin tugging at her lips. Dork, she teased, crossing her arms as she watched Izuku mutter like a wind-up toy. Before anyone could laugh, a loud blaring horn interrupted the moment. A massive, clunky train-like vehicle barreled toward them, hovering a few feet above the ground. Get out of the way, meat bags. The driver snarled, his voice distorted and gravelly. This is Undertown, not a playground. Izuku's instincts kicked in. Danger sense flared, and he lunged toward Setsuna, pulling her out of the train's path just in time. The two tumbled to the ground as the train roared past, rattling the platform beneath their feet. Undertown, Izuku muttered, the name sticking in his mind as he glanced after the train. The train zoomed past, its driver yelling, "Get out of the way, meat bags." This is Undertown, not a playground. Izuku murmured, Undertown. Setsuna smirked, her eyes gleaming with mischief. From beneath him, she could feel his body heat, and her grin widened. Nice reflexes, Midoriya, she whispered, her breath tickling his ear. If you wanted to be close to me, you could have just asked. She wrapped her arms around his waist, pulling him in. Her soft breasts pressed against him, sending a flush through his face. Izuku's eyes widened, and he stuttered, Chitokage, that's not. Setsuna giggled as she let go of his waist before blowing into his ear, and Izuku immediately jumped away. Setsuna giggled mischievously, her fingers slipping away from Izuku's waist as she leaned in closer. With a playful smirk, she blew a teasing breath into his ear. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise, his body jerking back instantly, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. What the heck, Tokage? He stammered, still trying to regain his composure. Setsuna sat up, still grinning as she brushed herself off. Relax, Midoriya, I'm just messing with you. And seriously, call me Setsuna already. You make me feel like a teacher when you're so formal. Setsuna, Abara exclaimed, her cheeks tinged pink. That kind of behavior is utterly improper. Have you no shame? She clasped her hands in front of her chest as if trying to will the scene away. Mina, meanwhile, burst out laughing. Midori, you're so easy. The vine-haired girl's blush deepened as she scowled at Mina. That's completely irrelevant, and stop encouraging her antics. Mina stuck out her tongue playfully before turning to Setsuna. Still, that was pretty smooth. Setsuna smirked, standing up and dusting off her pants. What can I say? I've got a gift. Izuku, still flustered, waved his hands in front of him. Let's just focus, okay? We're in a completely unfamiliar place, and we need to stay alert. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. Esther called this place an alien underground city. If we stick out too much, we could attract the wrong kind of attention. Mina's eyes gleamed with excitement. An alien underground city. This just keeps getting cooler. Do you think they have, like, alien malls? Alien arcades? Oh, what if there's an alien spa? Setsuna chuckled, nudging Mina with her elbow. Alien nightclubs, maybe. I bet this place is wild after dark. Abara folded her arms, her expression stern. Focus, everyone. We're here for a mission, not a sightseeing tour. This place may look wondrous, but it's likely full of danger as well. Mina pouted but didn't argue, while Setsuna shrugged. Fine, but if we pass by an alien market, I'm stopping. Just saying. As they walked deeper into Undertown, the city seemed to envelop them. Buildings loomed overhead, their patchwork designs casting long shadows. Mina suddenly stopped in her tracks, throwing her arms out to block the others. Hold up, we need new clothes. Izuku blinked, confused. Why? Mina gestured to their outfits. Look at us. Izuku's in his pajamas. Abara looks like she's about to lead a choir, and me and Setsuna, well, we just scream, tourist. If we want to blend in, we need to dress the part. Abara sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Ashido, we don't have their currency, nor do we have time to waste on such trivialities. Trivialities? Mina gasped, clutching her chest like she'd been mortally wounded. Abara, you wound me. Setsuna grinned, leaning in close to Mina. She's just jealous she can't pull off alien fashion like we could. Izuku gave an awkward chuckle, trying to mediate. Let's, focus on finding the target first. Maybe if we have time later. Mina groaned but didn't argue, while Setsuna muttered, alien market later. It's happening. As they continued walking, Abara kept her gaze fixed ahead, her posture rigid with determination. Stay close, everyone. This is no place for carelessness. With Maruko. Itsuka and Maruko moved quickly, their eyes locked on the trail of footprints left by Izuku's shoes. The faint glow of streetlights barely pierced the darkness, but Maruko's sharp senses made tracking easy. He stopped here, Maruko said, crouching as her fingers brushed over the ground. Her tone was calm but alert. 3 others caught up with him. She sniffed the air, her nose twitching. They were chasing something electrical. Smells like ozone. Itsuka blinked, impressed. You're amazing, Maruko. How do you do that so easily? Maruko shot her a smirk, standing upright. Comes with the job, kid. Gotta rely on more than just your eyes. Her expression quickly hardened again. Focus up. We're not here for praise, we're here to bring that kid back. Itsuka nodded, her worry creeping in despite her efforts to stay calm. Izuku's always diving headfirst into trouble. What if he's in over his head this time? Maruko glanced at her, her voice steady but not unkind. Worry won't help him now. Use that energy to track him down. Itsuka clenched her fists and took a deep breath. Slapping her cheeks lightly, she forced a determined look onto her face. Right, let's get him back. Maruko grinned slightly, a hint of approval in her eyes. That's more like it. The 2 heroes pressed on, scanning every shadow and sound as they followed the trail, their resolve unshakable. As Izuku and his friends wandered through the bustling streets of Undertown, they passed by various vendor stalls, each brimming with strange and unfamiliar items. The air was thick with the mingling scents of exotic foods, strange spices, and a metallic tang that seemed to cling to the air itself. Mina's attention was immediately drawn to a stall showcasing slimy, oddly colored dishes. I kinda wanna know how they taste, she remarked, her eyes fixed on the bizarre-looking food, a mix of curiosity and hesitation in her voice. Setsuna, scrunching her nose in disgust, made a gagging noise. Mina, don't even joke about eating that. Izuku eyed the food nervously. Do you think it's even safe for us to eat? A gruff voice came from behind the counter, and the vendor, a burly man with a rough beard, his accent thick and coarse, chuckled darkly. Perfectly safe for humans, though it's gonna cost you 5 tatanite, he said, his voice carrying the unmistakable drawl of someone used to haggling in a place like this. Mina tilted her head, puzzled. Tatanite, she asked, not recognizing the term. Setsuna crossed her arms, her brows furrowing. Must be their currency, she deduced. The vendor raised an eyebrow at Setsuna and Mina looking at the singed hero costumes. You 2 wouldn't have run into a Nosdinian, did ya? The 2 girls exchanged a confused look, neither one sure what he was talking about. Setsuna spoke up first. Nosdinians, she repeated. What's that? The vendor's expression darkened as he leaned in slightly, his voice taking on a more serious tone. They're aliens that eat electricity. We call 'em Nosdinians, but humans call 'em megawatt. Dangerous things, those. They can tap into electricity and use it to their advantage. And they've got a twisted sense of humor. Mina's eyes widened as the memories of the previous attack flooded her mind. That's the thing that attacked us, she exclaimed, her voice a mix of realization and fear. The vendor nodded grimly. Thought as much. Let me tell you, those Nosdinians ain't to be trifled with. They get real dangerous if they feel threatened. Setsuna's gaze hardened, her usual playful demeanor replaced with suspicion. What do you mean? The vendor's face grew more solemn, his voice low. I mean, when they're cornered or feel threatened, they can get real destructive. They've already caused some serious damage to a nearby town a couple years back. No joke. The group exchanged uneasy glances. They all silently took in the weight of his words. Thank you, Izuku started to say, but hesitated, realizing he hadn't caught the vendor's name. The vendor grunted as he wiped his hands on his apron. No need for thanks, kid. Just keep your distance from those things. He then turned, clearly ready for the next customer to step up. As they thanked the vendor, he smiled and waved them off. The group continued walking, their pace slower now as they processed the conversation they'd just had. Abara broke the silence, her voice curious but steady. So, how did you figure out the megawatt were alien in origin? Izuku reached for the Omnitrix on his wrist, activating it with a small flick of his finger. He cycled through the forms, stopping at the alien. The Omnitrix glowed yellow, and, well, I just pieced it together, Izuku said, a slight shrug accompanying his explanation. Mina's eyes widened, her voice high with surprise. So, you can transform into those little guys. Izuku nodded, his expression serious, but Mina's reaction only deepened her intrigue. Setsuna, walking just behind them, clasped her hands behind her head, her usual carefree grin replaced with a thoughtful frown. Hopefully, you don't end up with their sense of humor. Those things were a nightmare, she commented, her voice holding a touch of disdain for the creature's antics. Abara's expression tightened, her tone more formal and composed. Yes, well, they attacked a nearby store, and Kamui Woods and I tried to stop one of them. It, got past us. Her eyes briefly darkened as she recalled the encounter. Setsuna let out a soft giggle. Seems even aliens have their kinks, huh? Abara's face flushed slightly, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment as she stiffened, trying to retain her composure. Yes, well, it was unexpected, she replied, her voice tight but controlled. Izuku, sensing the discomfort in the air, quickly redirected the conversation. Let's stay focused on the mission. We need to make sure those megawatts don't hurt anyone, he said, his tone shifting to a more serious note. Mina nodded enthusiastically, her eagerness returning. Right, let's get to it. But Setsuna's mischievous grin was already creeping back into place. And maybe next time, Abara, you could wear something a little more alien-proof. She teased, her voice light but with a playful edge. Abara shot Setsuna a sharp glance, her cool demeanor returning as she leveled her eyes with Setsuna's. Oh, very funny, Setsuna, she replied dryly, though the hint of a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Abara's gaze flickered to Izuku, her expression softening just slightly. Her eyes silently conveyed a grateful, unspoken, thank you, for steering the conversation away from her embarrassment. She quickly turned her attention forward, her face still carrying a light blush, but her posture remained unshaken. Despite the small color in her cheeks, she carried herself with the same quiet dignity, maintaining her calm demeanor. Only the faintest flush on her face revealed the subtle impact of the moment. Mirko and Itsuka finally picked up Izuku's trail, leading them to the outskirts of the city. They stood before the entrance of a tunnel, its darkness stretching endlessly, with only the faint hum of flickering fluorescent lights offering any comfort. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and mold, the sound of their footsteps echoing faintly as they moved forward. Itsuka's frustration began to show. Her pace quickened as they ventured deeper into the maze of tunnels. This is a damn maze. Where the hell did he go? She muttered, clearly irritated. Mirko, always the confident one, flashed a grin, noticing the tension in Itsuka. Relax, we'll find him, she said, her tone casual but reassuring. And when we do, we're gonna give him a piece of our minds, maybe throw in a few rounds in the ring to get some of that energy out. Itsuka smirked, her annoyance melting into something more amused. I'm taking the first match. He's definitely overdue for some discipline. Mirko laughed, the sound carefree. Oh, I'm sure you'll get your turn, but I'm not just gonna let you have all the fun. She gave a wink. I'll be sure to let him know what it means to mess with Mirko. They pressed on, the labyrinth ahead only fueling their determination to catch up with Izuku. The four friends meandered through the vibrant vendor stalls, surrounded by alien technologies that seemed like dreams made tangible. They wandered separately but kept within each other's sight. Mina slipped on a bowl-like helmet and posed dramatically, while Abara stood at a stall stacked with ancient-looking books, one of which she picked up and leafed through, her expression thoughtful. "Excuse me, vendor," Abara asked politely, her voice soft but firm, "could you explain the premise of this book? The language appears unfamiliar to me." The vendor, a mysterious woman draped in flowing scarves and adorned with jangling bracelets, smiled knowingly. "Ah, my dear child," she said in a lilting voice that seemed to carry secrets, "that book speaks in tongues older than the stars themselves. It tells of wisdom hidden in the sands of time, for those with eyes keen enough to see." Abara's brow furrowed slightly as she closed the book with care, her curiosity piqued. "Thank you," she said, bowing her head lightly before placing the book back on the pile. Meanwhile, Izuku and Setsuna stood in front of a stall displaying peculiar alien gadgets. Izuku's eyes sparkled with awe as he examined the items, while Setsuna reached out to poke a sleek device. The moment her finger touched it, a small shock sparked against her skin. "Ow!" she yelped, quickly withdrawing her hand, her cheeks flushed in both surprise and embarrassment. Izuku chuckled softly, his concern laced with humor. "Maybe we shouldn't touch random alien tech." Setsuna rolled her eyes playfully, rubbing her hand. Yeah, lesson learned." Her grin remained as she returned to examining the gadgets. Izuku's attention, however, was drawn to a gleaming silver orb etched with electric blue markings. It sat slightly apart from the other items, as though waiting for him to notice it. He picked it up, the smooth surface cool against his palm. The vendor, who had been observing them with a watchful gaze, suddenly stepped forward. "Ah, what's this now?" she said, her voice sing-song and rich with an accent that carried a mystical air. "You've found the Entarian portal generator, little one." Izuku blinked at her, momentarily caught off guard by her vibrant presence. "The Entarian portal generator," he repeated. The vendor nodded slowly, her many bangles chiming softly with the motion. Yes," she said, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "A device of great power. It can whisk you away across the stars, through the folds of space and time itself. But heed my warning, Chili, its magic ain't for the faint of heart. One wrong move, and poof." She threw her hands into the air dramatically. "You're lost to the cosmos." Izuku swallowed nervously, clutching the orb tighter. "That sounds intense." The vendor tilted her head, studying him with sharp, knowing eyes. "Intense, yes, but you, boy." Her gaze lingered on his face as if she were seeing someone else in his place, her expression softening. "You remind me of someone I once knew. Someone who carried the same spark in their eyes." Izuku blinked, unsure how to respond, but the vendor's smile deepened, a hint of wistfulness in her features. They too had a knack for stumbling upon things meant for greater paths. "And just like them, I see you will use these wisely." He blinked, unsure of how to respond. The vendor's smile widened, her teeth yellowed but her aura undeniably magnetic. "3, you shall take. Not 1, not 2. 3. She held up 3 fingers, her bracelets jingling. Izuku's mouth opened to protest, but the vendor waved him off with a dismissive flick of her hand. No, Chili. No arguing with fate. These are yours, as sure as the sun rises." With a graceful motion, she floated 3 identical orbs toward him. Izuku scrambled to catch them, stumbling back slightly but managing to grab all 3. They clinked softly in his hands as he held them close. Thank you," Izuku stammered, his face red as he tried to process her generosity. The vendor let out a low chuckle, the sound echoing like a wind chime. "No need for thanks, little one. Just remember, what you hold in your hands is more than mere trinkets. Use them wisely." Izuku nodded quickly, bowing his head in gratitude before retreating back toward his friends, the strange orbs still clutched tightly in his hands. Behind him, the vendor smiled, her eyes twinkling with an enigmatic light as she watched him go. "Hey, check this out," Setsuna said with a mischievous grin, motioning toward Izuku as they walked over to Abara. Midoriya picked up some alien tech. Abara looked up from the book she was leafing through, her serene expression turning curious. "Alien tech? What kind of item did you acquire?" Izuku held up the 3 silver spheres, their blue markings glinting faintly in the light. His face lit up with excitement. "These. A vendor just gave them to me." Mina's eyes widened, leaning closer to inspect the spheres. Whoa, seriously, lucky find, Midori. Yeah, Izuku said, his tone shifting slightly as his shoulders sagged. But now I have to carry them around, and they're kind of awkward to manage. Mina laughed, reaching over to pluck one of the spheres from his hands. She bounced it in her palm experimentally. Ah, come on, they're just about the weight of a tennis ball. You're acting like it's the end of the world. Izuku scratched his cheek sheepishly. I know, but 3 of them together feel pretty bulky. With a mischievous smirk, Mina snagged the other 2 spheres from his hands and turned to Abara. Guess what, Abara, you're officially in charge of these bad boys now. She deposited the spheres into Abara's bag without waiting for a reply. Abara blinked, her brows raising slightly, but she didn't protest. Instead, she adjusted her bag and offered a gentle smile. If it eases your burden, I'm more than happy to assist. Thanks, Shiozaki, Izuku said earnestly. As they continued wandering through the bustling streets of Undertown, they asked every vendor and passerby they could find about the megawatts, but no one seemed to have any useful information. Mina groaned dramatically, slumping against a wall and resting her cheek on her hand. Ugh, it's like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Nobody knows anything. This is driving me nuts. Before anyone could respond, a young boy with long hair and an orange stripe walked past them, his stride faltering slightly as he overheard their conversation. His eyes darted to the group, and for a brief moment, alarm flashed across his face. He quickly composed himself, straightening his posture and trying to appear nonchalant, though the nervous energy radiating from him was hard to miss. Setsuna's sharp gaze flicked to him. Well, would you look at that? Someone seems awfully jittery. Izuku tilted his head, noticing the boy's sudden shift in demeanor. Do you think he knows something? Only one way to find out, Mina said, already pushing off the wall with renewed energy. Let's go see if we can make a new friend. ... Abara's gaze sharpened as she watched the boy's movements, her voice calm but firm. Pardon me, but didn't the teachers mention that knowledge of aliens is incredibly rare? He seems suspicious. Mina pushed herself off the wall, her brows furrowing. Yeah, and he's our age. What's a kid like him doing here anyway? Setsuna's lips curled into an eager grin. Only one way to find out. Let's go ask him. Maybe he's hiding something juicy. Izuku, always ready to investigate, approached the boy with a warm, non-threatening smile. Hey there, do you have a moment? We just want to. Before Izuku could finish, the boy's eyes widened in panic, and he bolted, weaving through the busy vendor stalls with surprising agility. Hey, wait up, Mina yelled, instantly sprinting after him as he knocked over several stands in his rush. Ah, my goods, one of the vendors cried as baskets and trinkets tumbled to the ground. The group took off after the boy, their focus locked on his fleeing form. Izuku's face tightened with determination as he shouted, the sports festival. He probably knows we're hero course students. Mina glanced over, her expression skeptical but alert. You think that's why he's running? Absolutely, Setsuna replied confidently, her legs moving at full speed. Only guilty people run from heroes. Abara abruptly stopped, her expression unyielding as she drove her hair into the ground. Then let's ensure he cannot escape. Green, thorny vines erupted from the earth ahead of the boy, twisting and snapping like predatory snakes. The boy skidded to a halt for just a moment, his eyes darting wildly as he calculated his next move. With a grunt, he leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding the vines as they lashed out, missing him by mere inches. He's fast, Mina exclaimed, pushing herself harder to close the gap. Desperate, the boy reached into his bag and pulled out a strange, gun-like device covered in glowing wires. Without hesitation, he aimed and fired. A stream of crackling yellow energy shot toward the group, forcing Izuku and Setsuna to dive out of the way. The blast struck a nearby vendor's stall, shattering it in an explosion of wood and debris. Hey, watch it, Mina shouted angrily, dodging falling splinters as she charged ahead. The boy didn't stop, vaulting over a fence with practiced ease and scrambling up a fire escape. He climbed higher as Abara's vines surged forward, snapping at the metal frame but falling just short. How is he still getting away? Mina growled, her frustration mounting. That weapon, Izuku muttered under his breath, his mind racing. Where did he even get that? We can't let him escape. Setsuna shouted, her body already breaking apart into floating pieces. Her limbs and torso soared ahead, closing the distance with unsettling precision. The boy fired at her disjointed parts, but Setsuna weaved effortlessly around each blast, her laughter carrying through the chaos. Come on, is that all you've got? She taunted, her grin wide and unbothered. Abara watched, her expression unyielding as she called out, her voice ringing with authority. You cannot outrun your consequences. Surrender now. The boy glanced back, his movements growing more frantic as the group closed in. Mina, Izuku, and Abara gave chase, but the boy was unnervingly quick, scaling walls and leaping rooftops with an agility that left them struggling to keep up. Gritting his teeth, Izuku glanced down at the Omnitrix and began cycling through its options. Come on, give me something fast, fast track, maybe. He slammed the Omnitrix dial, and a flash of green light burst forth, momentarily blinding Mina and Abara. When the light cleared, Izuku found himself not as the sleek, speedy fast track but as a gelatinous, wobbly green figure with an anti-gravity projector floating above his head. Goop! Izuku exclaimed, his voice warbling slightly as he looked down at his gooey, transparent hands. A wide grin spread across his face. Actually, this could work. Goop shouted, stretching his gooey arms to an impossible length, grabbing a nearby street lamp, and flinging himself forward with ease. Goop? Mina asked. Practical, Abara noted, keeping pace as her vines whipped forward to vault her over a low wall. But he'll need more than versatility to catch that boy. He's surprisingly agile. As they reached the rooftops, Setsuna's floating body parts soared ahead, weaving through obstacles like a swarm of birds. We can't let him get away. Goop's gaze hardened, stretching his torso to slip between two chimneys and closing the gap between him and the fleeing boy. Not happening. The boy, now visibly panicking, looked up and spotted the anti-gravity projector hovering above Goop's head. A sly grin crossed his face. Big weakness, huh, let's see how you manage without it. He pulled out his weapon and fired a crackling yellow blast directly at the projector. Setsuna gasped, her eyes going wide. Izuku, watch out. The blast struck the anti-gravity projector, but instead of shorting out, a shimmering force field absorbed the energy, dissipating it harmlessly. The boy's smug expression fell instantly. Nice try, Goop called, his voice tinged with satisfaction. As the chase continued, the boy aimed wildly, one of his shots striking an apartment building. The explosion sent chunks of debris raining down toward a crowd of civilians below. Goop didn't hesitate. Stretching his gooey form across the gap, he caught the falling rubble in a gelatinous web, absorbing the impact before carefully setting it aside. Setsuna's heart skipped as she watched him protect the civilians without a second thought. Shaking herself from her reverie, she called out, "I'll get them to safety, you've got the rescue part down." Her body parts zipped down to the street, guiding panicked civilians away from the falling debris. Right, Goop shouted, spreading himself thinner to catch the last chunks of rubble. Once the civilians were clear, Goop retracted his form, setting the rubble aside. His gelatinous body shifted back into a more upright stance as Setsuna regrouped, her torso snapping seamlessly back into place as she strode toward him. She gave him an approving nod, her grin teasing. Not bad, you know, for a giant blob of alien goo. Goop's form wobbled slightly, the motion resembling a sheepish smile. Thanks, but it wasn't just me, it was a team effort. And, it's Goop, not alien goo, by the way, he added, his tone light yet self-conscious. Setsuna smirked, crossing her arms. Sure, Goop, guess it suits you, considering you managed to hold it together out there, literally. Goop chuckled softly at her jab, but Setsuna's eyes lingered on him a little longer than usual. Watching him stretch himself to protect the civilians, the way he threw himself into danger without hesitation, it wasn't just impressive, it was endearing. Her heart gave an unfamiliar flutter, and she glanced away quickly, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Focus, Setsuna, you're here to catch the bad guy, not swoon over Goo Boy. She mentally shook herself, but a faint blush betrayed her internal struggle. But her gaze drifted back to him. His gooey form shimmered in the light, giving off an almost ethereal glow as he straightened up. Setsuna's lips quirked into a softer smile, one she didn't fully realize was forming. Something wrong? Goop asked, noticing her momentary silence. Huh, Setsuna blinked, snapping out of her thoughts. Oh, nothing. Just thinking about how you actually pulled that off without melting into a puddle of nerves. Goop wobbled again, his version of a laugh. I'm getting better at handling pressure, I guess. Yeah, you are, Setsuna replied, her voice quieter this time, almost thoughtful. Her eyes softened as she glanced at him once more. Clearing her throat, she crossed her arms again, masking her thoughts with her usual smirk. Anyway, don't let it go to your gelatinous head, hero. We still need to catch that kid. Right, Goop said, his form straightening with determination. As they turned to resume the chase, Setsuna allowed herself one last glance at him, a small, almost shy smile tugging at her lips. As the cheers from the crowd started to die down, the approaching footsteps grew louder. Mina and Abara arrived, both looking fatigued but determined. Mina's face was flushed from exertion, and her hair was a bit tangled from the chase. Did you catch him? She asked, breathless but hopeful, scanning the area. Goop and Setsuna exchanged a glance, both shaking their heads. He got away, Goop admitted with a small sigh of disappointment, his gooey form wobbling slightly. Mina, noticing their downcast expressions, offered a reassuring smile. Hey, don't worry, the fact that he ran means he's hiding something. That's a pretty big lead, right? Abara nodded, her sharp gaze already darting around the area. We can ask around, see if anyone saw where he went. Someone might know. Izuku, feeling the pressure of the situation, reached up and touched the Omnitrix dial, the device glowing brightly as a green flash enveloped him. A ripple of surprise swept through the onlookers. He just turned from polymorph to human. How? A voice from the crowd whispered. The transformation was instant, and before anyone could react, Izuku stood there in his human form, his previously gooey body now fully restored. The crowd gasped. He has the Omnitrix, someone shouted, their voice full of shock. The Omnitrix, another voice, filled with disbelief, echoed through the crowd. But that's just a myth. A legend. Izuku blinked, realizing that all eyes were on him. The whispers grew louder as people pointed and stared. That's not just anyone, that's Izuku Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya. A few people exchanged confused looks. Wait, as in Hisashi Midoriya's son. Izuku's heart raced, and he looked around, his discomfort evident. He hadn't known much about his father's past until recently, and hearing his name mentioned in such a revered tone caught him off guard. He's the son of the greatest plumber, the one who battled some of the most powerful beings in the galaxy. Someone exclaimed with awe. Izuku's gaze dropped, his face scrunching in embarrassment as he processed the magnitude of what they were saying. He hadn't even known Hisashi Midoriya was this famous. All of this was overwhelming. The one who defeated the Zarxians. Someone pressed, their voice reverent. Izuku's brow furrowed slightly. Zarxians, he muttered under his breath, unsure of what that was but sensing how serious these people were. It didn't take a genius to understand they thought his father was some sort of hero. Yes, and the Vorgons, another voice added, the dragon of the cosmic inferno. Izuku blinked in surprise at the mention of the title. He hadn't heard about it, but judging by the reverent tone in the crowd, it was clear this was some sort of legend. A sense of unease crept over him. He wasn't sure how to feel about being compared to a figure of such mythic proportions. His father might have been legendary, but he was just Izuku Midoriya, a boy with dreams and a lot of confusion about his own identity. The crowd was still whispering in amazement, some people even bowing their heads in reverence. Izuku could barely hold back his discomfort, his head slightly lowered as the whispers of, the dragon of the cosmic inferno, echoed in his ears. I didn't even know the Omnitrix was real, someone murmured. Izuku's face flushed slightly at the remark. He wasn't sure how to explain that the Omnitrix wasn't just a myth to him. It was something he now carried, something that had become part of his life in ways he couldn't fully grasp yet. The girls, seeing the mounting tension around him, moved quickly to form a protective barrier. Mina placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, offering him a small smile. Izuku's eyes darted nervously from face to face as the crowd continued to murmur. They were still staring at him with awe, like he was something otherworldly. The whispers continued, but now, in unison, a few of them muttered. The dragon of the cosmic inferno. ... Izuku's eyes snapped up, his face flushing a deep shade of red. He looked like he wanted to melt into the ground, his body stiff with discomfort. As the citizens continued to whisper, the dragon of the cosmic inferno. Their faces lit up with joy, their voices rising in excitement. They surged forward, their hands outstretched, eager to shower Izuku with praise. The girls moved to shield Izuku, but they were roughly pushed aside as the crowd pressed in, each person trying to get closer. Let us through. We must thank I am. Before Izuku could react, the citizens crowded around him, patting his back, shaking his hands, and congratulating him like he was already some kind of hero. Father saved my family. A grizzled hulking man with multiple arms hick Irish accent said, his eyes gleaming with gratitude. He protected us from the Florana. My kids would have been dead if not for I am. An elderly woman, her voice thick with emotion, clasped Izuku's hands tightly. My grandchildren would have been slaughtered by them Denalians if her father hadn't risked it all to save him. She said, her voice cracking as tears streamed down her face. A young couple approached, their faces full of admiration and awe. The woman spoke first, her voice trembling with emotion. We were stranded on a planet, and her father risked his life to save us. Her partner added, his voice deep with gratitude, he fought off a pack of Vulpimancers to make sure we got out of there alive. We owe him everything, lad. Izuku stood there, stunned and red-faced, as the crowd continued to shower him with praise. The sheer weight of it all was overwhelming. He hadn't realized his father's name meant so much to so many people. Then, a burly man with a thick southern drawl picked Izuku up and hoisted him onto his shoulders, his voice booming with pride. Looky here, y'all, the son of the dragon of the cosmic inferno. He's a hero, just like his old man. The crowd erupted into cheers, with some people wiping away tears of joy, their faces glowing with admiration. Izuku's face turned an even brighter shade of red, and he waved his arms awkwardly, trying to squirm free from the man's hold. Wait, please, I'm just. I'm not. Aw man. Maruko's eyes lit up with relief as she saw the light ahead. Hell yeah, we're almost there. She called, her usual tough exterior softening slightly. Itsuka struggled to keep pace behind her, her breath coming in ragged gasps. You don't slow down, do you? She muttered, feeling like she was chasing a hurricane. Maruko didn't even break a sweat, her eyes already scanning the surroundings. As they emerged from the narrow passageway, she skidded to a stop, her gaze darting over the city below. Now that's something else, she grinned, obviously impressed. Itsuka caught up, eyes wide at the sight of the bustling marketplace. Strange, heteromorph quirk users filled the streets, their powers on display as they went about their day. I've never seen anything like this, she murmured, unable to tear her eyes away from the sights. Maruko scanned the crowd, sharp as ever, spotting people celebrating in the distance. Looks like they're throwing a party or something, she muttered, her tone still gruff but with a flicker of curiosity. Itsuka took a step forward, legs shaking from the exertion. Maruko. She started, her voice barely above a whisper. I need a sec. Maruko gave a quick glance over her shoulder, her gaze softening just a bit. Yeah, rest up, she said, her voice still direct but with a touch of understanding. I'll check out what's going on over there. Don't take too long. Itsuka sank to her knees, catching her breath, her body screaming for a break. Maruko, meanwhile, had already started heading toward the crowd, eager for whatever came next. You better be ready, we've still got work to do, she called over her shoulder, her grin returning. Izuku, Abara, Mina, and Setsuna sat at a tavern, surrounded by the murmur of conversation. The group was the center of attention, with curious patrons eager to share stories and praise. A man with striking features, large fins on his neck and under his elbows, white eyes, claws, and white markings on his face and chest, caught their attention. He held a metal container under his chin, containing water, and his razor-sharp teeth gave them an unsettling feeling as he smiled. "Your dad was a legend in the Pyronite and Piscis Volan War," the man exclaimed, his voice animated with excitement. "We were in the middle of a battle, and I thought I was the best pilot. But your dad, well, he humbled me that day." He laughed, clearly relishing the memory. "Shot me right out of the sky, and I've never been able to forget it." His story was incredible, but he spoke with such joy and nostalgia, not bitterness or resentment. Izuku, however, felt uneasy as he listened to the praise for his father. A mix of emotions churned inside him, unsure of how to react to the man's enthusiasm. A thin man with technological eyeglasses perched on the tip of his nose leaned in close to the group. His eyes flickered back and forth with an unsettling intensity, his movements twitchy and erratic. "So, what brings a bunch of humans down here, huh? We don't get your kind down here often." His voice was high-pitched, and there was an eerie edge to his tone. He darted his eyes around the group before focusing on Mina. Mina, ever the curious one, smiled brightly. "Oh, you don't get humans down here often." The thin man let out a high-pitched giggle, his eyes gleaming with manic energy. "Oh, we get plenty. Plumbers, heroes who wander into the sewers, like that knuckleduster guy. He came crashing through here last week, chasing some poor soul." He mimed the chaos, hands flailing around wildly as if reenacting the scene. He started pacing back and forth in front of the group, his eyes flicking around the tavern with paranoid intensity. "You'd be shocked what ends up down here, all sorts of strange creatures, bizarre characters." He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a hushed whisper. "I've seen things that'll make your hair stand on end." The group exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of how to respond to the thin man's erratic behavior. Izuku's eyes widened as he recognized the name. "Knuckleduster," he repeated, his voice trailing off in a mix of recognition and confusion. The thin man, known to the townspeople as Old Man Kuroba, let out a high-pitched chuckle. "Ah, yes, Knuckleduster. That old coot is always causing trouble." Before the conversation could continue, a muscular woman with battle scars and warrior clothing intervened. Standing a towering 10 feet tall, her massive frame seemed to block out much of the room as she grasped Old Man Kuroba by the collar, her grip firm but gentle. "Kuroba-san, behave yourself," she said, amusement evident in her voice. "He may look eccentric, but he's harmless. However, he does have a point. What are you kids doing here?" Izuku hesitated for a moment before answering. We were tracking a few megawatts, and now we're looking for a kid." Setsuna put down her vibrant purple concoction, eyes gleaming with excitement. "Ah, the boy in question," she began, her voice taking on an air of mystery. "He's a teenager with long black hair, featuring a striking orange streak that covers the right side of his face. And let's not forget those black facial markings, quite the mysterious look, if I do say so myself." Izuku, Abara, and Mina exchanged impressed glances. "Wow, Setsuna, you're a regular detective," Mina exclaimed. The woman, still holding Old Man Kuroba by the collar, chuckled and rubbed her chin thoughtfully. "Sounds like one of Fistrix's boys, all right. They've been up to something. Try looking at the edge of town, that's where they usually hang out." As the group stood to leave, Mina suddenly froze. Her eyes were locked onto something in the distance, her body rigid and her muscles tense. Her face drained of color, and she looked as if she had seen a ghost. Izuku immediately noticed the change in her demeanor. Concern gripped him as he turned to follow her gaze. That's when he saw her, a towering figure, 17 feet tall, with dark brown skin and stripes running down her arms and neck. Her skin had an orange-reddish hue, and her eyes burned with a piercing pink intensity. Mina's eyes widened in fear, and her breathing became shallow. Izuku could see the panic rising in her, and he instantly knew that she was reliving a painful memory. Without hesitation, he moved to her side, his hand gently resting on her shoulder. "Mina, what's wrong?" he asked softly, his voice filled with concern. Setsuna, blissfully unaware of Mina's distress, was staring at the towering woman in awe. "Wow, look at her. She's so cool," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Mina's body began to tremble slightly as her eyes widened, flashing with a memory from long ago, a painful reminder of when she had encountered a villain last year. Her breathing quickened, and her gaze became distant, as though the scene unfolding in front of her wasn't even registering. Izuku immediately noticed her slight tremble. His concern grew as he saw her attempt to mask her discomfort, her smile stiff, her posture forced in an attempt to appear unaffected. He could see right through it. "You okay?" Izuku asked, his voice soft but filled with worry, as he leaned slightly toward her, his gaze locked onto hers. Mina let out a weak chuckle, her shoulders tensing. "Oh, I'm fine, Midoriya. No need to be such a worrywart," she tried to tease, but the words came out flat, lacking the usual playful tone. Izuku's heart skipped a beat as he watched her, feeling the weight of her unease. His own hand instinctively moved toward hers, and he gently slid his fingers between her trembling ones, squeezing softly. Mina's breath hitched, her face flushing a deep shade of lilac. Her heart was thundering in her chest, the warmth of Izuku's hand in hers both grounding and overwhelming. She felt her nerves settle slightly, even though her chest still tightened with the remnants of fear. Her cheeks turned even redder, and without thinking, she inched closer to him, her body seeking the comfort of his presence. She leaned in just a bit more, her face pressing against his side as she allowed herself to relax in the safety he offered. The words they didn't speak were louder than anything. Izuku's danger sense flared, and before he could react, a furious Mirko barreled toward him. "You damn idiot," she yelled, her face flushed with rage. Izuku barely had time to process the situation before Mirko's swift kick sent him flying across the alleyway, crashing into a pile of garbage. The crash echoed through the alley, catching the attention of Obara and Setsuna, who quickly rushed to the scene. They arrived to find Mina standing frozen, Mirko still fuming, and Izuku buried under the trash. Izuku groaned from beneath the heap, pushing himself up and looking up at Mirko, bewildered. Maruko, what the hell?" he stammered, still reeling from the impact. Mirko's face was beet red with fury as she stood over him, hands on her hips. "What the hell do you think you're doing, Midoriya? Running off without a word like some kind of rookie? I'm your mentor, you hear me? I don't care what the hell you're up to, you're not pulling this crap on me." Izuku was about to respond, but before he could, Mirko swooped down on him. With a swift motion, she grabbed him by the scruff of his collar, lifting him off the ground effortlessly and slinging him over her shoulder, like she was carrying a bag of rice. "Put me down, Maruko." Izuku sputtered, his voice muffled against her shoulder as he struggled. Mirko gave a low grunt, unfazed. "Shut up, you're coming with me, kid. And when we get back, we're gonna have a nice, long sparring session to knock some sense into that thick skull of yours." Izuku's eyes widened as he tried to wiggle free. "Wait, I can't go back yet. We've got a lead," he protested urgently. Mirko stopped in her tracks, her eyes narrowing as her expression shifted from anger to confusion. "A lead? What the hell are you talking about now?" Her voice was a mix of frustration and curiosity, but her grip on him didn't loosen. Obara stepped forward, his voice steady. "There's a group of villains called the Megawatts. We've got a lead on someone who might know their whereabouts, but he attacked us and got away." Mirko's eye twitched in annoyance, her temper flaring up again. "Okay, hold up." She turned her glare on the group. "Where the hell are your mentors? Why the hell are you all out here without backup?" Her voice was low and menacing, a clear sign she wasn't interested in excuses. The others shuffled nervously, avoiding her gaze. Obara's expression was tight, and Setsuna scratched the back of her neck uncomfortably. Mina took a step back, sensing the storm of Mirko's fury. They all knew they were in for it now. We didn't think it was necessary to bring them," Mina stammered, a nervous laugh escaping her as she scratched the back of her head. Her usual bubbly attitude was a little strained in front of Maruko. Maruko's sharp eyes narrowed into a fierce glare. "Not necessary. You're lucky I'm here to clean up your mess," she snapped, her tone firm and unyielding. "You three are in big trouble, and you're going to have to answer to your mentors for this one." The three girls exchanged nervous glances. The gravity of the situation hit them all at once. They were in deep now. "Thought so," Maruko muttered under her breath. "I'll be taking charge of this investigation. You'll follow my lead. No arguments. Got it?" The trio gulped, but the confidence Maruko exuded made it clear they had little choice. "Yes, ma'am," they replied in unison, relieved that Maruko was at least taking the reins. Izuku, still feeling a little anxious, glanced around, his concern growing. "Where's Itsuka?" he asked, scanning the area until his eyes fell on her. Itsuka was struggling to keep up, her face pale and drenched in sweat. She was breathing heavily, trying to match Maruko's pace, but it was clear that the intensity was taking its toll. Her legs shook, and her expression was a mixture of exhaustion and determination. Upon seeing Izuku, a wave of relief washed over her face, but it quickly turned into a scowl. "Izuku, you idiot," she muttered, her voice tinged with fatigue. "I was worried sick about you, and now I'm stuck chasing after you, and trying to keep up with Maruko. This is torture." Maruko, a few paces ahead, looked over her shoulder and raised an eyebrow. "Hey, you're still on your feet. I didn't expect that much stamina. I guess you've got more guts than I thought." Itsuka glared at her, visibly frustrated. "That's not comforting, Maruko. This is hell on my legs." Maruko smirked, amused by Itsuka's frustration. "Well, at least you're not crying like some pro heroes I've seen trying to keep up with me." She chuckled, showing a rare soft side beneath her tough exterior. "You've got some spirit, I'll give you that." Itsuka rolled her eyes, still clearly displeased. "You're enjoying this way too much, Maruko." Maruko flashed a wide grin. "Maybe just a little." Itsuka shot Izuku a tired, but pointed glare. "I'm going to make you pay for this," she muttered under her breath. Izuku could only swallow nervously at the threat. As they continued to move forward, they heard voices approaching. Turning around, they spotted Setsuna, Abara, and Mina coming toward them. "Hey, big sis," Setsuna greeted with her usual cheeky grin. Abara gave a polite bow, though her eyes still held a hint of nervousness. Mina was still a bit flustered, her cheeks tinted pink from the recent close encounter with Izuku. "What are you guys doing here?" Itsuka asked, a mixture of confusion and frustration in her voice. The four teens exchanged glances before Setsuna sighed dramatically. "Long story. We'll fill you in later." After a few minutes of downtime, Izuku explained the situation, leaving out the details about the Omnitrix and his father. "Aliens, huh?" Maruko chewed on some food, her gaze distant as she mulled over the information. "That explains a lot. Their tech is way too advanced. I've seen some advanced gadgets in my time, but it's beyond anything I've come across. And you're chasing these megawatts?" Itsuka asked, glancing at Abara and Setsuna. Both nodded in confirmation. Maruko let out a low whistle. "I see. So, we're dealing with some serious alien tech and these megawatts are a problem, huh?" Her eyes turned sharp, her expression turning serious. "All right, listen up, brats. I'm gonna lay it out for you." The group fell quiet, focusing on Maruko. "When you're facing villains, especially ones with tech like that, you gotta keep a few things in mind. 1. They don't care who they hurt. Villains will use civilians as human shields or throw them into danger just to make their escape. Your first priority is to protect the innocent at all costs. That's non-negotiable." Izuku frowned, thinking about it. But how do we balance saving civilians and actually stopping the villain? Maruko grinned grimly, her tone still hard but with a hint of experience. "That's the hard part, kid. The reality is that sometimes you'll have to choose. You might have to let a villain slip away for the greater good. It's not easy, but you'll learn when it's the right call. Just remember this, never hesitate when it matters, and never forget what you're protecting." Izuku nodded slowly, absorbing the weight of her words. "And, what if we're not sure what the right call is?" Maruko's gaze softened slightly. "That's when you ask for help. Don't be too proud to get assistance from your teammates or other heroes." She paused, then let out a short, dry laugh. "Even I know when it's smarter to work together. And trust me, that's not something I say often." Izuku tilted his head. "But you never ask for help, Maruko." She snorted, leaning back slightly. "Yeah, well, I don't ask for help, ever. But even I know when it's smarter to work with others. Call it a hypocritical moment. You can learn from my mistakes, kid." The teenagers nodded, absorbing Maruko's advice as they continued down the street. As they walked, the boy who had previously run away from them emerged from a nearby garage, a phone pressed to his ear. Yeah, they were definitely Ua. He froze upon noticing them, quickly transforming his phone into a weapon. With a crackling hum, an energy beam shot toward them. Maruko smirked. Looks like we found our guy, she said, her eyes lighting up with excitement. The group scattered, narrowly dodging the blast. The boy, Corvo, rolled under the garage door and slammed it shut behind him. Itsuka clenched her fist, her eyes narrowing as she prepared to break it down. But before she could act, the roar of an engine shattered the moment. A rugged, Jeep-like vehicle emerged from the garage, its yellow and orange color scheme glowing ominously. The vehicle was clearly modified, alien tech coursing through it with a sinister, technorganic vibe. Twisted bumpers, pulsing hood ornaments, and shimmering wheels made it seem as if it had been built for a purpose far darker than just travel. Corvo slammed the accelerator, the vehicle roaring forward. Itsuka shot forward in a blur of motion, leaping beside Maruko and the others, ready to chase. Mina used her acid to slide down the street like an ice skater, zooming ahead with an effortless speed. Go, Midoriya, we've got this, Mina shouted, a grin on her face. We'll catch up. Don't slow down, Setsuna echoed, her voice full of confidence. Abara turned to Izuku, her eyes determined. May the gods of justice guide us as we chase down this sinner. He will not escape. Izuku nodded, a sense of urgency overtaking him. He pressed the Omnitrix, the dial popping up to reveal Spider-Monkey's holographic form. A green flash of light enveloped him as the transformation took place. Spider-Monkey, Izuku exclaimed, launching into action. Spider-Monkey shot a web line, swinging from a nearby rooftop with the grace of a seasoned hero. Corvo glanced in his rearview mirror, spotting Spider-Monkey gaining on him, and swerved to try and shake him off. But Spider-Monkey was tenacious, using his webs to keep pace as the vehicle tore down the street. Maruko, ever the quick thinker, leapt forward, her powerful legs propelling her into action. You all keep after him. I'll handle the civilians, she called out as she sped through the streets, her reflexes sharper than ever. As Spider-Monkey closed in, Corvo threw the car into overdrive, screeching through the road with reckless abandon. Spider-Monkey, now stuck to the vehicle, kept his grip tight. Pull over, Maruko shouted, but Corvo only laughed maniacally in response. Leave me alone, I didn't even do anything, Corvo yelled, slamming the pedal to the floor. Then why'd you run? Maruko taunted, her voice taunting. Her grin didn't falter. Spider-Monkey felt the rush of wind as the car sped up, but his sticky powers kept him tethered to the vehicle. Suddenly, Spider-Monkey's danger sense went off like a blaring alarm, and he instinctively swung to the side as an energy beam shot from under the car. TCH, slippery insect, Corvo growled, shooting off 2 more blasts, his hands shaking with anger. Insect, buddy, I'm an arachnid, Spider-Monkey retorted, grinning as he delivered a punch to the car's frame, knocking a hole clean through it. He yanked the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to spin wildly out of control. The car flipped and spun through the air before crashing down onto the asphalt, debris scattering across the street. Spider-Monkey swiftly leapt off the vehicle, shooting another web to pull Corvo out of the wreckage and onto the ground. Before Corvo could regain his bearings, Maruko was already there, delivering a precise kick that sent him crashing into a nearby wall with a sickening thud. Corvo groaned, struggling to rise, but it was too late. Vines shot from the ground, wrapping tightly around his limbs, rendering him immobile. Nice work, Shiozaki, Izuku called out, giving a thumbs up. Abara nodded curtly, her expression stoic. Justice prevails. Maruko and Itsuka approached the tied-up boy, who glared at them with a mixture of anger and fear. Maruko smirked slightly, her eyes gleaming with amusement, while Itsuka patted Izuku's back. Nice work, Izuku. Maruko's gaze shifted to the boy, her expression turning hard as she leaned in. We know you know something about the megawatts. Spill it. The boy sneered, defiance still evident in his eyes. I don't know what you're talking about. But I do know you're all pretty interesting, especially you, Maruko. You look cute when you're angry. Maybe we could have some fun. You and the girls, that is. And the green-haired loser over there can just leave. Shiozaki, standing nearby, shook her head in disbelief, her voice laced with disapproval. I'll pray for your soul, boy. You desperately need it. Mina and Setsuna both scoffed in unison, as if. Maruko's smirk disappeared, replaced by a dangerous, icy glare. Her foot slammed against the wall beside the boy's head, the entire structure cracking and crumbling inches from his face. The boy's eyes widened in horror, his breath catching in his throat. Unless you want that wall to become your new face, you'd better start talking, Maruko growled, her foot hovering dangerously close to his head. I'd rather not have your brains splattered on my boots. The boy's bravado shattered, replaced by sheer panic. Okay, I'll talk. Just please don't hurt me. ... Maruko stepped back from the wrecked wall, eyes narrowing as she fixed her attention on Corvo. So, what do you know about the megawatts? Corvo scoffed, a smirk tugging at his lips. You think you're tough? You'd be dead in an instant if you ever crossed my boss. Maruko raised an eyebrow, her tone still flat. Yeah, and who's this boss of yours? Before Corvo could answer, a strange noise suddenly echoed from the wrecked car, a high-pitched, almost mechanical sound. Itsuka's eyes sharpened, immediately on alert. That's definitely not an engine noise. The group exchanged uncertain glances as they approached the vehicle. Corvo's panic was almost palpable. There's nothing in there, I swear. Setsuna leaned in, her curiosity piqued. Oh, now I'm definitely checking it out. With a swift motion, Itsuka and Izuku popped the hood of the car, revealing a strange cylindrical device crackling with glowing yellow energy. Just as they tried to make sense of it, the device exploded, showering them with smoke and glass shards. As the explosion settled, a small creature emerged, buzzing with static electricity. The group froze. A megawatt, they all said in unison, eyes wide. The little alien, no taller than a foot, with a cylindrical black body and bright yellow lightning bolt across its chest, began to zip around wildly. It crackled with energy, and in an instant, it let out a screech and zapped Corvo with a jolt of electricity. Arg, stop, please stop, Corvo yelped, his body twitching violently with each shock. ZZZT, ZZZT. Maruko stood back, watching with a raised eyebrow and a smirk. So that's a megawatt, huh? As if on cue, more megawatts emerged from the wreckage, each one crackling with energy, their small eyes glowing with irritation. They turned back to Corvo, unleashing a barrage of electric shocks on him. ZZZT, ZZZT, stop it, Corvo screamed, now thoroughly scorched and helpless on the ground. Then, as quickly as they had started, the megawatts paused, their eyes swiveling toward Izuku and the others. They began to gesture urgently with their tiny hands, as if beckoning them to follow. Mina furrowed her brow, confusion crossing her face. Wait, do they want us to follow them? Izuku glanced at the creatures, a mix of caution and curiosity in his expression. I think so, but why? Shiozaki crossed her arms, her tone skeptical. What do they need us for? They're the ones causing all this mess. The megawatts. Gestures grew more insistent, their frantic movements urging them to move. I don't know, Izuku said, uncertainty lingering in. But, I think we should follow them. They might be trying to lead us to something important. The group hesitated, exchanging uncertain glances, but the megawatts' urgency made it hard to ignore. Finally, they relented, stepping forward as the little aliens zipped ahead, clearly leading the way. Corvo watched them go, anger and helplessness burning in his eyes. I don't like this, he muttered, still feeling the residual shock of the megawatts. You're all going to regret this. He struggled against his restraints but was stuck fast, rooted to the ground. Corvo's face twisted in a scowl. The 5 students and pro-hero Maruko pursued the megawatts, who were darting between the power lines with incredible speed. As the group emerged onto a crowded street, Izuku quickly assessed the situation. This is gonna be tough to keep up with them, Izuku said, glancing back at Maruko and the others. The streets are packed, and those megawatts aren't slowing down. I'll go after them. You can track me with my phone. Maruko's expression remained as hard as steel, her gaze never leaving Izuku. She exhaled sharply, clearly not thrilled by the idea. Fine, just don't do anything stupid, Midoriya, she snapped, her voice curt. "We'll catch up, but you stay out of trouble. Got it?" Izuku nodded quickly, not wanting to argue. Without wasting any time, he activated the Omnitrix, cycling through the holographic options before stopping at the silhouette of a megawatt. "Let's test this out," he said, slamming his hand on the dial. A burst of green light engulfed him, and when it faded, he stood as Buzzsaw, a megawatt. "Whoa, I feel way too energetic." Buzzsaw chuckled, his voice crackling with static. "And mischievous, too." In a blink, he converted his body into pure electricity, zipping effortlessly through the power lines, his speed almost blinding. Maruko watched him for a moment, her gaze lingering. She quickly snapped her attention away, her lips tight in a thin line. She didn't want to admit it, but a small, begrudging respect flickered behind her eyes. "Don't go off getting yourself fried, kid," she muttered under her breath, her eyes now scanning the horizon. She turned to the others, her voice cold and professional as usual. "All right, let's move. Stick to the plan. Keep an eye on Midoriya's location. And don't let him get ahead of us." As they set off, Maruko's phone buzzed in her hand, and her gaze flicked back to it. She could see Izuku's location update in real time. Her brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of concern crossing her face before she quickly tamped it down. She was a pro, and she didn't let worry cloud her focus. But as she followed the students, a small, inexplicable warmth lingered in her chest, an admiration she refused to acknowledge. "Just don't screw this up, Midoriya," she muttered to herself. "I'll be right behind you." The air crackled with green and yellow sparks as the megawatts, alongside Buzzsaw, stopped at a rundown warehouse on the docks. The harbor stretched out behind them, ships bobbing lazily in the water, while the salty breeze mixed with the scent of ozone. Izuku, still transformed into Buzzsaw, paused and tapped the Omnitrix on his chest. A green flash erupted, and in an instant, he was back to his human form. He glanced at the massive metal building looming ahead. The megawatts gestured urgently toward the entrance, their faces anxious. "Is this the place?" Izuku asked, but they remained silent, their expressions pleading. He frowned, trying again. "What's going on? Why the hurry?" The megawatts only twitched, more agitated. Izuku's confusion grew, but he knew better than to rush in alone. He stood tall, looking around the quiet harbor. "I'm not going in there without Maruko and the others," he said firmly. "Let's wait for them." The megawatts darted around Izuku, clearly impatient, zapping him with bursts of electricity. "Ow!" Izuku winced, the shock coursing through him, but the megawatts were undeterred, their faces urgent as they gestured toward the warehouse. They zipped inside, disappearing into the shadows. Izuku hesitated, then looked around nervously before gulping and following them inside. Izuku, in full cowl, vaulted through an open window, grabbing hold of a set of hanging chains. His fingers gripped tightly, the cold metal biting into his palms. He swung himself effortlessly, landing softly on the catwalk above. His eyes widened as he looked down at the vast expanse of the warehouse floor below. The center of the room housed a massive, ominous machine, its middle section encircled by glowing yellow orbs, pulsing with an eerie, otherworldly energy. As Izuku's eyes scanned the machine, the megawatts dove toward the orbs, unleashing a flurry of sparks, before revealing capsules containing their brethren, suspended inside. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. They're using them as a power source. He couldn't believe it. No way. His voice barely rose above a whisper, disbelief heavy in his chest. He leapt from the catwalk and descended in a fluid motion, landing behind a stack of crates, just in time to hear footsteps approaching from above. He crouched low, eyes focused. A man emerged, clad in a robotic suit, his mechanical arms crackling with electricity. "Some of the batteries have escaped," he shouted. He landed hard, his boots thudding against the concrete, and quickly began absorbing the megawatts into a glass container mounted on his shoulder. Izuku's danger sense hit him like a sledgehammer, a stabbing pain in his skull warning him of the immediate threat. He spun around just as another figure emerged from the shadows, a second man, also dressed in a mechanical suit. His palms glowed with a fierce, yellow energy. Izuku didn't wait. The moment the man moved, Izuku surged forward. His legs propelled him with explosive speed, the ground beneath him cracking as he closed the distance. He sideswept the man's legs with a powerful swipe, the force sending the attacker stumbling to the ground. The impact reverberated through Izuku's body as he immediately followed through, spinning mid-motion and landing a backkick that struck with bone-jarring force. The mechanical man was sent flying, crashing into a nearby stack of crates with a deafening slam. Before Izuku could process the victory, the second man, face contorted in rage, raised his palms and unleashed a violent blast of electricity. The energy crackled and split the air, a wave of raw power roaring toward him. Izuku's instincts kicked in. He ducked low, narrowly avoiding the blast as it tore through the crates behind him, shattering them into splinters. The force of the explosion pushed a shockwave through the air, but Izuku kept his footing, heart racing. Then his danger sense screamed again, louder this time. The hairs on his neck stood on end as he whipped around, only to be hit with a surge of electricity from behind. A powerful electrical bubble surrounded him, crackling with intense voltage. Izuku's body locked in place as the shock coursed through him, his muscles twitching involuntarily. His heart hammered in his chest as he struggled against the shock, every movement felt like dragging a ton of weight behind him. With a grunt, Izuku punched forward, his fist colliding with the edge of the bubble. The force of his punch reverberated through his arm, but the bubble held firm, the shock intensifying as the electricity surged into him. The man overseeing the attack smirked, watching as Izuku's body jerked with the current. Gotcha now. Izuku floated inside the electrical bubble, his glare unwavering despite his situation. The air around him crackled. Ah, man. The warehouse doors flew open with a deafening screech, the impact sending a shockwave through the room. They slammed against the walls, causing the floor to tremble underfoot. Fistrix strode in, his every step radiating confidence. His orange mohawk stood out like a beacon, and the black and white face paint streaking across his face only added to his intimidating presence. His bulging muscles strained against his sleeveless shirt, each movement a show of pure strength. Fistrix's eyes locked onto Izuku, his lips curling into a smirk. "You better be worth interrupting my workout for, bro," he said, his voice dripping with disdain as he assessed the teen. One of the thugs behind him snickered. "Looks like a UA student. Must have caught wind of our operation and came to play hero." Fistrix chuckled darkly and walked over to a nearby punching bag. He cracked his knuckles, letting out a frustrated sigh as his muscles flexed with each punch. "Humans shouldn't know about the alien tech, bro. How the hell did this kid find out about our operation? We got a big deal going, and some kids messing it up." A thug stepped forward. "Sir, the kid with the green hair, he's Hisashi's son." Fistrix froze mid-punch, then turned slowly, his smirk widening. "Well, shit, Hisashi's overgrown sperm. Your daddy ruined a lot of my business back in the day. Now his little shit is doing the same." He laughed, shaking his head. "What a joke." Izuku's eye twitched in anger, his fists tightening, even as the electrical bubble continued to sting. "I must have missed the sign outside," he shot back, his voice laced with sarcasm. Fistrix scoffed, his voice low and smug. "Ha, kid, this kind of alien tech doesn't just fall off a truck. After your daddy died, business has been booming. I've been making bank off stealing alien tech." Izuku's eyes narrowed in disgust. "You're using these aliens as your slaves. That's just." Fistrix waved his hand dismissively. "Listen, kid, it's simple. One alien makes it, I steal it. It's a business, bro." He gave smirk. "And I sell it to the highest bidder. Pretty smart, huh? Need to put food on the table." Izuku's jaw clenched, his anger palpable. "I'm not your bro." Fistrix laughed heartily. "Ha, whatever. Hisashi's overgrown sperm. Wasn't too smart of you to come alone, kid." He flashed an arrogant grin, turning his attention back to his thugs. Izuku's phone buzzed in his pocket, a smirk creeping onto his face despite the bubble's confinement. "Who said I came alone?" Before Fistrix could react, the air around them seemed to shudder with anticipation. With a deafening crash, the warehouse doors were blasted off their hinges, flying across the room with such force that they hit the far wall with an explosive bang. A blur of movement followed as Maruko, Itsuka, Setsuna, Mina, and Abara stormed in, all of them looking ready for a fight. Maruko's gaze was fierce, her muscles coiled like a predator ready to strike. Fistrix's eyes widened for a moment before he let out a deep, mocking laugh. "Oh, you brought the whole squad, huh?" he sneered, cracking his knuckles. "This is gonna be fun, bro." "Midoriya," Maruko yelled, charging through the wreckage as she effortlessly dodged a crackling bolt of electricity. Her tone was sharp and no nonsense. "I told your dumbass to stay out of this until I got here. Now I gotta save your dumbass." Without missing a beat, Maruko's leg shot out with incredible speed and precision, delivering a brutal kick to the villain holding Izuku in the electrical bubble. The man went flying back with a loud grunt, the electrical bubble flickering and finally dissipating with a sharp crack. Izuku dropped to the ground, his knees buckling slightly from the release of pressure. He barely had time to react when a hand slammed down onto his head. "Ow!" Izuku yelped, rubbing his head. "I told your dumbass to wait." Rumi snapped, glaring down at him, irritation and concern. Izuku rubbed the spot on his head where she'd patted him. He looked up at her sheepishly. "You were taking too long." "Not an excuse," she shot back, crossing her arms over her chest. "You think I want to babysit your ass, kid?" Izuku, his usual self, couldn't help but fire back. "Aren't you the one always saying we shouldn't hesitate in a fight?" Maruko's brow twitched, a visible vein popping up on her temple as she scowled at him. "You're pushing it, Midoriya," she growled. But before she could say more, her ears twitched and she instantly pulled Izuku behind her, her instincts sharp. A loud whoosh of air sliced through the room as an energy blast surged toward them, crackling with destructive force. Maruko's eyes were locked on the incoming attack, and without a moment's hesitation, she dove to the side, twisting her body, narrowly avoiding the blast that obliterated the ground where they'd been standing just moments before. "Watch your back," Maruko barked, her voice suddenly serious as she glanced back at Izuku, who was blushing at being held so close by her in the heat of the moment. She quickly released him, letting him regain his balance. Izuku, still flustered, nodded, adjusting his stance, but his focus never left the battle. She cracked her knuckles, each pop reverberating like the promise of a storm. "Now let's show these guys what real heroes look like." With that, she launched herself into action, her legs coiling like springs before she propelled herself through the air with explosive force. The ground beneath her shattered as she came down hard, executing a perfectly timed axe kick that hit the ground with a deafening crack. The shockwaves sent debris flying, the sheer power of her attack shaking the very foundation of the warehouse. Villains scrambled to avoid the blow. Izuku cycled through the Omnitrix selections, slamming down on the dial with determination. A bright green flash lit the warehouse as his voice rang out, "Goop." Fistrix sneered, cracking his knuckles. "You can switch into all the slimy alien forms you want, bro, but I'm still gonna squash you like the bug you are." He punched his palm. Itsuka charged forward, her hands growing into massive fists as she aimed to stop Fistrix's goons. One of them stepped forward, his hand sparking with electricity before he unleashed a bolt toward her. "Nice try," she shouted, pivoting to dodge, her massive hand swinging like a wrecking ball. Before the goon could react, Setsuna appeared behind him, her disjointed fist slamming into his face with enough force to send him stumbling. "Heads up," she quipped, reforming with a smirk. Mina skated into the fray, her acid melting one of the goon's mechanical arms. Sparks flew wildly as the arm hissed and fell to the ground, the metallic clang echoing. "Oops," she teased, "looks like you need a mechanic." With the goon distracted, Itsuka's colossal fist came down like a meteor, smashing him into the ground. The sheer force of the blow sent shockwaves through the warehouse, shaking the very foundation. The goon groaned in the deep, fist-shaped crater, his body trembling from the impact. The resounding crack of the hit left no doubt about her strength. Fistrix glared at the scene, shaking his head with an air of annoyance. "You just made a huge mistake, bro. I don't lose, ever." Mina skidded to a halt, planting her hands on her hips. "Yeah, well, I make mistakes all the time," she shot back with a cocky grin. "But turning you into scrap metal isn't one of them." Nearby, Maruko launched herself at another goon, her legs coiling like springs before delivering a powerful kick aimed at his chest. A mechanical shield popped up just in time, deflecting the blow. The impact sent sparks flying as Maruko landed gracefully, her ears twitching in irritation. "Coward," she spat, "hiding behind your toys won't save you." Meanwhile, Fistrix smirked and began retreating toward the center of the room. A hidden platform beneath his feet hummed to life, the sound of gears grinding against each other. "You're all real confident, huh? Bet none of you stopped to ask why we needed so many Nosdinians," he taunted, his voice dripping with arrogance. The platform lifted him upward as the floor split open, revealing a hidden chamber below. A bright light engulfed him as the sound of machinery roared. When the light dimmed, a massive 13-foot mech suit emerged, its bulk shaking the ground with every step. Smoke hissed from vents on its shoulders, and glowing containers filled with terrified Nosdinians, screaming megawatts, lined its frame, their anguish echoing in the cavernous room. From inside the mech, Fistrix's voice boomed, filled with dark glee. "You think you're so tough, huh? Well, let's see how tough you are when you're up against power like this." The mech's arms whirred as it powered up, the energy from the captive alien sparking to life around him. Abara's hands clenched tightly together, her expression hardening as she gazed at the suffering megawatts. "You dare to exploit God's creations for such vile purposes," she declared. "This is an affront to the natural order and a sin that cannot be forgiven." Fistrix's laugh echoed through the room, mechanical and distorted. "It's just business, bro. And right now, business is booming." The group instinctively stepped back as the towering mech suit loomed over them, its metallic frame creaking ominously. Red targeting lasers danced across the six, locking onto each of them. The mech's arms opened, revealing an array of missiles primed to launch. A deafening whoosh filled the air as the missiles erupted from their launchers, streaking toward the group with blinding speed. Goop reacted instantly, his gelatinous, translucent green body quivered as he stretched himself wide, elongating his limbs to grab Maruko, Mina, and Itsuka. Encasing them in his malleable form, he compacted his body into a dense, protective sphere. His glowing green core, suspended in the center of the viscous mass, pulsed with energy as he began charging one for all. The faint crackle of power hummed through his form, the inner light illuminating the translucent green walls around the girls. "Hang tight," Goop's voice echoed within the sphere, distorted slightly by the quivering gel. Meanwhile, Setsuna split her body into multiple pieces, her head and limbs scattering across the warehouse in a flurry of movement. Her disembodied parts darted and twisted through the chaos, narrowly evading the missiles that streaked past. Every time the shockwaves threatened to disrupt her, she quickly reassembled herself, only to fragment again and continue her agile evasion. The missiles struck the ground with devastating force, each explosion shaking the warehouse to its core. The concrete floor cracked and buckled beneath the onslaught, sending debris flying in all directions. Fires erupted from the impact zones, their searing heat filling the already chaotic environment. The Goop sphere absorbed the brunt of the nearby blasts, Goop's malleable body rippling with each impact. His protective coating held firm, insulating the group from the heat and concussive force. "I can't hold this forever," he called out, the strain evident. Maruko's sharp ears twitched as she calculated the brief window of opportunity. "Then let me out, slime boy. I'll rip that tin can apart myself." Goop stretched an arm out from the protective ball, his gelatinous form rippling as he channeled one for all at 16%. Energy surged through his glowing, translucent green body, lighting up the dim warehouse. With a whip-like motion, his arm elongated and snapped forward, striking the hulking mech with a thunderous crack. The force of the impact created a shockwave that shattered nearby windows and sent loose debris flying across the warehouse. The sheer force of the blow sent Fistrix's mech hurtling through the air like a missile, its massive frame crashing through the reinforced walls of the warehouse with an ear-splitting boom. The wall caved in under the impact, leaving a gaping hole as Fistrix was flung outside, landing in the nearby harbor. The mech's heavy frame skidded across the asphalt, tearing up chunks of the ground before coming to a stop near the edge of the water. Inside the warehouse, Goop's gelatinous form retracted, releasing the girls from his protective ball. Maruko immediately sprang into action, her legs a blur as she dashed toward the hole in the wall. She leapt through the opening, her body twisting in midair as she locked onto Fistrix, who was slowly rising from the wreckage. "You're not getting up from this one," she roared, launching herself with enough force to leave cracks in the concrete beneath her. She spun like a missile, her powerful legs coiling for a devastating kick. As she made contact with the mech, a deafening boom rang out, the impact creating a shockwave that sent waves rippling through the harbor. But when the dust cleared, her fierce red eyes widened in disbelief. The mech stood unscathed, not even a scratch visible on its reinforced armor. "What the hell?" she growled, her ears twitching in frustration. Fistrix's distorted laugh boomed from the mech's speakers. "Nice try, bunny girl, but this armor's alien grade. Your little kicks aren't gonna cut it, bro." Before she could react, the mech's massive fist rocketed toward her with blinding speed. It slammed into her gut with bone-jarring force, the sound of the impact echoing like a cannon blast. Maruko's breath left her in a sharp gasp, her body folding over the blow before she was hurled through the air like a ragdoll. She crashed into a nearby boat with a sickening crunch, the vessel shattering under the sheer force of her impact. The wreckage groaned as she slumped against it, coughing as she tried to catch her breath, her fierce eyes still locked on Fistrix. "That all you got, bunny girl?" Fistrix taunted, his mech's servos hissing as it stomped forward, each step shaking the ground. The other girls and Goop hurried through the gaping hole in the warehouse wall, emerging into the harbor. Their eyes immediately fell on Maruko, slumped against a boat, the dented metal molded to the shape of her body. She wiped blood from her lip, glaring daggers at the hulking mech. "I bet this bad boy'll skyrocket in value when they find out it took down the number 7 hero, Maruko," Fistrix taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. "What do you say, bro? Makes for a hell of a sales pitch." With a sinister grin, he aimed a volley of missiles at Maruko. Her eyes widened as the glowing projectiles streaked toward her, leaving trails of smoke. Before she could react, Goop sprang into action, his gelatinous arm stretching out like a whip. He snagged Maruko with precise timing, yanking her away as the missiles struck the boat behind her. Boom! The explosion roared through the harbor, sending a fiery shockwave that rippled across the water. Pieces of the boat were obliterated, debris raining down as the group shielded themselves from the heat and force of the blast. Maruko clicked her tongue in frustration, shoving Goop's protective arm away as she steadied herself. "Damn it," she spat, venom lacing her tone. "What the hell is that thing made of? I hit it with everything, and it didn't even leave a dent." "Alien tech," Goop replied, his voice distorted as the green slime rippled with restrained energy. "Not just any alien tech, bro," Fistrix interjected with a smug chuckle. "This bad boy's got Detrobite-grade armor. Nigh indestructible, the guy the first swiped it from. He won't miss it. Dead men don't complain." His laughter echoed from the mech, the sound grating and cruel. Itsuka stepped forward, her eyes narrowing. "Maruko, are you saying you couldn't even scratch that thing?" Maruko's face twisted in frustration, her pride clearly stung. "No," she admitted through gritted teeth. Fistrix slammed the mech's massive foot into the ground, the sheer weight sending tremors through the harbor. Cracks spider-webbed out from the impact as a jagged pillar of earth erupted, forcing the group to scatter in all directions. The ground continued to quake, the noise of the shifting earth deafening. Mina retaliated, skating along the uneven surface and hurling globs of acid at the mech's legs. The glowing substance sizzled on contact, but the mech remained unscathed. "That the best you've got, bro?" Fistrix sneered. "You'll need something stronger than that." Mina's frustration boiled over as she watched the mech shrug off her attack. Meanwhile, the massive machine began to lumber forward, each step sending tremors rippling through the ground. Itsuka barely dodged as one of its fists came crashing down where she'd stood moments before, the impact forming a deep crater that cracked the concrete. Gritting her teeth, Itsuka enlarged her hands to their maximum size, delivering a powerful punch to the mech's torso. The blow landed with a resounding thud, forcing the mech to skid back slightly. For a moment, Fistrix faltered, the mech's servos groaning under the strain. "Not bad," Fistrix growled, "but not good enough." As the mech reared its other fist to strike, thorny vines erupted from the ground, coiling around its arm like constricting snakes. The vines tightened with incredible strength, halting the punch mid-swing. "Bro," Fistrix exclaimed, twisting to see Ibarra standing firm, her hair flowing like a halo of green as it burrowed into the ground, anchoring the vines. "You dare defile this world further with your corruption? Abara said, her voice steady but laced with righteous fury. You will be held accountable for your sins. The mech struggled violently against Abara's vines, gears screeching as it thrashed. With a loud snap, the mechanical arm broke free, splintering the thorny restraints. Fistric wasted no time, swinging the massive fist toward Itsuka. Her eyes widened in alarm as the mech's strike connected, the impact producing a resounding boom. Arg! Itsuka cried out as her body was hurled across the harbor like a ragdoll. She skidded along the rough pavement, tumbling to a stop with a pained groan, dust and debris clinging to her clothes. Fistric smirked within his hulking suit, the sound of his cruel laughter echoing through the harbor. You can't touch me, bro, he sneered, his arrogance oozing through every word. From above, Goop's gelatinous form stretched and shifted, his fist swelling to an enormous size. Charging his malleable body with the electric crackle of One for All, his arm coiled like a spring, building tension with every moment. With a thunderous wham, Goop unleashed his punch, the force detonating through the air like a shockwave. Fistric's mech shot backward, careening through the harbor. The sheer momentum sent him barreling into a cluster of boats, the metal tearing apart with a deafening cacophony as his mech punched clean through them. Splinters of wood and shards of fiberglass rained down, the boats now marked with gaping, Fistric-shaped holes. Goop landed with a wet splorch, his amorphous body rippling as he reformed. Nearby, Setsuna floated down, her fragmented limbs assembling midair. She whistled low. Whoa, talk about some power, she said. Before they could relax, a low, rumbling noise came from the water. Fistric's mech rose from the waves, water cascading off its hulking frame. With surprising ease, he shoved aside a small boat blocking his path, his movements defying the mech's massive bulk. Bro, Fistric's voice drawled, an unsettling grin audible even through the modulated speakers. He reached down and hoisted a nearby boat with alarming ease. Setsuna's eyes widened in horror as she noticed passengers scrambling on the deck. Crap, she exclaimed, immediately splitting her body into dozens of pieces. Her airborne limbs darted toward the boat, grabbing passengers one by one as the hulking mech effortlessly lifted it overhead. Move, now, Setsuna shouted as she deposited a pair of passengers onto solid ground. The last person screamed as the mech flung the boat with terrifying force. The air seemed to shatter under the velocity of the projectile, the boat spinning end over end as it hurtled toward Abara, Mina, Maruko, and Goop. The group reacted instinctively, leaping in different directions to avoid the incoming wreckage. The boat slammed into the ground with a cataclysmic crash, the impact shaking the earth and kicking up a storm of dust and debris. Shattered wood and torn metal scattered everywhere as the remnants of the boat tumbled, carving deep gouges into the pavement before finally skidding to a stop. Abara landed gracefully, her vines shooting out to anchor her as she avoided the worst. Mina rolled across the ground before popping up, acid already bubbling in her hands. Maruko flipped mid-air, landing with her usual agility. Goop reformed nearby, his gelatinous body rippling from the force of his jump. His luminous green eyes focused on the massive mech, now looming once again as Fistric stomped forward, the ground quaking with each step. That's your idea of a fight? Fistric taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. You can't even keep up, bro. Maruko wiped dirt from her cheek, her crimson eyes narrowing. I'll admit, she muttered, venom lacing her words. This thing's tougher than it looks. But nothing's indestructible. Okay, we need a plan, Goop said, his voice firm but tinged with urgency. Mina whipped her head toward him, her golden eyes blazing with determination. Midori, your goo. It's acidic, right? Like my acid? Yeah, Goop replied, tilting his gelatinous head in confusion. Before they could continue, the ground quaked as Fistric's mech stomped closer. He grabbed another boat effortlessly, hurling it with deadly precision. Itsuka's enlarged hands shot forward, catching the vessel midair with a grunt of effort. The impact pushed her back, but she dug her heels in and held firm. Setsuna. Get everyone off this thing, Itsuka barked, her voice commanding. On it, Setsuna responded, her body splitting apart as she darted through the boat, grabbing passengers and ferrying them to safety. Itsuka, with a deep breath, used her massive hands to launch the now empty boat like a missile straight at Fistric. The mech merely reared back its fist and smashed it to splinters mid-flight. Whoa, Fistric said. whistling as wood and metal rained around him. This puppy's a beast. And here's the kicker. I'm not even using my quirk, and I'm wrecking a top pro. Miruko's crimson eyes narrowed dangerously, her body coiling like a spring. We'll see about that, she hissed, her tone venomous. Mina turned back to Goop, her expression intense. Midori. Listen up. You've got the perfect body for this. Your goo is acidic, right? Adjust it. Make it corrosive enough to melt through whatever alien junk the mech is made of. Adjust it. Goop repeated, blinking. Mina groaned, her hands gesturing wildly as if trying to convey her thought through sheer willpower. Concentrate your acidic properties. Think industrial strength. Something that can cut through metal like it's butter. Crank up the pH or whatever you do. You're literally a walking, squishy chemistry set. Goop blinked again before realization dawned. Oh, you mean ramp it up. Got it. His gelatinous form rippled as he began to focus, the green glow intensifying. Fistrix's mech stomped closer, the ground shaking violently. Mina smirked as she launched herself toward Fistrix, her acid skates igniting with a hiss. She zigzagged, spraying streams of her sizzling acid at the mech. The liquid struck the surface, eating into the outer layer, though not as deeply as she hoped. Not bad, but you're gonna need something stronger than that, sweetheart, Fistrix jeered as he swung an oversized arm at her. Mina leapt back, narrowly dodging the blow. Oh, don't worry, she shot back, her voice dripping with confidence. We're just warming up. Dekiru 10, show him what you've got. Goop's glowing body twisted and expanded, his acidic properties visibly intensifying as fumes began to waft off him. All right, let's see if this works, he muttered. With a grunt, Goop launched himself forward, his body swelling as he exhaled a cloud of acid-laced fumes. In one swift motion, he stretched his arm out, morphing it into a massive, fist-shaped weapon. It collided with the mech suit with a sickening crack, the force of the impact pushing the hulking machine backward. Its feet dug into the ground, kicking up a trail of concrete as it struggled to regain its balance. Fistrix's cocky grin faltered slightly, but he quickly recovered, smirking again. Nice try, bro. Warning. A loud alarm blared from the mech suit, the sudden sound catching Fistrix off guard. His eyes widened as the large dent Goop had created in the armor began to bubble and hiss. Acid ate through the metal, fumes expelling from the crack as the mech groaned in pain. Oh no, bro, Fistrix muttered, his confidence slipping as the damage became apparent. Miruko, sensing the opportunity, shot forward like a cannonball, her body propelling itself toward the vulnerable spot with unmatched speed. A grin spread across her face, her eyes narrowing with fierce determination. Oh yes. She called out. She delivered a devastating kick to the very spot Goop had hit, her leg smashing into the weakened area with bone-shattering force. The mech lurched sideways, groaning as cracks spider-webbed across its surface. Fistrix cursed under his breath, stumbling within the cockpit. Damn it, he barked as his mech staggered to regain its footing. Goop reeled his arms back, his eyes focused with deadly precision. A crackling surge of power ran through his body as he gathered one for all at 16%. Gomu Gomu no Gatling gun, Goop edition, he shouted. With a snarl, Goop pushed his body to the limit, snapping his arms back like a spring and stretching them forward in a blur. Each punch became a blur of motion, his fist pounding into the mech's exterior with the force of a freight train. Bam! 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 The blows hit with such ferocity that the very ground trembled with each impact. The sound of metal warping under the repeated strikes echoed throughout the harbor, the suit buckling and creaking as Goop continued his relentless barrage. Fistrix's eyes widened as his mech groaned under the pressure. Bro, he muttered, his voice trembling for the first time. Go 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 Gomu Gomu no. Goop's voice rang out again, his body contorting as he stretched even further, exuding a toxic cloud from his elongated limbs. His arms reached out, expanding with impossible length as everyone watched in stunned silence. Bazooka Goop edition, Goop shouted as he thrust both massive palms forward in unison, the force of the impact so intense that it sent a shockwave through the air. The mech suit was met with an explosion of force, the palms slamming into it with a deafening boom. The ground buckled beneath the sheer force, and the entire mech was sent hurtling back, tearing through the air like a ragdoll. Sparks erupted from its joints as its armor crumpled under the force of Goop's attack. The shockwave rippled outward, knocking boats off their moorings and sending waves crashing against the harbor's edge. The ground trembled as Fistrix's mech was forced back into the water, the massive suit now little more than a battered and mangled hulk. The mech groaned as it struggled to stand, Fistrix's voice dripping with frustration. "Damn it, bro. You're really starting to piss me off." Goop's glowing body pulsed, his arms stretching like liquid tendrils. With a swift motion, they shot forward, wrapping around the mech's massive arms. Hey, bro, what the hell are you up to?" Fistrix's voice wavered with panic. Goop smirked, his form shifting. "Just a little spring cleaning." The sizzling sound of metal met the air as his acidic body began to eat away at the mech's joints, the goo bubbling and disintegrating the metal at an alarming rate. Mina grinned, her eyes widening in anticipation. "That's it, Goop. Melt it down." The mech's arms began to sag, the once imposing structure now buckling under the acidic assault. With a final hiss, the arms crumbled into a mass of molten metal, the mech now vulnerable. It groaned and collapsed, falling to its knees before crashing down to the warehouse floor in a heap of smoking wreckage. Fistrix's voice crackled in disbelief, his confidence completely shattered. "You gotta be kidding me." Before he could react, Abara's vines shot up from the ground, coiling with ferocious strength as they ripped apart the mech's chest plating, exposing Fistrix inside. The group stood, watching as the once imposing mech suit was now a lifeless shell. Maruko smirked, stepping forward with a confident stride. "Not gonna hide behind your toys anymore, huh?" Fistrix growled in frustration, his fists clenching. "Do you have any idea how much this thing cost?" His eyes flared with a sudden, eerie yellow glow, and his body began to shimmer as an astral projection ripped itself free from the wreckage of his mech suit. The others stepped back, eyes widening in shock as the astral form of Fistrix grew, towering over them. With a heavy slam of his projection's fist against the ground, a shockwave pulsed out, cracking the earth beneath them and sending debris flying. "Bro, you're in trouble now," Fistrix sneered, but he was suddenly cut off by an unexpected sensation. "Huh?" His head snapped to the side as he felt a cold, slimy slap across his arm. He stared in disbelief as the tongue wrapped around him, his arms suddenly going limp. "What the?" Fistrix's voice faltered as the long pink tongue continued to slap and coil around his body, the goo coating his skin, rendering his astral projection weak. His body struggled to move, the energy draining rapidly. Huh? Fistrix stammered, his confidence evaporating as his astral form flickered. Goop turned, seeing a familiar face perched atop the warehouse. "Sue." His voice filled with surprise as Suyu, now in full form, perched and stretched her tongue out, the tip of it flicking playfully against Fistrix's projection. "Call me Froppy," she replied coolly, her voice calm as ever. Maruko grinned, taking advantage of the opportunity. With a burst of speed, she launched herself forward and landed a powerful kick square on Fistrix's exposed projection, sending him crashing hard into the ground. The impact echoed through the area, and Fistrix's eyes rolled back in a dazed stupor. "Not so tough now, huh?" Maruko said, her voice full of satisfaction as she stepped back, watching Fistrix's astral form flicker and collapse. "Time skip," Izuku grunted, now back to his regular form as he and Setsuna freed the megawatts from the wrecked mech suit. The tiny creatures zipped out of the containers, buzzing with excitement, darting around Izuku and Setsuna in joyful loops. "Ribbit, looks like you two had quite the interesting start to your internships," Suyu remarked, crossing her arms and watching them. Izuku wiped his brow, pulling a capsule as another megawatt shot out like a lightning bolt, grinning as it zipped around him. "Yeah." He let out a sigh, his exhaustion evident as he pulled the last capsule, giving Setsuna a quick glance as she freed the last one. "So, what brings you here?" Mina asked, waving her arms to cool off her overheated hands while sipping water from a bottle a woman handed her. "Thanks," Mina said, giving a smile to the stranger. Cyrus," the woman replied, offering a friendly smile. Her bright blue eyes, sharp and intelligent, gleamed as she adjusted her short, light blue hair, which was styled to the right. Her hero costume consisted of a sleeveless white sailor uniform with a dark blue, double-trimmed collar and a short skirt. A loose red scarf was tied around her neck, and her gloves matched her blue wrist guards. Thigh-high boots adorned her legs, each with wavy lines running down them. A flat hat with a ribbon sat atop her head, and large communication devices shaped like blue fins sat over her ears. "We got word someone was planning a deal with smugglers we're tracking," Cyrus explained, her voice steady and serious. Suyu gave a casual glance at the destruction around them. "Ribbit, and you guys weren't exactly subtle with that fight," she added, gesturing to the wrecked harbor and the chaotic scene they'd left behind. Izuku's eyes flicked toward Fistrix's unconscious body, now lying motionless on the ground, surrounded by his thugs, who were bound tightly in Abara's vines. Abara herself was off to the side, sipping from her water bottle, trying to rehydrate after the intense battle. "He did mention something about making a deal," Izuku murmured, his thoughts focused on Fistrix's words before everything had gone south. Impressive for a bunch of first years, a deep, gravelly voice boomed from behind them. The figure approaching them was none other than Selkie, a man with a muscular physique, his body resembling a humanoid spotted seal. His face, framed by a gray beard, was a combination of rugged strength and surprising warmth. He wore a full-body wetsuit as part of his hero costume, complete with yellow goggles perched on his head and retractable flippers attached to his limbs. A stylized S was emblazoned on the left shoulder, marking his iconic status. Despite his imposing frame, there was an undeniable charm to his presence, a balance of professionalism and approachability. Izuku's eyes lit up, and his face practically glowed. "Whoa! The hero Selkie!" he exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. His eyes sparkled like stars, completely starstruck by the legendary hero standing before him. Selkie chuckled, crossing his arms with a smirk on his face. "Huh, I don't get that kind of reaction every day, but I'm glad you're excited," he said, his voice rich with confidence and kindness. "I bet my cuteness makes you all big fans, huh?" Selkie cooed, his voice teasing yet somehow endearing, as he struck a playful pose. The girls couldn't help but think in unison, "So cute." Suyu felt a small smile tug at her lips as she watched the quirky hero interact with them. Maruko blinked, momentarily unsure of what to make of the scene. Selkie gave a wink, knowing exactly how to keep things lighthearted. His sidekicks behind him groaned collectively, but Selkie didn't seem to mind. "You know, gotta keep the fans happy," he said with a mock struggling sigh. "What's the point of saving the day if you can't look good doing it, right?" But his expression quickly shifted into one of focus. "All right, enough goofing off," he said. He turned to the group. "What are you kids doing here, anyway?" Then, his gaze fell on the massive wreck of the mech suit. "And what in God's name is that?" The sight of the wrecked mech suit, its hulking frame twisted and torn, left Selkie momentarily speechless. His awe quickly turned to concern. Cyrus, standing next to Selkie, examined the wreckage, her expression grave. "I've never seen technology like this," she murmured. "And the fact that it was able to cause all this." She gestured to the devastated harbor, with boats punched through and large ships tossed about like discarded toys. "It's terrifying." Selkie shook his head, his usual bravado faltering for a moment. "Who the hell made this?" he muttered, incredulous. The weight of the situation seemed to finally hit him. Fistrix groaned from where he was bound, slowly regaining consciousness. His eyes flickered open, and a low chuckle escaped him. "Can't believe I got my ass handed to me by Hisashi's overgrown sperm," he grumbled, clearly embarrassed but trying to save face despite his defeat. Suyu turned to Izuku, her brow furrowed. "I take it this has something to do with aliens?" she asked, her tone blunt as always. Izuku nodded, lowering his voice so that only Suyu could hear. "Yep. It's complicated," he said, his eyes briefly flickering to Fistrix, who was still recovering. "I'll explain later." "How were you able to paralyze him like that?" Izuku asked. Suyu glanced away, her cheeks tinting slightly. "Well, I kind of used my venom," she admitted, lightly tapping her fingers together. "I coated my tongue with it." She hesitated, her voice growing softer. "It's a little gross, so I'd rather not get into the details." She blushed, glancing at Izuku nervously, worried he might find her disgusting. "I coated my tongue with the toxin from my stomach," she thought, feeling a twinge of self-consciousness. "It's like how frogs do it. I had to upchuck a bit of it to cover my tongue properly. It's kind of gross, though." She glanced at Izuku, her face reddening as she mentally cringed. I really don't want him to think I'm gross. Better keep that little detail to myself. To be able to take on someone like Maruko with that kind of tech, this could be a game changer, Cyrus said, her mind already racing through the possibilities. She looked at the wreckage with a mix of fascination and concern. What are we going to do with it? Just then, Izuku's phone rang, cutting through the tension like a sudden shift in the air. Hello. He answered, a bit confused by the timing. Just then, Izuku's phone rang, the sound cutting through the tense silence like a sudden jolt. Hello. He answered, his brow furrowing as he glanced at the others, unsure of the timing. Midoriya. Nezu's cheerful yet calculated voice came through loud and clear. Izuku quickly put the call on speaker, allowing everyone to hear. I hope I'm not interrupting anything important. Please leave the level 5 mech suit at the harbor. We'll be sending a team to collect it as soon as possible. Nezu? Several voices said in unison, their surprise evident. Maruko folded her arms, her eyes narrowing sharply. Convenient timing, rodent, she said, her tone dripping with suspicion. What, you just knew we'd have a mess for you to clean up? Nezu laughed lightly, utterly unfazed. Ha ha. Why, yes. And I hope you're doing well, Rumi. Save it, furball, she shot back with a snort, tilting her head toward Selkie and his team. All right, I'm done here. You don't mind taking care of cleanup and booking the trash, do you? Selkie gave a small sigh, his tone good-natured despite the added workload. Not like we have a choice. Sirius sweat dropped, muttering, yeah, thanks for that. Perfect, Maruko said with a grin. Appreciate it. She waved a hand as Izuku turned his phone back to normal mode. Izuku hesitated for a moment, curiosity getting the better of him. Nezu. How did you know we'd need your help with this? Nezu chuckled, the sound deceptively innocent. Yes, he replied simply. Then, with a decisive click, the call ended. Sirius turned to Maruko, raising an eyebrow. Wait, hold on. Why are you with these kids, Maruko? What's the deal here? Maruko crossed her arms, her expression flat. I'm interning them. What's it look like? For a moment, there was stunned silence before everyone burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Sirius doubled over, practically gasping for air. You're telling me the rabbit hero, the lone wolf who hates working with teams, is suddenly taking on 6 students? She wiped a tear from the corner of her eye, barely able to contain her amusement. Miruko's eye twitched as her patience visibly thinned. Oh, come on, Rumi, Sirius teased, still grinning. What's the angle? Don't tell me you're going soft on us. The sidekicks exchanged skeptical glances, chuckling quietly among themselves. Selkie chuckled, leaning back with an amused grin. Are you even qualified to be taking on interns, Maruko? Maruko's eye twitched, her sharp glare cutting through the air. Qualified. Listen, Flipper boy, we're not a team. I'm just dragging these brats around to keep from going stir-crazy. She jabbed a thumb toward Izuku and Itsuka. Those 2 are actually my interns. The rest of them, she gestured toward the others with an annoyed wave. They ditched their pro-heroes like a pack of dumbasses, and now I'm stuck babysitting. Setsuna, Mina, and Abara flinched, guilt settling heavily on their shoulders. Ah, crap. I'm so dead, Setsuna muttered under her breath, scratching the back of her head. I'm gonna be scrubbing toilets for a month, aren't I? Mina groaned, slumping like her soul was leaving her body. Abara clasped her hands together, her expression stricken. Oh, Lord, please grant me forgiveness for my recklessness. Maruko crossed her arms, her smirk sharp enough to cut glass as she turned back to Selkie. And you want to talk about qualifications? I handled 5 interns at once. Had him track down a smuggler, infiltrate his operation, and take down a villain who was tossing boats around like they were wiffle balls. She leaned forward slightly, her tone dripping with cocky satisfaction. So, yeah, I think I've earned my damn credentials. Selkie raised his hands in mock surrender, his grin widening. All right, I get it. No need to rub it in. I'm officially impressed. Izuku felt a wave of guilt as he turned to the 3 girls, scratching the back of his head nervously. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to drag you into all this. I didn't think things would get this crazy. His tone was earnest, almost apologetic. Setsuna immediately grinned, her sharp teeth flashing as she leaned closer to Izuku, her shoulder lightly brushing his. "Oh, come on, mophead. Cleaning up trash, scrubbing floors, and doing grunt work. Totally thrilling stuff," she said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "But hey, I got to help some aliens today. That's gotta be worth some bragging rights, right?" She winked, making Izuku chuckle despite himself. Mina giggled, her pink cheeks flushed with excitement. "Seriously, today was way better than anything Blazeheart had me doing. I mean, sure, toilets might be in my future, but fighting alongside you." She nudged Izuku's arm playfully, her bubbly energy contagious. "Totally worth it." Abara, standing a bit more reserved, folded her hands neatly in front of her. Though her expression was calm, there was a glimmer of warmth in her eyes. "I must confess," she began, her voice soft yet firm, "this has been far more fulfilling than the mundane tasks I was assigned." However, her voice grew more somber, and she sighed. "I suspect Kamui Woods will have much to say about my unauthorized activities." "Yeah, we're all gonna be in for it," Setsuna muttered with a smirk, though the slight tension in her voice betrayed her own concerns. "I'm definitely on toilet duty for the next week," Mina groaned dramatically, throwing her head back as if lamenting her fate. Maruko, who had been silently watching, barked out a laugh. "Toilets, lectures, grunt work. It's all part of the hero grind, kids." "But..." She crossed her arms, her tone turning more serious. "If you three can quit screwing around, learn from this, and show me you've got the grit for this kind of work, maybe, I'll think about sending an offer next year. But you'd better earn it." The girls perked up slightly at her words, though Setsuna couldn't resist teasing. "Guess that means we've gotta impress the big bad bunny, huh?" Maruko rolled her eyes but smirked. "Damn right, you do. Don't make me regret babysitting you." Time skip. As the first light of dawn stretched over the docks, everyone groaned, the long night finally catching up to them. "We've been up all night," Itsuka complained, her voice loud and exasperated. She rubbed her temples, her face etched with frustration. "Aw, man, this sucks." Setsuna leaned against a wooden post, squinting at the horizon as the rising sun reflected off the water. "Yeah, I didn't even notice the time," she muttered, her usual smirk dulled by exhaustion. "I feel like my body's made of lead." The group nodded in agreement, a shared fatigue settling over them. Despite their weariness, the adrenaline of the night still hummed faintly in the air. They stood in a loose circle, quiet except for the gentle lapping of waves against the dock and the occasional creak of wood underfoot. Nearby, the pro-heroes they were interning with waited, their faces a mix of relief and stern disappointment. When the girls noticed their mentors' expressions, they groaned in unison, already bracing for the inevitable lecture. "Yep, we're dead," Mina muttered, her shoulders slumping. "Like, super dead." "Maybe if we act really sorry, they'll go easy on us," Setsuna said with a half-hearted chuckle, though her smirk didn't quite reach her eyes. Maruko finished her conversation with the other heroes, her sharp gaze flicking to the group. She crossed her arms, her tone curt. "All right, everyone. Wrap it up. You're getting an earful." As the group began to disperse, Mina hesitated, her golden eyes flickering toward Izuku. Her usual bubbly energy was tempered by something softer, more vulnerable, as she stepped forward. "Hey, Midori," she called, her voice light but laced with nervousness. Izuku turned to her, his green eyes wide with curiosity. "Yeah, Mina?" She walked up to him, her hands clasped behind her back. "Thanks for being amazing tonight." "I mean it," she said, her tone uncharacteristically quiet. Before he could reply, she leaned in and pressed a quick kiss to his cheek, her lips brushing his skin. His breath caught in his throat, his heart pounding so loudly he was sure she could hear it. A blush spread across his face almost instantly. "Mina?" he stammered, his voice rising in pitch. She laughed softly, stepping back with a grin, though her cheeks were tinged pink. "You're such a dork," she teased, her usual playfulness returning. "But, I mean it. Thanks for everything." With a small wave, she turned and walked back to her mentor, her heart hammering in her chest. Setsuna had been leaning casually against the post, watching the exchange with her sharp emerald eyes. For a moment, she felt something twist in her chest, a pang of jealousy she hadn't expected. Shaking it off, she straightened up and sauntered over to Izuku, her usual confidence masking the unfamiliar tightness in her throat. Well, mophead, she said with a teasing grin, looks like you're popular tonight. Izuku, still flustered from Mina's kiss, tried to respond, but his words came out as an incoherent jumble. Setsuna chuckled, but the teasing note in her voice faltered as she took a closer look at him. His wide, earnest green eyes, the way he nervously rubbed the back of his neck. It tugged at something deep inside her. Her smirk faded, replaced by a softer, more vulnerable expression. Relax, hero, she murmured, her tone unusually gentle. Then, in one quick motion, she leaned in and pressed a kiss to his cheek, her lips lingering just a moment longer than Mina's had. Izuku's breath hitched, his heart thundering in his chest as a tingling sensation spread from where her lips had touched. You're easy to like, Izuku, she said, her voice low and sincere, before stepping back, her cheeks faintly red. Without waiting for a reply, she turned and walked away, her heart racing faster than she cared to admit. Abara had been standing quietly to the side, her hands clasped in front of her as she observed the interactions. Her heart felt heavy and light all at once, a confusing mixture of emotions swirling within her. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward. Midoriya, she said softly, drawing his attention. Izuku turned to her, still red-faced and dazed. Why yeah? Abara hesitated, her green eyes meeting his. She reached into her satchel and pulled out the 3 small spheres he had given her earlier. Thank you for your kindness, she said, her voice steady but quiet. It means more than I can express. She handed him the spheres, her fingers brushing against his as he took them. Then, in a move that surprised even herself, she leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss to his cheek. Izuku froze, his breath hitching as her soft lips lingered for just a moment before she pulled away. Abara stepped back, her face flushed but her expression serene. May you continue to act with such righteousness, she murmured, bowing slightly before retreating. Izuku stood there, completely still, his mind spinning as he tried to process what had just happened. His face burned crimson, and his heart raced as he watched the girls walk away one by one. Before he could even begin to make sense of it, Miruko grabbed him by the arm. All right, lover boy, she said with a dry laugh. Let's go before you get yourself into more trouble. Miruko's agency. Miruko, Itsuka, and Izuku staggered back into their agency after a grueling night. The air was heavy with exhaustion as they sank onto the floor, muscles aching from their outing. Izuku glanced over at Miruko, expecting her usual drill sergeant energy to kick in, but instead, her sharp eyes were glued to her phone, her posture uncharacteristically relaxed.
Miruko, shouldn't we start training soon? Izuku asked hesitantly, confusion flickering across his face. Miruko barely glanced up, a faint smirk tugging at her lips. Relax, Midoriya, even I know when to let you brats catch your breath. Rest up while you can. Training resumes at noon. After that, we're heading to Hosu. Itsuka straightened slightly, concern flashing in her eyes. Hosu, what's going on there? She asked, her voice calm but probing. Miruko's expression hardened, her tone taking on its usual no-nonsense edge. Hero killer's been spotted. Some pro rank 123 barely crawled out alive after he got to them. We need to move before he takes another life. Izuku's eyes widened in shock, his voice a little shaky. The hero killer. In Hosu, I thought he'd move on after. Yeah, I figured that too, Miruko interrupted, leaning back against the wall, her ears twitching slightly as if already preparing for action. But this guy's smarter than most. Looks like he's sticking around for more. Which means it's our problem now. Itsuka and Izuku exchanged a nervous glance, doubt creeping into their expressions. Itsuka spoke first, her voice steady despite her unease. Wait, Miruko, are we even allowed to come with you? Legally, I mean. Miruko rolled her eyes but her grin softened the gesture. You're with me, aren't you? That's all the permission you need. If someone's got a problem, they can take it up with me later. I'll handle it. Izuku's chest swelled with gratitude, and he stammered, Thank you, Miruko. That means a lot. Don't thank me yet, Miruko replied, crossing her arms as her gaze sharpened. I'm not dragging you along out of charity. You both proved yourselves last night. You kept your heads on straight when things went sideways. That's rare. I can't stand dead weight, and you two aren't it. Itsuka smiled, her eyes alight with determination. We won't let you down, she said simply, leaning forward, her body language radiating confidence. Maruko smirked, her usual fierce energy creeping back into her posture. Good. 'Cause whether or not you wanted to come, I was going after him anyway. You're just lucky I'm letting you tag along. Izuku chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. Why yeah, that sounds about right. Maruko's tone turned serious again, her crimson eyes locking on both of them. Listen up, though. Day-to-day patrols, they're more than just busywork. They're how we remind people we're here, watching out for them. It's not just about beating bad guys. It's about showing up when it counts. Izuku's face lit up with understanding. Like All Might, he's always there for people, saving them, inspiring them. Maruko's grin widened, her sharp canines flashing. Exactly. But let me be clear, heroes who don't actually do anything, just sit around waiting for glory or cash, they're a waste of space. You're not out there helping or catching the scum tearing society apart. You're not a hero in my book. Itsuka nodded firmly, absorbing the words. Understood, she said, her voice steady. Gunhead's agency. Ochako was in the midst of a rigorous training session at the dojo, surrounded by her peers and instructor Gunhead. With a determined look on her face, she yelled out her punches as she threw them. Right. Left. Right. Left. Gunhead, a seasoned expert in hand-to-hand combat, observed his students with a keen eye. Remember, don't just go through the motions, he emphasized, striking a pose to demonstrate his point. Focus on each individual punch, and don't forget that it's your basic physical strength that's behind each one. Ochako's eyes widened in admiration as she gazed at Gunhead's pose. She couldn't help but think, look at how cute that pose is. But her attention was quickly snapped back to the task at hand as Gunhead called out to her. Ochako, keep your guard up and focus on your technique. He instructed, his voice firm but encouraging. Ochako nodded, and her determination was renewed. She refocused on her punches, throwing each one with precision and power. Edgeshot's agency. Kyoka stood in the midst of Edgeshot's agency office, a serene space steeped in the traditions of Japan. Delicate bonsai trees and shoji screens contrasted with the sharp-edged kunai and training dummies scattered about. Her earphone jacks floated in the air like coiled serpents, vibrating subtly as she attuned herself to the faintest sounds. With her eyes shut, her breathing slowed, allowing her heightened senses to dominate. She had to stay sharp. Edgeshot's training demanded nothing less. A sudden shift in the air was her only warning. A kunai hissed toward her, and she twisted out of its path just in time. Her heart thundered, but she kept her focus, her ear jacks snapping toward the direction of the attack. Without hesitation, she unleashed a piercing sonic scream. The blast tore through the tranquil office, shattering the bonsai trees and sending shards of wood scattering like shrapnel. Damn it, she muttered, her voice tinged with frustration as she saw the destruction she'd caused. Edgeshot appeared in the chaos, his thin, wiry frame blurring as he zipped through the room. He was barely a flicker in her peripheral vision. She spun, trying to track him by sound alone. Her ear jacks twitched, catching the faint rustle of his clothing. When another kunai flew her way, she caught it on reflex, the blade nicking her palm. She hissed at the sting but used the pain to fuel her next scream. This time, her sonic blast clipped him. He reformed a few feet away, his thin body coiling back into its natural state. Edgeshot winced, rubbing his ears as though he'd heard the worst guitar feedback of his life. Better, he said, his voice calm despite the chaos around him. But you're still too reactive. A shinobi's greatest weapon is their mind. Stay aware of your surroundings, and never lose focus. Your back remains your most glaring weakness, one that could prove fatal in the field. Kyoka frowned but nodded. She wiped her bleeding palm against her pants, wincing as the pain flared again. Got it, she muttered, trying to mask her irritation. But she couldn't deny he was right. For 2 days, Edgeshot had put her through relentless drills, sharpening her instincts and teaching her techniques she'd never considered before. He wasn't cruel, but his expectations were sky high. Each failure gnawed at her, not because of his criticism but because she wanted to prove herself to him, to her classmates, and, though she wouldn't admit it aloud, to someone else. As they sat on cushions in the center of the room, Edge shot poured tea, the act serene despite the debris littering the floor. His sharp eyes studied her as he spoke. You're wondering why I offered you this internship. Kyoka stiffened, startled. How? It's written all over your face, he said with a faint smile. As a shinobi, I've learned to read expressions and body language. You have potential, Jiro. I've seen it. During the cavalry battle, you made quick decisions under pressure, rescuing Midoriya when he was surrounded. And during the third event, you stood your ground against Todoroki. You didn't let fear stop you, and you used your wits to stay in the fight. That's the spirit of a true shinobi. Her heart skipped at the mention of Midoriya. Thanks, she said, her voice quieter than she intended. Edgeshot's tone grew serious as he set his cup down. Unfortunately, your training will have to be cut short. The hero killer has been sighted in Hosu. The commission has tasked several top-ranked heroes, myself included, with tracking and capturing him. Kyoka's stomach twisted. Hosu. That meant danger, and not just for civilians. Her mind raced to Midoriya, who was interning with Maruko. The thought of him facing someone like the hero killer without backup made her chest tighten. Will Maruko be going? She asked, trying to sound casual. Edgeshot raised an eyebrow. It's likely. She's not one to ignore a fight. Why do you ask? His gaze sharpened as he studied her reaction. Is there someone you're worried about? Heat crept up her neck. What? No, I mean, not specifically. I just care about everyone's safety, she stammered, staring pointedly at the floor. Edgeshot chuckled softly, the rare sound catching her off guard. It wouldn't happen to be a certain green-haired boy, would it? He teased, his tone light but knowing. Kyoka's cheeks burned, and she glared at him. That skill of yours reading people is starting to piss me off, she muttered, crossing her arms to hide her embarrassment. Edgeshot smirked but quickly sobered. Romantic distractions aside, he said, your scouting skills will be invaluable during this mission, but remember, Stain is not your responsibility. If you encounter him, inform me or one of my sidekicks immediately. Understood. She nodded, her blush fading as his words sank in. Got it. Good, he said, leaning back. You're doing well, Jiro. Don't lose sight of your strengths or your goals. You'll need both in this line of work. Best Genist Agency. Best Genist stood in the center of his sleek, minimalist office, flanked by his team of sidekicks, each poised as though awaiting a fashion show rather than a hero debriefing. In his hand was a comb, gleaming under the soft, tailored lighting. Across from him, Bakugo Katsuki sat slouched in a chair, his usual scowl deepening with every passing second. His explosive nature seemed barely contained, simmering beneath the surface. To be a hero, Genist began, his voice smooth yet authoritative, is not merely to act with strength. It is to inspire. A hero's very presence must bring calm to the frightened, hope to the hopeless. Capability is critical, but charisma, elegance, poise, restraint, these are what define a true hero. He gestured with the comb, his polished manner making it seem almost like a scepter. Bakugo sneered, "TCH, as if that'll stop villains." Genist ignored the remark and gestured to Bakugo's freshly styled hair, a precise replication of Genist's own towering coiffure. Presentation, young Bakugo, is an extension of your identity as a hero. A frayed appearance suggests a frayed heart. Bakugo's eyes widened with visible horror as he caught his reflection in a nearby mirror. His hands shot to his hair, ruffling the carefully arranged strands. "What the hell did you do to me?" he barked, his face burning with a mix of embarrassment and fury. "Another masterpiece, sir," Genist's sidekicks chorused. Bakugo growled under his breath, his fists clenching. "This is a joke. A damn joke. I picked the wrong damn agency." His gritted words were barely audible, but Genist caught them with ease. Genist, unbothered, held up a bottle of high-strength hair gel, examining it thoughtfully. "Ah, it seems we'll need a more industrial solution to tame your rebellious locks. Your hair mirrors your spirit, after all, untamed, volatile, and resistant to structure." As Genist reached for Bakugo's head again, the boy swatted his hand away, glaring daggers. "Touch me again, and I'll blow this whole place to bits." Genist's calm never wavered. Instead, he took a step back, clasping his hands behind his back. "Very well, let us move beyond appearances for now. Tell me, Bakugo, what, in your own words, is a hero? Bakugo narrowed his eyes. What kinda stupid question is that? A hero's someone who always wins. That's it. No excuses, no compromises. They crush anyone who gets in their way. Like All Might. Genist raised a brow, his expression one of mild disapproval mixed with intrigue. Ah, yes, strength above all else. Victory is the ultimate measure of worth. It's a philosophy, certainly, but is it sustainable? His gaze sharpened, pinning Bakugo in place. Tell me, young man, what happens when you lose? Does that strip you of your identity as a hero? Bakugo's glare intensified, but he didn't respond immediately. Genist pressed on, his tone turning slightly sterner. You speak of victory as the sole benchmark, yet you've tasted defeat. At the sports festival, no less, where your peer Midoriya, a boy you seem to loathe, excelled. By your logic, does that not make him the better hero? Bakugo's jaw tightened, his teeth grinding audibly. Shut up, he muttered, low and dangerous. Midoriya, you refer to as Deku. The name alone made Bakugo bristle, his hands instinctively curling into fists. What the hell are you getting at? He snapped. Genist remained calm, gesturing with a measured hand. Consider this. Midoriya won the sports festival. He bested you, did he not? He has overcome trials at UA that most students would falter under. He stood against the villains at the USJ, aiding in saving your entire class and Class 1B. Every challenge he's faced thus far, he has overcome. By your logic, that makes him a hero. Bakugo's expression twisted into one of barely contained fury. Deku's not a hero, he growled. He got lucky. He's just a weak, useless. Genist interrupted, his tone sharp yet steady. Is he, or are you clinging to this notion because it threatens your worldview? You measure heroism by victory alone, and yet the very person you dismiss as Deku has achieved what you hold in the highest regard. He has not lost. Bakugo's jaw clenched, his glare burning. TCH, that damn nerd doesn't even know what he's doing half the time. He just stumbles through it. Genist tilted his head, his calm demeanor unyielding. Perhaps, but stumbling through adversity and still emerging victorious is a hallmark of resilience. Resilience, young Bakugo, is what separates those who merely win from those who inspire. Midoriya, despite his flaws, rises to the occasion time and time again. He is not perfect, but he learns. He adapts. Can you say the same? Bakugo's teeth ground together audibly, his mind racing. A part of him wanted to lash out, to deny everything Genist was saying. Yet, somewhere deep down, a small, unwelcome voice whispered that there was truth in the hero's words. You may find it difficult to accept, but the fabric of reality is woven with undeniable truth. His record is pristine, each thread a testament to his victories, unmarred by defeat. In contrast, your tapestry bears the marks of loss. By the very standards you uphold, he is the hero, while you are not. Damn you, Deku. ... With Mina. Mina stood in front of the mirror at the hero agency, her eyes taking in the reflection of her hero costume. The purple and turquoise bodysuit clung to her body, accentuating her curves in a way that made her feel confident. She admired how the tight fit highlighted her figure, her thoughts drifting as she studied herself. Her fingers lightly grazed her chest. Did they get bigger? She wondered, testing the fabric. She let go, watching as her body responded with a little bounce. A soft blush crept up her cheeks, her smile playful. Does Midori like them big? She mused, her mind drifting to Izuku. A goofy grin spread across her face. Hee, maybe I should show them off more. Get him flustered. Maybe something will happen. Mina turned around, glancing over her shoulder to get a better view of her backside. She gently ran her hand along her hip, contemplating, or is he more of an ass guy? Mina was fairly certain Izuku had little experience with girls, judging by how nervous he always seemed around them. The poor guy was so innocent, she thought, smiling at the idea that he probably never gave much thought to women in that way. Probably not, she mused aloud. But what kind of girl would he like? She examined her body again, a self-assured smile tugging at her lips. Well, in both areas, I've got it covered. Great curves and a perfect waist. Her face shifted slightly as she pouted in thought. Though, I have to hope he doesn't have preferences in either area. Momo's got the curves, and I think Ochako's got the bigger. But, she muttered, crossing her arms with a light frown. Shrugging it off, her playful grin returned. But even if that's the case, I'm sure I'm the one who'll keep him on his toes. She giggled, thinking about her upcoming plans to spend more time with him. I'll just keep getting closer, breaking him out of his shell, nice and casual. Her thoughts swirled with ideas for teasing him, each more mischievous than the last. With Toru stood in front of the mirror, eyes scanning her form with a critical eye. She tilted her head slightly, studying her figure and unconsciously squeezing her hips, giving her ass a playful squeeze. Her cheeks flushed as she recalled Midoriya's kind words about her being pretty, especially the moment when he saw her in her full form. Seriously, is this really what Midoriya sees when he looks at me? She muttered, feeling her face heat up as she recalled the time he'd called her pretty. Her fingers lingered on her waist, feeling the curve there before she sighed. I wonder if he thinks I'm too plain compared to someone like Mina. She's got that cute pink skin, fluffy hair, and I swear, he's always talking about her hair. Toru crossed her arms, her thoughts tangled in comparison. Sometimes I wish I could just go back to being permanently invisible. At least that way, I could stand out in my own way. She glanced at her reflection again, self-conscious. With a frustrated huff, she collapsed onto her bed. Okay, but I'm probably not as interesting as Mina. She's so vibrant and cute, and she paused, staring at her reflection one last time, deep in thought. What kind of girls does Midoriya like, anyway? Edge shot. Kyoka Jiro stood in front of the mirror at the Edge Shot agency, adjusting her sports bra. Her eyes lingered on her reflection, and she gently cupped her small breast. She sighed softly, a slight frown on her face. I wonder what kind of girl Greenie likes. Kyoka thought, her fingers lightly brushing against her earlobes as she stared at her reflection. Her cheeks warmed, and her gaze shifted to her chest. Compared to Momo's curves, she felt plain. Her frown deepened. Compared to Yaomomo, I'm definitely smaller. She sighed, her insecurities creeping in. Then her mind wandered to Mina, whose easy confidence seemed effortless. Ashido always has so much fun with him. Kyoka's stomach churned at the thought. Maybe he likes that about her, someone who's bubbly and bold. Her gaze dropped to her legs, toned from years of training. She remembered the whispers she'd overheard Kaminari and Subaraba commenting that her legs were her best feature. Even Bullfrag Izuku had said it outright during the sports festival. The memory made her blush, a strange mixture of pride and doubt swirling in her chest. Did that dork actually mean it? Kyoka muttered, her face heating up as she recalled the way Izuku's eyes lingered. He couldn't stop staring, practically drooling over me. Kyoka groaned, dragging a hand down her face. Why does him looking at me, even remotely like Mineta does with the other girls, feel so? She trailed off, her heart pounding hard in her chest. Arg, what's wrong with me? Kyoka Jiro plopped on her bed, her fingers nervously tapping against her phone. She couldn't stop thinking about what Bullfrag had said during their last training session. Your legs are your best feature. His words kept echoing in her mind, making her stomach flip every time. Was it just an alien thing? Or did he really mean it? She let out a frustrated sigh, running a hand through her hair. Screw it, she muttered, dialing his number before she could change her mind. The phone rang twice before Izuku picked up. Jiro, is everything okay? Do you like my legs? She blurted, cutting straight to the point. There was a long pause before Izuku's panicked voice broke through. Wait, what? Kyoka groaned, her face burning. You heard me, she snapped, trying to sound casual but failing miserably. You said my legs were my best feature when you were Bullfrag. Was that just some alien thing, or? Wait, is this a trick question? Izuku stammered, clearly flustered. Kyoka groaned, her frustration bubbling over. No, just forget it, she snapped, ready to hang up and bury herself in her blankets. Wait, hold on. Izuku's voice came urgently through the phone, stopping her. She hesitated, her thumb hovering over the end call button. There was a long pause before he spoke again, his voice barely above a whisper. If I'm being honest. Yeah, they're pretty, His words faltered, but Kyoka could hear the sincerity in his tone. Her cheeks burned as she clutched the phone tighter. You really think so? She asked softly, her heart racing. I do, Izuku admitted, his voice still flustered but honest. Kyoka placed her phone to her ear as she lied on her bed. Kyoka bit her lip, her usual sarcastic edge dulled by the nervous flutter in her chest. Like, anything in particular? What I wear, I mean, she asked, her voice softer than usual. She rubbed her thighs self-consciously, unsure why she felt so exposed asking him something so personal. There was a cough on the other end of the line, and she could almost picture Izuku rubbing the back of his neck, his cheeks bright red. I just think they're really nice. Slender and perfect, he muttered, his voice honest and unfiltered. Her heart felt like it might leap out of her chest. It was like he didn't even realize the weight of what he was saying. To Izuku, it was as obvious as the sky being blue, but to her, it was an avalanche of emotions. Why your punk look is really cool, Izuku continued, his tone growing more earnest. And, pencil skirts, leggings, fishnets. His voice faltered for a second before he added, they really suit you. Kyoka's face burned as she pressed the phone closer to her ear, her grip tightening. She could feel her whole body grow hotter, her heart racing faster with every word. And I mean, it's not just your legs, Izuku continued, his voice soft but sincere. You're really beautiful, Jiro. Everything about you just fits. It's kind of hard to explain, but it's just you, and it's perfect. Izuku muttered out unconsciously. Her heart pounded against her ribs, Izuku's words replaying in her head on a loop. Kyoka tried to play it cool, but her voice betrayed her with a slight tremble. Didn't think you'd have a thing for fishnets, Greenie, she quipped, forcing a playful tone to mask her nerves. I don't have a thing. Izuku blurted out, his voice rising in panic. I just think they suit you, that's all. Kyoka couldn't hold back a quiet laugh, the tension in her chest easing a bit. Relax, I'm just messing with you, she said, her voice softer now, almost fond. But, thanks. That's all I wanted to know. Why yeah. No problem, Izuku replied, still clearly flustered. Kyoka smirked, feeling lighter than before. Talk to you later, Greenie, she said, ending the call before he could stammer out another word. She set her phone down and let out a deep breath, a small smile playing on her lips. Dork. Gran Torino Agency. Gran Torino eyed Tenya with a small smirk, clearly pleased. You're improving, kid. You can almost dodge properly now. Tenya grinned, feeling a swell of pride. Thank you, sir. Gran Torino's grin didn't fade, but his tone became teasing. Don't get too cocky, though. You're still as stiff as a board. Tenya's expression shifted to one of determination. I'm working on it, sir. I'm focusing on becoming more flexible and fluid. Gran Torino raised an eyebrow, his voice turning serious. That's part of the problem, kid. It's not just about flexibility. Your attitude's too rigid, you're too set in your ways. Tenya blinked in confusion. Sir, I thought it was a good thing to want to follow in Tensai's footsteps. Gran Torino snorted, shaking his head. Tensai's a damn fine hero, but you can't just copy him, kid. You need to forge your own path. You can't expect to become a hero just by mimicking someone else's style. Tenya's eyes narrowed in thought, and he tapped his chin, absorbing the lesson. I understand now, sir. I need to be more adaptable, and think outside the box. Gran Torino's grin returned, proud of Tenya's realization. Now you're getting it. Let's see how that new mindset holds up when we go villain hunting tonight. Tenya's eyes lit up, his enthusiasm clear. Really, sir, but I thought you were trying to keep me from rushing into danger like that. Gran Torino chuckled, shaking his head. We're not going after the big leagues, kid. This is about the smaller fry. I want you to see there's more to being a hero than just throwing yourself at the biggest bad guys. Tenya nodded eagerly, his sense of responsibility kicking in. I'm honored that you trust me enough to bring me along, sir. Gran Torino waved a hand dismissively. Don't go puffing your chest out too much. We're just hopping on the bullet train to Shibuya. Tenya straightened, his determination rising. I'm ready for this, sir. Gran Torino chuckled. Fastest. Ha. It's fast if nothing goes wrong, but if things do, it's just a junkyard on wheels. Tenya's eyes widened in realization. I see now, sir. The bullet train may be fast, but it's limited to its tracks. Just like I need to be flexible in my thinking, rather than rigidly sticking to one path. Gran Torino stroked his beard, impressed. Look at that, you finally get it, kid. Tenya bowed, his grin wide. Thank you, sir. I'm starting to understand your lessons much better. Gran Torino's grin turned mischievous as he swiftly kicked Tenya in the face. Not everything I say is a damn lesson, kid. League of Villains hideout. Stain sat on the counter, sipping a glass of whiskey while Kurogiri quietly poured himself a drink. The dim light reflected off the purple haze of his portal, casting long shadows across the room. Hero killer, Kurogiri began in his smooth, measured tone. I'm curious, how did you manage to lure so many pro-heroes to one district? Especially ones with less than stellar reputations. Stain placed the glass down deliberately, his scarred face set in grim satisfaction. The knights have ears everywhere, janitors, secretaries, even the people they pass on the street. We sent word to those false heroes, threatening to unmask them. Their greed and pride did the rest. They came running, and my blade did the talking. His voice dripped with venom, a fiery conviction burning in his eyes. Shigaraki leaned forward from his seat, his posture lazy but his tone sharp. Enough of your self-righteous speeches. You came here because you want to join me, right? Stain met his gaze, unflinching. I do, but don't mistake my intent. Your goals are chaos for chaos's sake. I aim to cleanse this society, to reform it. Shigaraki's expression twisted with irritation, his fingers twitching against the table. Spare me the sermon. You're just another zealot clinging to your own warped sense of justice. But I'll admit, that conviction of yours is too useful to waste. Stain's lips curled into a thin smile. Conviction. You wouldn't know what to do with it. Your hate lacks purpose, Shigaraki. I'm heading to Hosu. The streets there will run red with the blood of false heroes. Watch and learn what it means to fight for something greater than yourself. Shigaraki scoffed, his voice laced with mockery. Learn. From you. You're nothing but a hypocrite with a god complex. Stain's eyes burned with restrained fury as he stood, his voice low but razor sharp. And yet, I've inspired people. Not by empty promises or vague destruction, but by action. Something your so-called League of Villains can't seem to manage. Shigaraki's teeth clenched, but before he could retort, Kurogiri's calm voice cut through the tension. Gentlemen, if you're done trading philosophies, we have more pressing matters to attend to. The swirling purple mist engulfed them, and in an instant, they stood atop a shadowy rooftop overlooking the city. This place looks nicer than I expected, Tamura said, stepping through the swirling portal and onto the rooftop, his tone teetering between sarcasm and disdain. His red eyes scanned the city below, a world bathed in the warm hues of a setting sun. Kurogiri followed, his form materializing from the mist. So, hero killer, what exactly is your plan here? Stain stood near the edge, his silhouette sharp against the fading light. To reform this city, he said, his voice calm yet resolute. But to do so, I will require more victims. Kurogiri tilted his head, his voice even as he questioned, but hero killer, you've already slain 45 pro-heroes and crippled at least a dozen more. Why continue your purge here in Hosu? Stain let the silence hang in the air for a moment before answering, a message must be sent. My return cannot be ignored. And when the false heroes realize that no city is safe, they will crumble under the weight of their own corruption. Kurogiri nodded slightly. I see. A demonstration, then, to show them that even their strongholds offer no sanctuary. Stain's lips twitched into a faint smirk. At least someone understands. Tamura crossed his arms, his tone petulant. I feel like you're mocking me. Stain turned slightly, his gaze cutting. Hero is a title that should be earned through great deeds, not thrown around like a cheap commodity. Yet here we are, surrounded by money-hungry frauds and lustful charlatans. Until this society sees the error of its ways, I will continue to act. Without another word, Stain leapt from the rooftop, his form vanishing into the city below as the sun dipped below the horizon. Night enveloped the city, and Tamura stood silently, his fingers twitching at his sides as he stared into the distance. "Kurogiri," he said suddenly, his voice sharp. "I've had enough of him." Kurogiri's eyes glowed faintly, but his tone remained measured. "Shigaraki, I must caution you. The hero killer is a powerful ally, and your master values his contributions." Tamura sneered, the corners of his mouth twitching upward. "Master said I could enact my plan, and if the hero killer ends up as collateral damage, well, that's just a bonus." He turned sharply toward Kurogiri. "Are you certain he's in Hosu?" "Positive," Kurogiri replied. "He's currently in the city, moving alongside a top pro hero." "Maruko. But I must remind you, this plan could jeopardize our partnership." Tamura's grin widened, his tone dripping with mockery. "Partnership? That guy wants a world filled with All Might clones. Isn't that just perfect? Heroes scrambling to prove themselves while I tear their precious society apart. And the fact he wants to protect the nuisance is annoying." He stepped forward, his gaze gleaming with a dangerous light. "How many Nomu do we have?" "7, Kurogiri answered. "The doctor has been increasing their production since hearing about the child who defeated one." Tamura's grin twisted into something monstrous. "7 will do." With a wave of his hand, Kurogiri opened a portal, and 7 smaller, gray Nomu emerged, their forms hunched and twisted but radiating raw power. Shigaraki's eyes sparkled with manic excitement as he surveyed his forces. "As if I'd let him get away with stabbing me like that. If wants to go on a rampage, we'll let him." "Has the good doctor prepared his pets?" Kurogiri nodded. "Yes. His mutant pets will take siege to the city." The air grew thick with tension as terrifying growls and snarls echoed through the distance, like a chorus of monsters. The sound sent shivers down the spine, a chilling reminder of the horrors that lurked in the shadows. A few haunting howls pierced the night air, making the hairs on the back of Shigaraki's neck stand on end. He reveled in the terror that his plan inspired, his grin growing even wider. "Let the game begin." ... The bullet train carrying Tenya and his mentor, Gran Torino, screeched to a violent halt as its side was suddenly smashed open. A pro-hero was hurled into the car at breakneck speed, crumpling the metal like paper. Tenya barely had time to react before a massive, gnarled hand reached through the wreckage, grabbing him and tossing him into the open air. Adrenaline surged through Tenya as he twisted midair, engines roaring to life. He angled his legs sharply, firing bursts of propulsion to counter the momentum and soften his landing. His feet hit the ground in a controlled slide, leaving cracks in the pavement. Before he could catch his breath, a deafening shockwave rippled through the air. He looked up to see Gran Torino launch himself at the hulking creature responsible, his small frame a blur. With a powerful kick, Gran Torino struck the Nomu square in the chest, sending it hurtling through the sky like a meteor. The force of the impact was immense, distorting the air and scattering debris in every direction. "Nomu!" Tenya shouted, his voice strained with a mix of alarm and dread. His eyes locked onto the monstrous figure as it crashed into a distant building, its exposed brain glistening under the city lights. All around him, chaos erupted. More Nomu engaged nearby heroes, one of whom wielded chainsaw-like blades on multiple arms, each strike emitting a metallic screech. Tenya's engines hummed steadily as he landed, scanning the battlefield with a growing sense of unease. Gran Torino zipped to his side, his usual playful demeanor replaced by a stern, focused expression. "Good, you're in one piece," he said curtly. "Plans have changed. They need every hero for this mess, so I'm heading in. Listen carefully. Iida, use your quirk to evacuate civilians and escape danger if necessary. You have my permission for that. But if I catch you fighting any villains, I'll personally see to it that they throw the book at you." "Understood." Tenya nodded deeply, a mix of relief and guilt tightening his chest. "Yes, sir." Gran Torino took off in a blur, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. Tenya watched him go, his resolve wavering. "This is my chance," he thought, clenching his fists. "The hero killer is here in Hosu. I can bring him to justice, for Tensai." But as he gazed at the battlefield and the chaos unfolding, Gran Torino's words echoed in his mind. His brother's condition flashed before his eyes, the pain, the loss of his hero career. Shame crept over him like a shadow. Tenya bowed his head, whispering softly, "I'm sorry, Gran Torino." Flames roared like living beasts, consuming the city with a ferocious appetite. Ochako dodged through the chaos, her gravity quirk a lifeline to civilians trapped in the nightmare. Smoke burned her throat, and every breath felt heavy, but she pressed on. Gunhead and his sidekicks were beside her, their movements precise as they worked to pull people from the rubble and fight back the terror of the Nomus. "Gravity, focus," Gunhead barked, his voice cutting through the cacophony. "Yes, sir," Ochako responded, planting her hands on a crushed car. With a spark of her quirk, the wreck lifted effortlessly into the air, revealing a frightened couple trapped beneath. Gunhead immediately reached in, pulling them to safety as Ochako gently released the car to the side. "Clear this zone and then move forward," Gunhead ordered, giving her a sharp nod. "Remember, your priority is the people. Keep moving, I'll handle the Nomus here." Her heart pounded as she nodded, her legs already carrying her toward the next street. The air was thick with smoke, and her ears rang from the constant sounds of screams, explosions, and the monstrous screeches of the Nomus rampaging through the city. Everywhere she looked, people were in danger, trapped under debris or cowering in fear. "Everyone, this way," she called out, using her quirk to lift a massive chunk of concrete that had pinned down a man clutching his young daughter. The weightless slab floated upward, and she quickly helped the two to their feet. "Go, follow the path and keep running until you see a hero." The man nodded, his voice trembling as he thanked her, but Ochako was already sprinting to the next cry for help. She barely noticed the strain building in her arms and legs. Her quirk required precision, but she didn't let herself falter. Not now. As she turned a corner, a Nomu came crashing through the side of a building, barreling toward her with terrifying speed. Its grotesque form loomed closer, the exposed brain glistening under the firelight. Ochako froze for a split second, her instinct screaming at her to move. She stepped back, but her foot caught on a piece of debris, sending her tumbling to the ground. Her heart pounded in her ears. "Crap," she gasped, squeezing her eyes shut as the beast lunged toward her. Boom! The sound of impact reverberated through the street, followed by a high-pitched screech. Ochako's eyes snapped open just in time to see the Nomu sent hurtling through the air, crashing into a building with enough force to shatter its walls. Standing between her and the chaos was Gran Torino, his yellow boots still raised from the kick. The old hero crouched low, scanning the scene with sharp, calculating eyes. His presence, though diminutive in stature, was overwhelming. "Gran Torino," Ochako gasped, quickly scrambling to her feet. Relief flooded her, but it was short-lived. The old man's face was grim, his lips pressed into a thin line. "That idiot kid," he muttered under his breath, more to himself than to her. "Tenya, he's going to get himself killed." Ochako blinked, her mind racing. "Iida, what do you mean? Where is he?" Gran Torino's gaze didn't meet hers. Instead, he looked into the distance, his fists clenched tightly. "That damn fool went after the hero killer, didn't he?" he muttered, his tone low and angry. Without another word, he launched himself into the air, zipping toward another corner of the city to join the fray. Ochako stood frozen, the realization hitting her like a punch to the gut. The hero killer, Stain. She heard Izuku's voice echo in her memory. When we lose someone we care about, it's easy to let anger and pain guide us into doing something reckless. Her breath caught. Tenya wasn't just chasing justice, he was after revenge. "No, Iida," she whispered, her hands trembling. "You didn't. You can't." Gran Torino was gone, leaving Ochako alone amidst the chaos. But she couldn't stand still. Not now. Not when her friend was out there, throwing himself into a battle he wasn't ready for. She clenched her fists, determination hardening in her chest. "I'm not going to let you do something stupid," she vowed, breaking into a sprint. A few minutes earlier, Itsuka, Maruko, and Izuku walked the dimly lit streets of Hosu, their patrol having been uneventful so far. The occasional copycat or minor villain had posed no real challenge, leaving the trio in a lull. Itsuka stretched her arms over her head, suppressing a yawn. "Man, patrols can be so boring sometimes." Maruko shrugged, her hands tucked casually into her jacket pockets. Not every day's about throwing fists at supervillains or chasing down aliens, kid. If you're in this for the excitement, you're in the wrong job. Itsuka smirked and slowed her pace to match Izuku's. Speaking of aliens, Izuku, how'd you end up turning into that megawatt thing last time? Izuku scratched the back of his head, his expression thoughtful. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. I woke up, the Omnitrix was glowing yellow, and Buzzsaw just kind of showed up. Itsuka raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Buzzsaw, you mean the zappy little gremlin you turned into? Izuku nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, I think it's a cool name. Itsuka chuckled, crossing her arms. You and your names, they're usually so dumb. Izuku feigned offense, gasping dramatically. Hey, they're clever. Like amphibian, that's a great name. Itsuka rolled her eyes playfully. Sure thing, Dekiru 10. Izuku shot back with a grin. Ha ha, battle fist. Itsuka's cheeks flushed, and she jabbed a finger at him in mock indignation. Hey, battle fist is objectively a cool name. Maruko, walking slightly ahead, smirked as their banter played out behind her. Though she wouldn't admit it, she found the dynamic between the two oddly endearing. She shook her head to clear the thought, her ears twitching as she forced her focus back to the patrol. Her gut told her the quiet wouldn't last. And then it hit. Izuku froze mid-step, his face contorting in pain as he clutched his head. His breath hitched, and his eyes darted around frantically. Danger sense. Something's wrong. He hissed, his voice tight with urgency. The shift in atmosphere was immediate. Maruko's ears twitched, and she instinctively sniffed the air, her nose wrinkling. What the hell is that stench? She growled, her tone sharp as her body coiled with tension. Before Izuku could answer, a screech tore through the air, chilling them to the bone. The trio whipped their heads upward just as a Nomu came hurtling toward them from above, its massive wings spread wide and its grotesque form illuminated by the streetlights. The creature slammed into the road with an earth-shattering impact, sending cracked spider webbing across the pavement. Nomu, Itsuka exclaimed, her voice shaking as she instinctively moved into a fighting stance. Stay sharp, Maruko barked, her crimson eyes locking onto the creature. But before she could make her move, another Nomu, a hulking green monstrosity, emerged from an alleyway to their right, its guttural growl rumbling like distant thunder. The green Nomu lunged, its massive arms swinging toward Maruko with bone-crushing force. With a snarl, Maruko ducked low and surged forward, her powerful legs propelling her into a spinning kick. Her heel connected with the Nomu's torso, the impact resounding like a thunderclap. The force of the blow sent the creature hurtling through the air, crashing into the side of a building and leaving a gaping hole in the concrete. Izuku barely had time to process Maruko's display of raw power when his danger sense flared again. His head whipped toward a shadowy alley, where a smaller, faster figure darted toward him. Glowing eyes locked onto his arm, and its unhinged jaw revealed rows of razor-sharp teeth. The creature lunged, and Izuku felt a cold sweat break out as time seemed to slow. The creature's maw was unnaturally wide, its rows of razor-sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. It wasn't just aiming to bite, it was poised to rip his arm clean off. Time seemed to slow as Izuku froze, unable to fully process the imminent danger. He could feel the heat of its breath as its teeth came within inches of his forearm. Izuku, Itsuka screamed, her voice tinged with panic. Just as the creature's teeth grazed his skin, the Omnitrix flared to life. A sudden, blinding pulse of energy erupted from the device, slamming into the wolf with the force of an explosion. The creature's head disintegrated in an instant, shards of bone and flesh scattering across the alley. Its headless body crumpled to the ground in a twitching heap. Izuku stumbled back, breathing hard as he stared at the Omnitrix in disbelief. What just happened? He muttered, his voice trembling. Maruko was at his side in an instant, her hand gripping his shoulder as she scanned him for injuries. You tell me, Dekiru. You good? Her tone was firm, but there was an edge of concern beneath it. Why yeah, Izuku stammered, still catching his breath. He glanced at the smoking remains of the creature. I think the Omnitrix did that on its own. I didn't even activate it. Maruko turned her attention to the Nomu with wings, which was slowly staggering back to its feet. Its unfocused, milky eyes locked onto Izuku. Deku, it rasped, its voice distorted and hollow. At the same time, the green Nomu, eerily similar in appearance to the one at USJ, charged toward the trio at blinding speed. Its muscular body moved with unnatural precision, each step cracking the ground beneath it. Maruko tensed, her instinct screaming that this thing wasn't human. Dekiru 10, she asked, her voice sharp, are these things even human or some alien monstrosity? Izuku's mind raced. He thought back to Detective Tsukauchi's words about the Nomu. If they were human, killing them was a mercy. No, he said grimly, his voice steady despite the rising tension. They're not human anymore. The one at USJ. I had to turn into ash to stop it. They won't stop, no matter what. The moment the words left his mouth, Maruko launched herself forward. In a single, devastating strike, she crushed the green Nomu's head. It collapsed in a heap, twitching once before going still. The winged Nomu took to the sky, its malformed wings flapping noisily as it ascended. Maruko clicked her tongue, glancing up. TCH, coward. She turned to the others, her tone commanding. We need to keep moving. There might be more people who need help. Itsuka and Izuku nodded in unison, but before they could take another step, a voice echoed through the air. Oh, I don't think you're going anywhere. The male voice was smug, dripping with condescension. Izuku's stomach dropped as recognition set in. Before he could react, there was a heavy thud behind them. Dust and debris flew into the air as vehicles were pushed back by the force of the impact. The sound of a deep croak reverberated through the street, sending a chill down Izuku's spine. Emerging from the cloud of dust was a frog-like monstrosity. Its moss-green skin glistened, and its light green throat expanded as it croaked again. Two small horns jutted from its forehead, while bone-like spikes protruded from the sides of its head. Its four red eyes glowed ominously, and olive-green spiked lumps ran along its grotesque body. Izuku's eyes widened in horror. No way. Itsuka glanced at him, confused. What is that thing? Maruko's sharp eyes narrowed. That thing's not natural. Izuku's voice was shaky as he answered. I know that croaker. That's Dr. Onomo's frog. The guy from the mall. Itsuka asked, her brows furrowing. Before Izuku could reply, a figure stepped forward, standing atop the frog's massive back. His red-tinted goggles glinted in the light, and his sleeveless black vest, adorned with metallic accents, caught their attention. Two oversized mechanical arms extended from his sides, whirring ominously as he smirked down at them. Drive Onomo, Izuku shouted, taking a cautious step back. How did I find you? Onomo interrupted, his tone smug and self-assured. Oh, it wasn't difficult, boy. Your little exploits have made quite the splash. You've been leaving a trail of breadcrumbs for me to follow. Izuku clenched his fists, his mind racing. And I didn't come alone, Onomo continued, gesturing grandly to the shadows. Let me introduce you to my new friends. The words barely left his mouth when 6 hulking, mutated wolves slinked out of the darkness. Their mangy fur bristled, and their glowing eyes radiated pure malice. Each step they took revealed unnaturally sharp claws and jagged teeth, glinting as they growled and snarled. Izuku's blood ran cold. Friends. His eyes darted between the creatures and the Nomu. The realization hit him like a truck. You're working with the League of Villains. Dr. Onomo chuckled darkly, the sound dripping with unhinged glee. Oh, very clever, my little genius. You think you've got it all figured out, don't you? But no. I've simply aligned myself with others who recognize my brilliance. And you will not deny me my place in history again. He pointed an accusing finger at Izuku, his voice growing more manic. You think you're so special because of that gaudy wristwatch. But you'll soon learn what true genius looks like. And you, he said, turning his attention to Maruko, must be the famed rabbit hero. An albino, yes, fascinating attributes. Maruko's brow furrowed. Before she could say more, the wolf pack let out a collective, guttural growl. Their muscles coiled as they prepared to pounce, their jaws snapping hungrily. Wolves are natural predators of rabbits, Onomo said, his voice seeping with malice as he gestured toward the 6 hulking beasts that encircled them. In the wild, they hunt in packs, using their speed, their cunning, and their relentless nature to exhaust their prey. Now imagine that, but with my enhancements. Faster, stronger, smarter, truly the perfect hunters. Izuku and Itsuka instinctively stepped back, the tension in the air palpable. One for all began crackling faintly around Izuku's arms as he prepared himself for the inevitable fight. Beside him, Itsuka clenched her fists, enlarging. The oppressive silence was shattered by the piercing cry of hawks. Two massive, mutated hawks descended from the sky, their talons scraping the roof of a nearby building as they perched above, gazing down at Maruko. Their wings stretched so wide that they cast an ominous shadow over the entire street. Hawks, Onimo continued, nature's silent assassins. Their vision is unmatched, their strike deadly. They don't just hunt their prey, they own the sky. Before anyone could respond, the soft rustling of fur on stone caught their ears. Two mutated foxes slunk into view, their bushy tails twitching in rhythmic anticipation. Their eyes were sharp, circling Maruko and the two students like predators playing with their food. Foxes, Onimo purred, his voice practically oozing with admiration. Clever, nimble, and endlessly adaptable. Outmaneuvering their prey is second nature. A perfect counter to a rabbit's speed and tenacity, wouldn't you agree? The soft hiss of scales dragging across the pavement snapped their attention toward an alley. A monstrous, two-headed rattlesnake emerged, its forked tongues flicking out in opposite directions as both heads swayed in eerie synchronization. Its body coiled tightly before unfurling. And last, but certainly not least, Onimo said, his tone dripping with triumph, my masterpiece, a two-headed rattlesnake. It strikes from multiple angles, faster than the human eye can follow. Even for someone with your reflexes, Maruko, it's an impossible task to dodge both heads at once. Maruko's gaze swept over the creatures surrounding her. The wolves growled low, their saliva pooling onto the ground. The hawks flapped their wings, the gust of air forcing loose papers and debris into the air. The foxes moved closer, tails swishing as if mocking her. The snake coiled tighter, both heads swaying. Onimo grinned, relishing the tableau of chaos he had orchestrated. So, Maruko, the great rabbit hero. Number 7 in Japan, a paragon of agility and ferocity. How does it feel to stand surrounded by your natural predators, each of them enhanced to their very limits? Tell me, who will have the honor of tearing you apart first? He clenched his fists. Izuku's breath hitched, expecting fear or hesitation from Maruko. After all, anyone else in her shoes would have faltered. Even he felt the weight of the overwhelming odds bearing down on them. But Maruko. She grinned. Not a smirk, not a nervous, defiant smile. A full-blown, wolfish grin. Her crimson eyes gleamed with unrestrained excitement, and her fingers cracked as she balled her fists. Not bad, she said, her voice dripping with anticipation. I gotta admit, you put on a hell of a show, Froggy. But if you think I'm scared. She crouched low, her muscles coiling like springs, her ears twitching to pick up the subtlest of movements. You don't know me, I don't run from a fight. Her grin widened, feral and unrestrained. I dive right in. ... Iida surged through the streets of Hosu, his engines roaring with fury. Guilt, frustration, and the unrelenting thirst for justice clouded his thoughts. He'd been warned not to seek out the hero killer, but his brother's broken body haunted him. He couldn't stand by any longer. Fool, came a low voice from an alleyway. Iida skidded to a halt, peering into the shadows. Stain stood over a fallen hero, blade glinting in the dim light. A man like him doesn't belong in my new world. The hero killer's voice dripped with disdain. But you, so loud, so reckless. You'll be dealt with soon enough. The sight of Stain pushed Iida's rage to the surface. Without hesitation, he launched forward in a blur, engines roaring. Stain turned, his blood-red eyes narrowing. Pathetic, Stain growled, sidestepping Iida's attack with terrifying ease. His sword flashed, slicing into Iida's shoulder. Pain exploded through him, halting his momentum. Impressive speed, Stain admitted, his tone cold. But raw power without purpose is nothing. He glared down at Iida, who staggered but stood firm. A child playing at being a hero. I'm no child, Iida snapped, his voice trembling with rage. I am Ingenium, the brother of a true hero, and I'll defeat you. Stain's lips curled into a sneer. Your eyes burn with vengeance, not resolve. A hero driven by hatred is nothing but a hypocrite. You crippled my brother, Iida shouted, fists trembling. You destroyed the career of a man who saved countless lives. You took his dream, and now I'll end you. Stain's gaze hardened. You speak of dreams and justice, yet here you stand, blinded by anger. Your brother, weak. You, weaker. Neither of you understands what it means to be a true hero. Shut up, Iida roared, surging forward again. But Stain moved like a shadow, darting around him effortlessly. A swift kick knocked Iida to the ground, and in an instant, Stain's blade was at his throat. Look around, fool, Stain hissed, gesturing to the fallen hero, native. While you wallow in your selfish vendetta, others suffer. A true hero saves lives without thought for themselves. His voice was icy, every word cutting deeper than his blade. You've lost your way, boy. You're a legacy chaser, not a hero. Iida's body trembled, but Stain stepped back, his piercing gaze unwavering. Reflect on yourself. Save others first. Only then might you grasp what it means to be worthy of the title, hero. Tenya glared up at Stain, his body paralyzed, fury and shame boiling within him. A villain lecturing him on heroism, it was unbearable. Yet deep down, Iida knew the truth in those cutting words. Gran Torino was right, he thought bitterly. I was blinded by vengeance, ignoring everything I'd been taught. Stain's crimson eyes narrowed as he raised his blade, licking the blood from its edge. And that, he said coldly, is why you must die. Iida strained to move, but his body refused to obey. I can't move, he realized, helpless. Goodbye, Stain intoned. May your death cleanse this world of false heroes. The blade descended, but suddenly, Stain's movements faltered. His body jerked backward, as if invisible strings had yanked him off balance. What? Stain snarled, his eyes snapping to the side, where Ochako Uraraka stood with one hand extended, her fingers trembling as she controlled his weight. You Uraraka, Iida gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. Ochako's jaw clenched, sweat beading on her brow as she manipulated Stain's movements, lifting him off the ground. With a forceful motion, she slammed him into the side of a building, cracks spidering out from the impact. Stain growled, his body tensing against her control, but Ochako pressed on, tossing him into the alley wall again and again, each impact more forceful than the last. Stain snarled, his bloodthirsty gaze locked onto her. You're a hero, I take it. He spat, his voice venomous. What drives you to wear that mask? Ochako's hands trembled, but she didn't break eye contact. I became a hero to help my parents, she said firmly. They've worked hard their whole lives, and I want to give them a better future. Stain's sneer deepened. Pathetic. A hero driven by selfish desires. You're no different from the fakes I've cut down. That's not true, Ochako retorted, her voice shaking with emotion. I'll save as many people as I can. I won't let anyone down. Stain's muscles tightened as he fought her control, his strength staggering. He flipped mid-air, his blade flashing as he cut through a chunk of debris Ochako hurled at him. His speed was terrifying, his movements fluid as he closed the gap in an instant. Do you think your naive ideals will save you? He hissed. Would you risk your life for someone else? Sacrifice your family for strangers? No, you're nothing but another pretender. Ochako's heart pounded, fear threatening to overtake her, but she stood firm. What would Dekiru do? She asked herself, her determination solidifying. She raised her hand again, forcing Stain's body to the ground with crushing gravity. He snarled, trying to rise, but Ochako kept the pressure steady. Iida, she called out, her voice steady despite the strain, I'll get us out of this. Just hold on. You think you can stop me? Stain growled, his body trembling under her control, but his murderous resolve unbroken. I'm a hero, Ochako said, her voice calm and unwavering. And I won't let you take anyone else. You know, Midoriya, Maruko said, crouching low with her muscles taut, her sharp grin cutting through the tension in the air. When this week started, I thought it was gonna be boring, just another job. She shot him a sidelong glance, her eyes glimmering like molten gold. But now, she let out a bark of laughter, the sound raw and wild. This is the most alive I've felt in years. Her voice rang out with unrestrained excitement as she flexed her legs, ready to spring forward. Izuku, surrounded by the mutant beasts of Dr. Onimo, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. But Maruko, she was practically vibrating with anticipation, her gaze locked on the villain sitting atop his grotesque, mutated frog. "You're the puppeteer pulling the strings on these freaks, huh?" she growled, her smirk widening as her sharp teeth caught the light. "Good, that just means I take you out, and this whole circus falls apart." Before she could charge, the sound of hurried footsteps and sharp gasps broke through the chaos. "What in the world?" one hero stammered, his eyes widening in shock as he skidded to a halt. "Are those mutated animals?" Another hero stepped back, her hand flying to her mouth in horror. "This is insane. Those poor creatures. We need to protect the students." The third hero's face darkened, his jaw set in grim determination. "Evacuate the area, now. We can't let anyone else get hurt." "Maruko's tough," the first hero said, his voice wavering as his gaze flicked to the beasts circling. "But those kids, they're not ready for this. We've gotta move." Maruko just let out a low chuckle, her ears twitching as the massive frog beneath Onimo leapt high into the air. Her stance shifted, sharp and controlled, as the two-headed serpent launched itself at her with fangs bared. She twisted her body at the last second, dodging both heads with razor-sharp precision. The hawks weren't far behind. Their talons sliced through the air with a deafening screech, aiming for her exposed back. Before they could strike, a green blur cut through the chaos. A thunderous shockwave followed as the hawks collided with a pair of massive red fists. The impact sent them hurtling into a nearby building, the wall crumbling under the force of their landing. Four arms landed heavily, the ground cracking beneath his weight. Beside him, Itsuka stood tall, her enlarged fists. "Destroy the device on his chest." Four arms bellowed. "That thing's controlling them, take it out, and everything stops." "On it!" Maruko and Itsuka shouted in unison, their resolve clear in their voices. But before they could act, Maruko's ears twitched and forearms stiffened, danger sense prickling at the edges of his mind. The ground beneath them trembled. "What now?" Forearms muttered, his tone tinged with irritation. Maruko's grin only widened. "Don't sound so worried, this just got more fun." Without warning, Forearms was blindsided by a massive, gnarled trunk that slammed into his midsection with the force of a freight train. The trunk coiled around his body like a steel cable and flung him through the air, sending him crashing through a nearby building. The structure groaned under the impact before collapsing entirely, burying him in a mountain of debris. Itsuka flinched as she felt her phone buzz. She glanced down to see a message from Ochako, her location pinging in Hosu. Her stomach churned. "Ochako, she's in Hosu. This can't be good," she murmured. Before she could process further, the deep, resonant bellow of a trunk shattered her focus. She turned sharply, her eyes widening as she saw the source of the sound. Emerging from a dark purple vortex, mutant mammoths burst from the portal, the stomps creating tremors throughout. At nearly 25 feet tall, it dwarfed Forearms in size, its presence casting an oppressive shadow over the battlefield. Her breath hitched as her gaze flicked to the familiar yellow eyes of Kurogiri peering out from a purple vortex slowly closing in the distance. "The portal villain," she whispered. Before she could react, the rubble exploded outward in a cloud of dust and debris. Forearms burst free, his massive form charging forward like an unstoppable juggernaut. He leapt high into the air, his four fists raised, and brought down a thunderous punch. The force of the impact sent a deafening shockwave through the air, the mammoth's head snapping violently to the side. Forearms didn't stop, following up with a brutal left hook that caused the beast's massive frame to stagger. The mammoth trumpeted in fury, its trunk lashing out, but Forearms ducked low and countered with an uppercut that cracked against its jaw, the sound like a cannon firing. "Izuku!" Itsuka shouted urgently, her voice struggling to rise over the din of battle. She pointed to her phone, panic in her eyes. "Ochako's in trouble. She just sent her location." Forearms' expression hardened, his golden eyes glowing with determination. "Ochako. In trouble." His voice carried a deep rumble, protective and unyielding, as his four massive fists clenched, muscles rippling with raw power. The ground quaked violently as one of the colossal mammoths lashed out, its trunk sweeping toward him like a battering ram. Danger sense flared, and in an instant, one for all ignited, red lightning sparking chaotically across his towering frame. With a guttural roar, Four Arms caught the trunk in all four hands, his grip crushing into the thick hide like iron clamps. "You think that's enough to stop me?" he growled, his voice reverberating through the battlefield. With a mighty heave, he swung the beast over his shoulder like it weighed nothing, the colossal mammoth crashing into the ground with an earth-shattering boom. Before the dust could settle, Four Arms lifted the stunned creature high above his head, its massive legs flailing uselessly. Two more mammoths charged from the shadows, their thunderous steps shattering the pavement as they bore down on him. But Four Arms was ready. With a feral snarl, he slammed the first mammoth in his grip down onto one of the charging beasts, the collision sending a deafening shockwave through the streets. The force flattened cars, shattered nearby windows, and caused a nearby lamppost to buckle under the strain. As the second mammoth stumbled, Four Arms swung the beast in his grasp like a battering ram, slamming it into the remaining creature with bone-crunching force. Both beasts toppled, their colossal forms sprawling across the broken street, but they weren't down for long. The moment one began to rise, Four Arms was on it. He leapt forward, his fists descending like sledgehammers. Boom, boom. Each blow drove the mammoth further into the pavement, creating massive craters beneath it. The second mammoth attempted to get back on its feet, but Four Arms moved with terrifying speed, planting a foot on its head and forcing it back down. "Stay down," he roared, slamming a final, devastating punch into the struggling beast's skull. The ground split beneath it, a spiderweb of cracks spreading outward as the creature went limp. The beast in his grasp groaned weakly, its fight drained, but Four Arms wasn't done. With a guttural roar that echoed like thunder, he hurled the mammoth high into the air, its body vanishing into the night like a shooting star. 16%, he growled, his muscles surging with power. Red lightning danced along his arms as he cocked back one of his enormous fists, the air crackling under the strain. As the mammoth plummeted, Four Arms launched his punch with titanic force. The moment his fist connected with the beast's face, the world seemed to pause. Boom! A shockwave erupted, ripping through the streets of Hosu like a typhoon. Windows shattered in waves, streetlights bent like reeds, and nearby buildings trembled as if caught in an earthquake. The winds roared like a beast unleashed, parting the night clouds above and leaving a gaping view of the moonlit sky. It pierced the atmosphere like a missile before disappearing as a faint twinkle in the distance. The winds howled violently in the aftermath, forcing even Maruko and the others to brace themselves against the gale. Dust and debris swirled before finally settling. Four Arms stood at the epicenter, his chest heaving as he panted heavily, red sparks still flickering across his frame. Every eye was on him, the sheer scale of his strength leaving even the most battle-hardened heroes speechless. As the wind died down, it carried with it the faintest whisper of awe, a testament to the raw, unparalleled power he had just unleashed. "D-damn," Maruko whispered, her fluffy tail wiggled slightly. "Did I just stutter?" A blush crept onto her face. Hot. So hot, Itsuka thought, her cheeks flushing, trying not to rub her thighs. The three pros looked on in awe. "Holy shit," came the unison of a few bystanders who were being evacuated, and pros alike. A hero gulped nervously. "Guess the students don't need our protection." Another hero just gave a shaky nod. ... Ochako was terrified. Her hands trembled, heart pounding like a drum. What would Dekiru do? Analyze the situation. She forced herself to focus. Native lay bleeding against the wall, Iida motionless on the ground. "Iida, why are you here?" she demanded. Iida's eyes widened. "Uraraka, why?" "When Dekiru said you might do something reckless, I didn't understand," she cut in, gaze locked on the hero killer. "But when that old man Gran Torino called your name, I had a bad feeling." "I was right." She stepped in front of Iida, fists clenched. "Can you move?" Iida struggled but failed. "No, I can't. He cut me, and now," his breath hitched. "It's his quirk." Stain sneered, eyes cold. "Fakes. You disgrace the title of hero. Weak, spineless, driven by greed." His voice sharpened, dripping venom. "You both deserve to die." Ochako's stomach twisted. His presence alone was suffocating, like a weight pressing down on her chest. He feels like Kane from USJ. That aura, it's paralyzing. But she stood firm, fists rising instinctively, mirroring Dekiru's stance. The pros are busy with the Nomu. That means it's my job to protect them. Stain's lips curled into a sinister grin. In a blur, he lunged, blade glinting in the moonlight as it streaked toward her. Ochako's palms glowed faintly pink, and in an instant, Stain stopped midair, suspended as though trapped by invisible chains. His eyes narrowed. Telekinesis, he smirked. No, gravity manipulation. Sweat beaded on Ochako's forehead as she strained to hold him. Just keep him there. ... Stain's eyes widened briefly, a flicker of surprise breaking through his usual cold demeanor. He thrashed against the invisible force locking him in place, his body suspended midair like a helpless puppet. For a moment, it seemed she had him. But Stain wasn't a man who succumbed easily. With a twisted grin, he ejected a blade from his gauntlet and hurled it with blinding speed. Ochako gasped, too slow to react as the blade embedded itself in her shoulder with a sickening thunk. Pain shot through her body, and her concentration wavered. The force keeping Stain aloft vanished. He dropped to the ground with a controlled thud, landing in a crouch before rising to his full height, blade glinting ominously. Iida stared in disbelief. Why, you have another quirk? Stain chuckled darkly, spinning the blade in his hand before calling it back through some unseen force, the hum of magnetism faint but undeniable. Not a quirk, he spat, licking the blood from the blade with a grotesque grin. My body is a weapon. Every inch of it. Ochako's breath hitched as she fell to the ground, her limbs frozen. Panic filled her voice as she struggled to move. I can't move. Stain advanced, dragging his blade along the ground, the metallic scrape grating in her ears. Corrupt, greedy, power-hungry, he growled. You are no hero. His blade rose high, ready to end her. Iida's voice broke. No. Suddenly, a deafening scream tore through the alley. Earphone echo. The sonic blast shattered windows and forced everyone to their knees. Stain staggered, disoriented as his blade slipped from his grasp. Before he could recover, a fiery inferno surged forward. Flames engulfed him, throwing his body into the wall with a resounding crash. Smoke filled the alley as Shoto Todoroki and Kyokujiro emerged from the shadows. Iida's eyes darted across the alley as he saw two familiar figures approach through the chaos. His heart raced. Todoroki. Jiro. You too. Ochako let out a sigh of relief, her body visibly relaxing as the two classmates arrived. You got my message. Her voice wavered, but there was a sense of hope in it now. They were here. She wasn't alone anymore. Todoroki's icy expression remained unchanged as he surveyed the scene. His left side ignited in flames, crackling with intensity as the heat radiated from him. Uraraka, your text was kind of sudden. I needed to decipher your message. His gaze hardened as he stepped forward. Next time, kindly give more details before requesting my aid. Oh right, sure, next time she'll provide a detailed description, she said with a slight roll of her eyes as she plugged her jacks into her boots. How about we focus on making sure that there is a next time? Todoroki nodded solemnly, his eyes narrowing at the villain before them. Agreed. Let's end this. ... Back with four arms, Izuku stood beside Itsuka, his brows furrowed as he checked his phone. A green flash lit the screen as he swiped it open. An alleyway. Don't tell me, he muttered. Itsuka, I'm going after Ochako, Izuku said, his voice firm with resolve. His muscles tensed, and the faint crackling of One for All radiated around him as his determination set in. Itsuka gave him a nod, seeing the intensity on his face. Go, she said, her tone unwavering. We'll handle things here. Izuku looked over at Maruko, his voice rising above the chaos. Maruko, do you trust me? Maruko, already locked in battle with the charging wolves, flashed him a nod. You never bail without a damn good reason. Go, and if anyone gives you trouble about using your quirk, tell him to shove it. She yelled, her sharp gaze never leaving her foes. Izuku's green eyes gleamed as he nodded, his body already crackling with One for All's power. But just as he started to move, two mutated hawks dove toward him with speed. I've got this, Izuku shouted, his voice commanding and full of urgency. He sidestepped the first hawk's vicious talons, his movements a blur as he slipped between its wide wingspan. But there was no time to rest. He saw the second hawk coming and jumped, twisting in midair to avoid its strike. Then, the voice of Maruko echoed behind him. Dr. Onemo's not gonna let you off that easily. Izuku's eyes hardened. I know, he muttered, twisting and landing on the ground just in time to see a mutated fox charge at him from the side. His reflexes kicked in, and he spun, sending the fox flying with a punch that rattled the ground. Maruko followed up with an axe kick, taking down another creature in a flurry of action. Maruko crouched next to him, her expression grim. This isn't random. He's been waiting for this moment. Izuku's frown deepened. What do you mean? All the animals he mutated are predators of a rabbit, Itsuka explained, her voice thoughtful. He knew you'd be here, Izuku. Izuku paused for a beat, the gravity of their words sinking in. So he knew I was interning with you, huh? He clenched his fist, frustration rising, but he pushed the thought aside. No time to waste. He raised his arm and slammed it down onto the Omnitrix, the green symbol glowing as the device whirred. A flash of light enveloped his body. In a flash of green, Izuku's body shifted, his form dissolving into translucence as his skin turned a sickly pale green, black lines snaking across his ethereal body. His glowing green eyes shifted independently, scanning the surroundings. Ghost freak, huh? Izuku muttered, a voice not entirely his own slipping out. The eerie sound of it sent a chill down his spine. Didn't pick you, but this will work. The mutated hawks screeched, their beaks snapping toward Ghost Freak as they dove in for another attack. Without hesitation, Ghost Freak vanished into the air, his body flickering like a wisp of smoke. He reappeared behind the hawk, his claws swiped at the hawks with deadly precision, slicing through their eyes and blinding them. Before he vanished and reappeared, his claws raking through the first one's wings. The sound of tearing flesh and breaking bone echoed as Ghost Freak's claws sliced through the hawk's wings, sending feathers flying. The creature let out a piercing screech, its talons flailing helplessly as Ghost Freak's claws sliced deeper into its flesh, blood spraying across the ground. With a swift movement, Ghost Freak drove his claws into the hawk's exposed throat, slashing upward with vicious force. The hawk's cries were silenced in a gurgle as its life was extinguished. The second hawk, attempting to flee, had no chance. Ghost Freak's tail lashed out like a whip, wrapping around the creature's neck and snapping it with a sickening crunch. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, and Ghost Freak stood amidst the chaos, his glowing green eye scanning the fallen bodies of the hawks. But his thoughts weren't on the destruction, they were with Ochako. Ochako. His voice echoed, a distorted wail in the silence. With a burst of speed, Ghost Freak's form flickered again. He vanished in an instant, leaving behind only the faint trail. His body blurred as he moved, the power of one for all enhancing his already supernatural speed. His ghostly form sliced through the air, leaving the world behind him in a blur of motion. As he moved, the flames devouring the city below seemed to twist and recoil. Ghost Freak caught a Nomu, its grotesque, misshapen body casting an oppressive shadow over the chaos. With a guttural roar, it launched a bus filled with panicked screams into the air, the terrified faces inside locked in a moment of helpless horror. Ghost Freak surged forward, his translucent form cutting through the smoke like a blade. Hold on. His tattered outer skin peeled back as his writhing tentacles shot out, catching the bus in a seamless motion. The bus descended gently under his control, the tentacles retracting as it touched down. The doors burst open, and the passengers spilled out, some falling to their knees in shock and relief. Their grateful eyes flicked between him and the monster ahead, whispers of thanks barely audible. Hovering above the ground with an eerie grace, Ghost Freak turned his eye a cold, unblinking orb. His claws extended. Stay down here where it's safe, head to a pro where it's safe, he said to the bystanders. Before his orb eye turned to the Nomu flickering to purple so slightly. Ochako, hold on, I'm coming for you, but first, let's see if this thing can bleed. As he brandishes his claws like blade. Iida gritted his teeth, as his eyes burned with frustration. He watched helplessly as Jiro, Todoroki, and the hero killer fought fiercely in the narrow alley. Todoroki stood behind Kyoka, his icy blue eyes fixed on the hero killer. Flames flickered around his form, the heat radiating off him like a furnace. She launched another massive sonic wave that cracked the concrete around them, rattling the walls of the alley. The sound crashed into the hero killer, sending him stumbling back with a grunt. Stain quickly regained his footing, his eyes flashing with disdain. He moved with eerie speed, his sword cutting through Todoroki's flames with a swift slash, the air sizzling as if the fire had met something colder than ice. "It's good to see you using your flames," Kyoka commented with a small nod, but Todoroki's expression remained impassive. "Yeah," he muttered, his attention fully on the fight. The hero killer's lips curled into a cruel sneer. "So, you're here for glory?" He spat, voice dripping with malice. Todoroki's reply was cold, his voice steady. "I'm answering a distress call." He thrust his hand forward, sending a burst of fire. The flames surged from his fingers, exploding into a torrent of red and orange that seemed to boil the very air. Stain grinned, moving quickly to avoid the deadly wave, but the heat was overwhelming. "Faye, your blood will tell," Stain spat, his eyes narrowing as his hatred filled the alley. "And your father is a disgrace to the word hero." The hero killer hurled a knife with lightning speed, aiming for Todoroki's throat. But Todoroki was faster. He sidestepped just in time, the blade grazing past him and sinking deep into the wall behind him with a sickening thud. Todoroki's voice was steady but edged with frustration. Never thought I'd agree with a mass murderer, but this month has been full of surprises." Before Stain could retort, Kyoka unleashed another sonic scream, her earlobes vibrating as a wave of sound crashed toward him like a physical blow. The impact pushed Stain back, he staggered, but he was far from down. "We just have to keep him at bay," Kyoka said, her tone sharp, eyes narrowed as she prepared for the next move. Todoroki watched Stain closely, his gaze calculating. "He's been hit with everything we've got, and he's barely flinched," he muttered, irritation clear in his voice. Stain's eyes glinted with rage. "Your voice is irritating," he snarled. In a flash, he sent another blade flying toward Kyoka with terrifying precision. Todoroki reacted in an instant. He shoved Kyoka out of the way, taking the blade full force in his shoulder. The sickening sound of steel cutting through flesh echoed, and Ida's stomach twisted. Blood seeped from the wound, staining Todoroki's uniform. Ida's blood ran cold, his breath caught in his chest, and his voice cracked with fury. "No, this has nothing to do with you. I inherited my brother's name. This is my fight." Kyoka groaned, her voice laced with sarcasm. "Yeah, a fight that you're winning." "Seriously?" Ochako's voice came through weakly. "Sarcasm, now." Kyoka turned to her, an apologetic glance flickering in her eyes. "Right, sorry serial killer in front of us." She quickly turned her attention back to the battle, trying to stay focused. Todoroki, still not looking away from Stain, spoke urgently. "Uraraka, can you keep him suspended?" I can barely move," Ochako gasped, her voice strained. "He paralyzed me like he did to Tenya. If he cuts you," her voice faltered. Kyoka's Jax hovered over Native, her brow furrowed with concern. "He's out cold, and he needs help fast. And I really don't like seeing the wounds Iida and Ochako have." Stain's cruel laughter cut through the tension as he mocked Iida. Showing concern for the injured. "How touching. Take notes, boy." Iida's face flushed with fury. "Shut up. You two need to take Uraraka and Native and go. This is my fight, and I don't need your help. Why are you even here? This doesn't concern you." Kyoka's gaze hardened, her voice low but steady. Because helping someone even when they're not asking for it, even when the guy's a total dick, is what makes a real hero. Her eyes burned with an unwavering resolve. "At least, that's what Midoriya does." Ochako, still paralyzed, smiled faintly as she drifted into her thoughts, her expression softening with the memory of Izuku's words and actions. Todoroki, too, seemed momentarily lost in his own memories, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Iida's anger wavered as he looked at Kyoka, then Todoroki, his resolve faltering for a moment. His gaze lingered, as if searching for something deeper in their expressions. For the first time, he felt the weight of the situation and the sincerity of their words. Todoroki's left side suddenly ignited in a brilliant flare of flames, his voice cutting through the tension with icy certainty. "We're here because we're heroes, and we'll protect these three no matter what." Kyoka's face hardened with determination as she summoned all her strength. She released a powerful sonic blast that rattled the walls of the alley, but Stain merely grinned maniacally, his eyes alight with sadistic pleasure. "You're worth keeping alive for now," he hissed, his voice dripping with twisted delight. Undeterred, Todoroki summoned a torrent of ice, encasing Stain in a prison of frozen shards. The ice creaked and cracked under the pressure before shattering as Stain violently freed himself, his blade slicing through the air with ease. Kyoka followed up immediately, unleashing another barrage of sonic waves. The force of the sound shook the very earth, crashing into Stain with the power of a tidal wave. But he didn't flinch. Instead, he dug his blade into the ground, his eyes locking onto Kyoka with a chilling, unblinking intensity. As the sound waves pummeled him, Stain's body seemed to defy the very force of Kyoka's assault, inching forward as if he were climbing an invisible mountain. His ears bled, his movements grueling, yet his resolve remained unshaken. He continued to advance, his blade cutting through the air. Iida watched in horror, the weight of the situation crashing down on him. His heart was heavy with guilt and shame. Kyoka's screams echoed in his mind like a cruel reminder of how helpless they were against this monster. Todoroki's wound his blood trickling down, and Ochako's paralysis weighed on him like a lead weight in his chest. "Please stop. I can't watch this. None of you should be here," Iida whimpered, his voice breaking under the weight of his emotions. Kyoka coughed raggedly, the strain of her quirk evident as she caught her breath. Sweat trickled down her temple. "I think we're way past that now," Ochako shouted. Stain's laughter rang out, sharp and mocking. "Even now, after your friends rush in to save you, you cling to this farce. Revenge, greed, that's all you know. You disgrace the very title of hero. Society is drowning in frauds like you, and I will purge every last one." Kyoka's glare was sharp, her voice cutting through the tense air like a blade. "Oh, give me a break with your holier-than-thou act, you self-righteous maniac." Kyoka's grip on her earlobe jacks tightened as her frustration boiled over. "Don't act like you're some noble crusader. You're just a lunatic using your quirk to butcher people and call it justice. And you think you've got the right to shame Iida for wanting revenge. You're the one who wrecked his brother's life." Stain stepped forward, blade gleaming, his silence more chilling than any threat. Kyoka's fists clenched. Kyoka's eyes burned with fury as she advanced on him. "What did you expect, huh? That Iida would just sit back and thank you for ruining his family?" She jabbed her jack forward, snaking one to her boots. Stain's eyes flickered to Iida, paralyzed but seething with silent rage. He turned back to Kyoka, his tone icy. "Heroes like you are the problem. You don't understand sacrifice. You cling to a broken system because it's easier than fixing it. And don't talk about heroes doing it for fame and money. How many have you let go so they could spread your name around like you're some goddamn messiah? You're not saving anyone. You're just a psychopath trying to justify your pointless killing." Stain's calm cracked, a snarl twisting his face. "You're just a naive little girl playing a hero. True heroes fight for justice, not glory." Kyoka's lips curled into a bitter smirk. "And true heroes don't need to spill blood to prove a point. You're nothing but a killer hiding behind a twisted ideology." Stain lunged, blade gleaming. Kyoka's breath hitched, her hands trembling as she plugged her earphone jacks into her boots. Heartbeat distortion, she growled, her resolve hardening. A sonic blast erupted, shaking the alley as the ground cracked beneath her, shards of stone flying. The vibrations thundered outward, distorting the air with sheer force. Stain blurred into motion, darting up the wall like a phantom, his movements swift and precise. He paused on a ledge, looking down at her with a sneer. "Impressive, but not enough." Shoto shot a torrent of flames at Stain, the heat crashing into the alley like a wave of molten lava. Stain, however, moved with lightning speed, twisting midair, evading the flames as though they were nothing more than an obstacle. Shoto gritted his teeth and shouted, his voice raw with determination. "Last I checked, Ingenuine didn't act like this. Guess you've got a dark side, too." Iida looked up at Todoroki, confusion flashing in his eyes as he tried to make sense of it. Todoroki didn't flinch, his gaze locked onto Stain, and with a fierce yell, he launched a massive column of fire from his palm, sending it spiraling down the alley. The fire roared, crackling with power as it surged toward Stain, aiming to engulf him completely. You want to stop this? Then stand up. Fight for your friends as the hero you want to be. Your own hero, Todoroki shouted. Stain grinned darkly, his eyes narrowing in a cruel focus as he leapt forward, his body contorting midair like a beast in pursuit. The flames raged toward him, but with inhuman agility, Stain sliced through them, his body a blur as he dodged each flame. Let's free you from your father's flame now, shall we? Stain taunted, his voice dripping with malice. As his blade descended, it on directly for Todoroki's left arm. But just as the blade was a hair's breadth away from its target, Ochako screamed, her voice cracking through the chaos. I can't move, but at least I can stop him from moving. In an instant, Ochako forcing her quirk activating with a burst of pink light in her hands, her body still paralyzed. Stain's body seemed to freeze midair, the force of gravity no longer anchoring him to the ground. His legs flailed uselessly, his sword hanging in the air, barely inches from Todoroki's arm. The stillness was deafening, the tension palpable. Todoroki blinked, his heart pounding as he stared at the blade suspended in front of him, the weight of the moment crashing down on him. I can't do anything else. Ochako gasped, her voice strained with the effort. I've got him, he's stuck. You need to finish this. With that, Iida shot forward like a bullet, his body moving with a burst of sheer speed. He lashed out, his leg extended in a devastating kick. The blow landed with a sickening crack as Iida drove his foot into Stain's chest. The force of the impact sent the villain skidding back, crashing into the wall with a brutal thud. Stain groaned, his body rolling as he quickly rose, barely fazed by the assault. His lips curled into a snarl, and he drew another blade from his armor with a swift, fluid motion, the sound of the metal sliding free like a snake unsheathing its fangs. Kyoka, her expression a mixture of exasperation and disbelief, couldn't help but ask, where do you keep getting all these swords? Stain didn't respond. Instead, his eyes flashed with renewed fury. So many interruptions. He twirled the blade in his hand with a flourish, preparing for his next attack. Iida stood tall, his chest heaving with guilt. Tears welled up in his eyes, his voice tight with regret. I'm so sorry. This had nothing to do with any of you. My selfish actions dragged you all into this mess. I put you all in danger because of my own mistakes. Stain sneered. Apologizing won't get you anywhere, boy. You're just another flickering flame that needs to be snuffed out before it spreads. Shoto stepped forward, his voice cold and unwavering. Don't listen to him, Iida. He's nothing more than a hypocritical psychopath. Iida looked down, his fists clenching tightly. No. He's right, at least about me. His voice was low, but I won't let anyone else die because of my foolish mistakes. I won't let my friends shed blood because of my own recklessness. Gran Torino warned me, Midoriya tried to help, but I let my anger blind me. Tonight, I will stand not as Tenya Iida, but as the hero Ingenuine. The right way. Stain scoffed, his voice dripping with venom. You're hopeless. You think a little speech will save you. How many have tried to talk their way out of death just so they could escape their deserved fate? You can't change who you are overnight, boy. Ochako remained on the ground, trembling, but her voice rang out with defiance. Shut up. You don't know anything. How can you change society if you won't even give people the chance to change themselves? Stain's lips curled in disdain, his eyes blazing with contempt as he spat onto the cracked pavement. Spare me your sanctimonious drivel. He glared. I won't listen to your whorish mouth. You're in this for the money. You're in this for fame and fortune, just another parasite. You have no right to speak of justice. Her chest tightened at the insult, as if she'd been struck, but her resolve burned hotter, consuming the sting. Stain moved, a blur of deadly precision, his blade gleaming in the dim light as he closed the distance with terrifying speed. Before he could strike, Iida erupted into the alley in a streak of white, his engines roaring. His leg shot forward in a devastating kick aimed for Stain's head. But the hero killer moved like a phantom, dodging effortlessly before catching Iida's leg midair. With monstrous strength, he hurled him into the alley wall. The impact thundered, a web of cracks splintering the stone as Iida crumpled to the ground, groaning in pain. A glacial torrent burst from Todoroki's hand, jagged columns of ice erupting toward Stain in a deadly wave. Stain leapt, his movements impossibly fluid as he twisted through the air, spinning his blade in a deadly arc that carved through the ice like paper. He landed gracefully, the clang of his sword cutting through the silence. Kyoka was already moving, plugging her earphone jacks into her boots, unleashing a deafening shockwave that cracked the earth itself. Stain staggered as the vibrations disrupted his balance, his footing faltering. Iida seized the opening. With a burst of speed, he ricocheted off the walls, his engines roaring like thunder. His foot connected with Stain's head in a brutal strike, driving the hero killer into the ground. The moment of triumph was fleeting. Stain rolled through the impact with unrelenting ferocity, his iron grip latching onto Iida's leg. With a guttural roar, he slammed Iida into the wall again, the impact reverberating through the alley like a drumbeat. Iida's body slumped to the ground, a pained gasp escaping his lips. Enough. Stain's voice was a savage growl, his blade gleaming as he raised it high, ready to end Iida's life in a single strike. Now let me kill you. Todoroki's torrent of fire surged forward, a searing inferno that tore through the narrow space, blasting Stain backward. The flames licked at his flesh, scorching his armor, but he didn't falter. With a primal snarl, Stain sliced through the fire, his eyes alight with unyielding determination. So persistent, he sneered, his voice dripping with venom. In one fluid motion, he yanked the blade from Todoroki's shoulder, the wound fresh and bleeding. Before the blood could even drip, Stain brought the blade to his lips and, with a cold, calculated movement, he licked the edge. The instant his tongue touched the blade, a wave of paralysis coursed through Todoroki. His body went rigid, muscles seizing, leaving him completely immobilized. Kyoka's eyes widened in horror as Stain turned toward her, his grin savage. In an instant, he threw two blades in quick succession, aimed at her ear jacks. She pulled back instinctively, her heart pounding as the blades whizzed by her head, missing by mere inches. But then, before she could even react, Stain closed the distance in an instant. He kicked Kyoka, sending her slamming into the wall with sickening thud. The wind was knocked out of Kyoka as she slammed against the hard surface. Before she could react, Stain's katana came down like a lightning strike, its razor-sharp edge sinking deep into her shoulder. Gak! The steel tore through her flesh with sickening force, blood spurting from the wound as the blade impaled her into the wall. Arg! She choked on a cry, her vision blurring from the intense pain. Twisting the blade with sadistic glee. The motion sent a fresh wave of pain crashing through her, the edges of the wound grinding against the bone, her scream echoing off the walls. Blood began to pool beneath her, soaking into her clothes and staining the floor. "You're worth letting live," Stain sneered, his voice oozing malice. Ochako's breath hitched as Stain's looming figure towered above her, the blade in his hand gleaming menacingly in the dim light. Her body was frozen, each muscle locked in place, her mind frantic as her body refused to obey. Her heart raced in her chest, but she couldn't move, couldn't scream. Every nerve screamed for her to act, yet she remained helpless. Todoroki, his own body paralyzed, managed a strained whisper, barely audible through clenched teeth. Crap, his voice was barely a breath, full of frustration and fear. Jiro tugged at the blade lodged deep in her side, her face contorted in pain, but it wouldn't budge. Panic edged her every movement as she fought against the blade's firm hold. Iida, still clutching his cracked rib, was rooted to the spot. His chest tightened as he watched everything in agonizing slow motion. The blade, that cold, cruel edge, inched closer to Ochako's throat. She couldn't move, she couldn't speak, she could only watch, wide-eyed with fear, as the inevitable happened. It felt like time was stretching each second tortuously long as the reality hit her. She was going to die. The sharp whisper of the blade against her skin sent a chill through her. She could feel the cold steel nearing her neck, the finality of it unmistakable. This was it, the end. Then, she felt it. A violent, sharp gust of wind, as though a bullet had cut through the air with unimaginable speed. Whoosh! The alley seemed to crackle with energy, the air pulsing around them, as if the very space was being torn apart. In the blink of an eye, Stain's head snapped violently to the side. His body was yanked off the ground, his feet lifting as if they were nothing more than a ragdoll's. His eyes widened in disbelief, but there was no time to process. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, a shockwave ripping through the alley like a sonic blast. Stain's body was thrown backward with such force that it seemed to warp the air around him. He hurtled through the narrow space, his form a blur, crashing into the ground at the far end of the alley with a sickening scrape. His blade dug into the earth, the momentum finally coming to a violent halt. Blood splattered from his cheek, a streak of red marking the brutal impact. What the? Stain's voice was choked, barely able to comprehend the force that had just sent him flying. The silence that followed was suffocating, and the others stood frozen in disbelief. Then, from above, a voice cut through the air, raspy, cold, filled with a fierce command. "Don't you dare touch my friends." The words sent a chill down everyone's spine. They looked up, eyes searching the sky, frantically trying to locate the source. As his green eye turned purple. And there, floating above Ochako, a dark, ghostly figure began to take shape. Ochako's eyes widened, her breath catching in her throat as the familiar presence materialized before her. Her chest tightened, a mix of awe and terror filling her as Ghost Freak's form faded into existence. Tears filled her eyes. Dekiru. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.